Karibuni, family ya Mtembei. I would like to say hi to all of you this afternoon. For those who are in the diaspora, maybe in the US, Canada, and those who are in Europe, Kenya, Africa, na wasalimi nyote na wakaribisha tena sana kwa show yetu ya jioni. Najua Wakenya pengine wamelala, lakini tumesema it's not too late. We want to discuss about what happened in Kibera. Tunataka kujadili yenye yaliendelea Kibera jana, Azimio Mega Rally, na tujiulize maswali kama Wakenya, what next for the struggle for democracy in Kenya. Kwa hivyo ningetaka kuwashukuru nyote kwa kuungana nasi na ningetaka kuwakaribisha kwa show ya leo. Ningetaka kuweka link ndio hiyo kwa comment section. Ningewaomba mkaribishane, mkaribishe marafiki zenu. Tuna broadcast leo kwa Soundcard Talk, Mtembei TV YouTube and Mtembei TV Facebook. So we'd like to welcome fellow Kenyans and to thank you for having been part of this Mtembei family, where we brainstorm the way forward. Now, our intention has been for the good of our country, to see that we make our Kenya a better place to live for those who are at home and even for those who are diaspora, because East-West home is best. So I would like to invite everybody watching. Now, those who'd like to join the show, na wakaribisha nyote, na waomba muingie kwa show, tujadiliane, tuangalie vile maneno yalivyokuwa pale Kibera, na tujiulizane then what next. Now, meanwhile, I'll share a few clips, and as I welcome participants, I think niko na clip moja pale hata nikikaribisha wenye kwa wako kwa chat. Nashukuru Fatum, nimekuona. Nashukuru pia Daniel, nimekuona. Nashukuru wenye wameanza kuingia. Naomba post chat hapo ndio I appreciate your presence today with us as we invite all those who are watching and request that you inform those who are not aware that we have gone live right now, that they may join us. So today we want to brainstorm about what happened in Kibera yesterday and ask ourselves, where are we going now? Where is our Azimio team leading us now? Led by the main pilot, that is Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. Sote tuliona hiyo rally, tukaona vile iliendelea, na pengine tulipata nafasi ya kusikiza yale maongezi yaliyoongewa pale kwa ule mkutano, na pengine tukapata nafasi hata ya kuwa part of that rally. So maybe if you are part of that rally, you could post a comment or you could join us here on the show and share with us and tell us exactly what did you see, what is your feeling, what is your view. Nashukuru sana, nimeona Fred, nimeona Prez, nimeona Lilian, karibu sana kwa issue yetu. Nimeona Peter Wanji Katana, karibu sana. Daniel Fatum, karibu sana. Juo Besa, Jeremiah, karibu sana kwa issue yetu. Endeleeni kupost comment. Nashukuru sana kuwaona. Nakaribisha nyote kwa issue yetu ya jioni. Ni kuambia kwamba our main aim for this show, Mtembei Show, is just that we have a dream for a better Kenya. We want to see our country grow economically, socially. We want to see our people being able to access the basic needs, basic services, such as maji, good housing, good shelter, barabara. Tuna watoto wetu wakisoma, wakienda shule, wakisoma without much, high cost of education. We see good hospital services. Jeremiah nimekuona, Nyangwese nimekuona, Kai Mashal nimekuona, karibu sana kwa show yetu. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your presence with us and we appreciate your continued support. We thank you very much for being part of this awesome Mtembei family. Elizabeth, I see you. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon, this evening. Najua Kenya ni usiku, hata pengine Kenya inaweza kuwa ikawa ni asubuhi, maybe it is after midnight, but we still appreciate you. Thank you very much, Douglas. We see you. I see you. Thank you so much. I continue to invite people to join us in this show so that we can discuss we can look forward, we can see what do we look forward to see, what next for Kenya. Now, how do we ensure that we defend our democracy? Nashukuru sana wote. Thank you very much, Lillian. Thank you, nimekuona. Remember, we always tell each other, what are we fighting over? Tumetoka mbali. I think most of us, I think those who are of my age, or even those who are younger than me, or those who are older than me, tunaelewa sana how we Kenya fought for independence and where we are coming from. We know where we are coming from. We understand how our grandparents, we can see our grandparents fought for the Kenyan independence. And we know how we fought for our multi-party system, how we came from a single party, how people like Kenneth Matiba sacrificed, Rubia sacrificed, Jaramogi Oginga sacrificed, Masinde Muliro sacrificed, Martin Shikuku. We can remember our heroes, Paul Mwite, how they struggled to give us a multi-party. And then we can remember how Raila Odinga and his team and others fought for the Constitution 2010. So we know we are coming from far and we know we are going places. That is why once again this afternoon and this evening and tonight we meet again to jadiliane, tuulizane which way forward. Where are we going? Where are we going? What do we expect for Kenya? What do we hope for? Tunaombea Kenya nini? Tukiangalia nchi yetu tunataka maybe within the next 10 years, where do we want to see our country? Where do we want to see Kenya? How do we want to karibu sana Bwana James Mwaura, nimekuona. What do we want for Kenya? What kind of governance do we want? And more important, our concern right now has been the electoral injustice that we have experienced in Kenya. So that it has been the main concern. And I think that is all of us know that. That's the talk now, the talk in Kenya. How can we ensure that we have electoral justice? So nashukuru sana nyinyote mmejiunga nasi. Leo nilimanage kuona some few clips, more those maybe because mimi ni mama. I was interested very much na vile niliona Mother Karua akiongea. Nataka nawaomba you join me as I play that clip. I see somebody called Peter Wanje Katana na kukaribisha na kuomba utoke kwa curtain ndio nikuweke kwa show. Na kuomba you have your camera on as you come into the show, because we always want to see tunajadiliana na kina, and we always want to know whom are we discussing or whom are we talking to. Karibu sana nyote, Douglas, everybody else who have joined us, I welcome you to the show. Thank you so much James for joining us. Thank you so much Peter. Nakuomba you have your camera on so that I add you onto the show. Meanwhile, I want to play this clip.
Different about a Verbo vacation home? You always have the whole place.
Kamkuji oye! Kibra oye! Asanteni kwa kuja Wapujo. Ajenda sio kubwa. Hii vita ni vita ya wananchi, sio vita ya baba Raila Amolo Odinga. Wale wamenyang'anywa haki yao na Chebukati na Ruto ni wananchi wa Kenya waliompigia baba kura. Kweli au si kweli? Na kwa hivyo leo hii gharama ya maisha iko juu, bei ya chakula, bei ya unga iko wapi? Ukitaka irudi chini, tushikane, tutoe uwezo wetu, tuweke yule tulichagua akalie kwa kiti, gharama ya maisha irudi wapi? Sisi tunaelewa kila mwezi, mniruhusu hiyo jua, kila mwezi wanaokota bilioni 170. Walielezea bajeti yao ya chakula wakati huu wa ukame ni bilioni 54. Ni kwa nini wananchi wako na njaa? Kwa nini Mkenya akufe njaa, pesa yetu ikienda kwa mfuko ya wachache? Mtakubali serikali ya uporaji? Mtakubali serikali ya wanyakuzi? Tukatae kabisa na tuseme enough is enough. Zote tunasema Ruto must, Ruto must, Ruto must, Ruto must. Wananchi wako na uwezo wa kusema enough is. Mimi nawaomba tusichoke na tusirudi nyuma hata kidogo. Hiyo matisho yake tukatae, tushikane kama Wakenya, tukomboe nchi yetu. Walikuwa wanasema iko makateli, lakini Ruto amekuja na makateli wake wale wambaya kushinda wote. Wamekula chakula ya Wakenya, wamekula dawa za Wakenya, na wamekula elimu ya watoto wetu. Tutawakubali? Tutawakubali kweli? Mimi nimpatie siri. Wakati wa uchaguzi tulikuwa tumeketi na timu yetu na baba, na tulikuwa tumekagua budget, tukaona iko pesa ya kutosha ya kuteremusha bei ya unga na gharama ya maisha. Tukaona iko pesa ya kutosha ya kusomesha watoto wote wetu. Tukaona iko pesa ya kutosha ya matibabu. Leo hii wamekusanya ushuru nyingi kushinda ile ilikuweko mbeleni. Hizi pesa zote zimeenda wapi? Ujue hii ni vita yako. Pesa yako inaporwa, maisha yako inazoroteka. Tuseme enough is, na kauli ni moja, Ruto must, Ruto must. Akaondolewa na wananchi. Ya mwisho, anajifanya anaendesha mambo ya nchi na kuanza kuleta IEBC, Electoral Commission bandia. Hatosheki na ile wizi yake na Wafula Chebukati. Wameanza kuleta, wachana na hao. Usitishwe na kitu yeyote. Mimi natuma ujumbe kwa Ruto. We shall not allow you to form a Ruto Electoral Commission. Hata ukijaribu kuchagua, tutaifurusha. Ukijaribu chochote, tutafurusha mpaka wananchi wafanye ile katiba inataka ifanyike. Tumekubaliana? Mutashikilia? Mutachoka? Kumbuka, vita si ya baba, vita si ya Azimio peke yake, vita ni ya kila Mkenya. Na hawa wahaini wanataka kula kila jasho letu. Parastatos za Kenya ni jasho yako, sababu ni kodi yako. Lakini leo hii wamepanga kupora zote na kujiuzia. Tumwambie hatutakubali kamwe, na hatutakubali mateso. Tutajitokeza kama Wakenya na tutaona ya kwamba yule alichaguliwa na Wakenya ndio anaongoza hii nchi, na sio mwingine, ni Raila Amolo Odinga.
Get up, stand up. Stand up for your right. Get up, stand up.
Don't buy solar panels.
Maneno ndiyo hiyo, stand up, stand up. stand up for your right. Hapo ndio tumefika. Tunaendelea na our struggle to defend the democracy of Kenya. We have come this far and we cannot allow, tuwezi kubali kamwe, tuwezi kubali chochote kuharibu ile democracy that we have achieved so much as Kenyans. And I think Kenya is a country that is admired by the rest of Africa. Tumetoka mbali kupigania demokrasia. Hivi sasa hatuwezi kukubali kuacha watu wachache waharibu demokrasia ya Kenya through electoral injustice. So naomba muendelee kukaribisha watu katika hii show. Naomba muendelee kukaribisha watu katika hii show, muendelee kuambia tumeingia kwa show, tuko live, tukiendelea kujadiliana what next for this country. We are asking ourselves, yes, tuliona Azimio jana wakiwa kule Kibera, lakini Mathan pia naye ametukumbusha leo kwamba hii vita si ya baba peke yake. He's not, in fact, if you look at Baba's age, we can't say that he's struggling for his power. Even if he's going to become president, he may only be a president for one term. So he's fighting for Kenyans, he's fighting for us, his children, he's fighting for our children, he's fighting for our grandchildren, he's fighting for our great-grandchildren, so that the rest of all the days of Kenya, I mean, people will enjoy peace, people will enjoy freedom. Watu wataenda kupiga kura wakijua kura yao imehesabika. Now, I listened to what Baba was saying, and I realized that he was talking a lot. He was looking at how we can reform our electoral system, and he was talking about maybe we could have electoral commissions, down at the county level, so that kila county inasimamia uchaguzi wake, so that at the county level we are responsible. We can say we conducted our elections in a just, in a free, fair and just way. Kwa hivyo nawaomba muendelee kukaribisha wenzenu, mkaribishe marafiki zenu. I'll continue playing some clips here as I welcome you and invite you to the show. Wacha tuangalie clips zingine zenye vile kulifanyika huko Kibera.
Tuko naye hapa. Karibu. Well, tumekohost na yeye. Sema tu hivi peke yake, hakuna kuongea bado, baba hajaongea. Sema tu hivi. Nataka kukaribisha watu wote wa Lang'ata, watu wa Kibera, hapa ni nyumbani. Nataka kutoka kule paka huko mwisho tuonyeshe kuwa hapa ni bedroom ya baba na jeshi ya baba bado iko mara. Jeshi ya baba, jeshi ya baba. Haya. Tumekohost na Jalango hapa, tuko neighbors. Baba, tuko na jambo tu chache sana kabla hujaongea. Kwanza, ukiona hapa juzi tulikuwa kule Jakaranda, leo umeona vile kiwanja imenyotni na iko kama mire, imejaa sana. Mnaweza, wale wataalamu unaweza geuza hiyo. Imejaa, imefura. Hii kiwanja tunasema ni kichinjio ya siasa. Kama mambo ni mbaya, tunasema baba lazima ukuje Kamkunji. Hii kiwanja ndiye inaleta mabadiliko katika nchi ya Kenya. Na tunasema baba, hapa hata kesho ukisema unataka kurudi, unarudi, kwa sababu hapa unapendwa bure. Wangapi wanapenda baba bure hapa bila kitu? Hata wanawake wanasema wanapenda baba bure hapa. Unakuja saa yoyote unataka. Baba, tunashukuru kwa sababu tangu tuende uchaguzi, haya mambo ndiyo hayo. Umeamua leo urudi kwako kwa sababu siasa zako kwa mbunge ulianzia hapa Kibera. Na tunasema ukimaliza kutembea katika sehemu zote za hii Kenya, tunakuomba baba urudi hapa tena kwa watu wa Kibera, kwa sababu sisi ndio tumeweka bakora yako ya kuvuka Kanaan hapa Kibera, urudi uchukue tukivuka. Asanteni sana. Kabla sijaita chairman wangu wa Nairobi, uniruhusu tu kuongea jambo moja, kwa sababu mimi ni mwalimu. Tunasema kwa CS wa education kuna kitu inaitwa transition kutoka class 6 to 7. Kuna primaries wameunganishwa na watoto waende kwa shule zao. Tunasema tafadhali, tunataka tu ministry waone kwamba hizo primary zote zikuwe na class 7 na kila mwanafunzi kutoka class 6 aende kwa shule yake. Hiyo ndio ningesema kusema. Otherwise tutawakaribisha hapa Kibera, mkwewe na utaratibu. Ona vile inajaa mpaka huko juu. Hakuna kiwanja kama Kamkuji hapa. Otherwise asanteni sana. Tunasema baba, umekaribishwa tena. Mtue nauliza chairman sasa, chairman wangu wa Nairobi Bwana Ladwa, najua unapenda zile za kuku. Muweke hivyo. Asante sana.
Shake your feet, baby girl, and sisi ndio wengi, hawezi kutisha mbili. Own a government. Most, I don't care government. Pole. Moja pili tu pole. That little is being taken away. It's pickpocketing the poor to feed the rich friends. Ruto did a good job identifying the problems of the so-called hustlers. Now he's making their problems worse. Where hustler had 2 problems, now he has 4. Where hustler could put at least 2 meals on the table instead of 3, now you can put only 1. Where hustler was paying a quarter of school fees, now the hustler must pay in full. Instead of lifting the people out of poverty, Ruto is pushing more into poverty. Instead of the government helping the people to stay afloat, the government is asking the people to help it survive. We want this yoke removed from the backs of our people. Get the taxes off our backs. Get the IMF out of our backs. Get the IMF out of our backs. They have messed us up before. They are messing us up again. Corruption is written all over the government. The corrupt are having the best time of their lives. They managed to put one of theirs own in as president. For the first time, the corrupt now own a government. Gachagua just got refunded 200 million shillings he stole from the people. Ruto wants to fill IBC with 7 Wafula Chebukatis single-handedly without even a word from the people of Kenya who are served by the IBC. Mpaka ya constituencies, constituency boundaries, na mpaka ya counties na kadhalika. Therefore, we will not agree that Mr. Ruto and his sycophants single-handedly appoint an electoral commission. Tume ya uchaguzi mpaka sisi wenyewe tushirikishwe kama Azimio. Sawa? Tumeelewana vizuri? Sisi ndio wengi. Hawezi kutisha sisi. Atisha sisi namna gani? Milioni 8 na No. No.
Karibu Roda, naomba msama hiyo clip naona iko na shida, tutaendelea kuweka ingine, tutatafuta yenye iko na is more clear, lakini bado kunaendelea kuwakaribisha nyote kwa issue yetu ya leo, na muendelee kujulisha wenzetu wenye hawajajua tuko na show. Naona Roda ameungana nasi, thank you so much, welcome Roda. Nakaribisha Pamela, nakaribisha Ken, nakaribisha Betty, Shali, nyote na wakaribisha hapa katika show ya Mtembei. Tuendelee kujadiliana which way forward, what next, how do we defend our democracy. Hivi sasa ningetaka kukaribisha Roda wasalimie, awaambie vile kumeshida kwake na vile ameona ile mkutano ya jana ya Kibera and what he thinks where Roda sister Gurona, naomba utuelezee which way forward to defend our democracy. Karibu sister Roda.
Asante sana, Julia. How are you? I hope you have a very good day, Sunday.
Yes, had a wonderful Sunday, Roda.
Yeah, today I'm very happy. Today, when I see what things was going on today in Kibera, I could see that the way I was feeling, I could see that something is going on. We used to say something is coming, because I could see right Baba, our leader, our party leader, Azimio Moja, he was speaking everything. They focus to defend our democracy. That's what they are standing for. And I could see more lighter. I could see something is on the way. I was very happy because everybody was speaking about. Actually, I was teared the way they speak. I was crying because those people wanachomwa na jua lakini wana fight na katiba. Nikaona Kenya, there's a man and woman, they love our country. They want to sacrifice their life to our country to fight for us. They are fighting for us. I was feeling they are fighting for me and for my children and my family member and for all Kenyans. That's what I was feeling. Yeah, and then I have a hope for that. So I hope somebody will come. Yeah, because I have done a lot of research today, and then and then I saw Ruto. He's still. And then something I was happy there, and then they were fighting for our democracy, our constitution. How like the way they were like yesterday was Ruto was attacking our former Mama Gina Kenyatta, that she have not paid the taxi. It was embarrassing, but they answer her back. She's a first lady, mother. She's went to the prison and everything, and I was very happy because now Ruto get the answer to them. And then today, because Ruto, he used to go to hide himself in the church. That's what he do. Something I get, and then he was speaking. Alikuwa anaongea about. He seemed not to take things serious. I think Ruto, he have something. He's a psychopath, like the way Baba say. And people have a psychopath. They're very good manipulations. They're very good not to feel other people empathy. They don't care. That's why he do all things. He's doing mess for the old people like Mama Gina Kenya, because he doesn't have empathy. It's not there to see an old woman all over the world, not only in Africa, whole world, to treat old woman like Mama Gina Kenyatta like that. That's not unbelievable. It's only people who doesn't have a feelings about others. That is a psychopath. So me, I've never had, even where I am, to hear that old people are treated bad or to respect. They put the old people the center. Even the way we grown up, we used to see our old people, we respect them. I think that man, he's a psychopath. He doesn't have a feelings. And I'm very happy that we have a very strong leaders. Even if they will be our opposition leader, we have a hope that they'll fight for our country and our country must. And remember, this guy is the one who was stopping our democracy 2010, the way we vote. He's the one who he was always against. He always block everything, good things. He always block because he hates to see the goodness. He always like to see the negative. He is against. He's a jealous, because that's the work of the psychopath. How it work. So I hope that person was disappear, and I want to give him chance.
Asanti Sister Roda, ni kama sijui kama imetupa nje ama neti ya Dr. wake yake inamsumbua. Wacha niwatumie link tena. Thank you so much Roda, you've analyzed very well. Really, it is really a shame to disrespect the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya. I mean, that is so barbaric. And to an extent ya First Lady kwenda kuwajibu. Jana aliwajibu akawaambia kwamba kazi ya tax ni ya KRA, the authorities that are involved in collecting tax, and why now they have to drag her name and drag the name of the First family into all this drama. Really, it is a shame. Na mimi hawa watu wenye wanakosea Mama Ngina heshima hawana baraka. I want to tell Kenyans, what goes around comes around. If you disrespect those who are ahead of you, those who are older than you, it will be done to you twice, double. Watoto wako, they will disrespect you. Your children and grandchildren will disrespect you. What goes around comes around. So I want to address those members of parliament from Kenya Kwanza who are disrespecting the First family. What goes around comes around. Na aliye juu mgoje chini, and pride goes before the fall. So hiyo maneno mnafungua mdomo, mna disrespect family, that will come back to you. You don't have to believe what I'm saying, and I want to agree with my sister Roda sana. Wacha nicheze another clip Dada Roda, as we continue to discuss the way forward for our country.
What's wrong? Something is loud.
I mean it, Roda. I'm trying to play a clip here.
Uwezo wako ukatawale kila kiongozi, ukatawale kila neno, na ukashuke na kutenda mema. Asante Kristo kwa kuwa umetenda. Kwa Yesu naomba na hata kuamini.
Niombe tuketi. Asante mtumishi wa Mungu. Kamukunji nauliza, muko tayari? Muko tayari? Chambilecho wahenga mcheza kwao hutuzwa. Niombe kwa heshima na taadhima kuu kumkaribisha mwenyeji wetu, mbunge ambaye ni msomi, mbunge mchapakazi, Mheshimiwa
Orero aweze kutuelekeza kutoka hapa. Haya. Hello? 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 Kibera hoye! Kibera hoye! Vijana hoye! Wamama hai! Asanteni sana. Tumerudi Kamkunji. Baba amerudi Kamkunji. Hapa Kamkunji ndiyo kitovu zetu ya siasa ilizikwa hapa Kamkunji. Ndio sababu tuliamua kabla tujaenda kwingine katika taifa la Kenya, mpaka tufike Kamkunji kwanza. Mpaka tufike Kamkunji kwanza. Na leo tunataka kutoka hapa na azimio ya Kamkunji. Sawa, mko sawa sawa? Vijana mko sawa sawa? Leo nimetoka ziara. Nilienda juzi huko Abuja, Nigeria. Nikaongea na wa Nigeria. Siku mbili nimekaa Abuja. Nikatoka Abuja nikaenda kule Dakar, Senegal. Nimekaa kule, nimekaribishwa kule na rais wa Senegal, Rais Macky Sall. Tukaa naye na mkutano pale na Rais Kagame na waziri mkuu wa Egypt na wa Algeria na mimi kama mtaalamu wa mambo ya miundo msingi katika bara ya Afrika mzima. Tumeongea juu ya mambo ya bara ya Afrika, barabara katika bara ya Afrika, mambo ya stima katika bara ya Afrika, mambo ya safari ya maji, safari ya ndege, ya reli na kadhalika. Nikasema mpaka nirudi nyumbani sasa. Sasa niko na maneno mengine mambili nitaongea juu yake. Lakini kwanza niko na maneno nataka nisome kwa Kimombo. Mnakubalia mimi? Why Ruto has to go. Hello, inaitwa Declaration. The Kibera.
What happens when the prostate enlarges and the urine channel gets tight? You have an enlarged prostate. Do this fine.
Not even a word from the people of Kenya who are served by the IBC. Ndio sasa imetoka katika ile maneno imetolewa na whistleblower. Yale matokeo walitangaza ya kwamba tulishinda na 8.1 Ruto 5.9 ndio bado yuko mpaka sasa. Hata Chebukati hajakataa, Chebucheta hajakataa na hawezi kukataa. Sasa tumesema tume ya uchaguzi ni referee ambaye mpaka iteuliwe na wachezaji wa timu zote mbili. Hawezi kuwa timu moja anataka kuweka yule referee. Tumekataa. Kama Gor Mahia wanacheza na AFC Mashemeji Derby, Gor Mahia hawezi kuchagua referee. Hata AFC hawezi kuchagua referee, sio itakuwa na kosa, sivyo? ikiwa kama yule ambaye anakuwa rifari ni mwanachama wa Gor Mahia, si ataleta ubaguzi hata kama yeye amekuwa ni wa APC, sivyo? Ndio sababu tunaambia ile sheria Ruto ameleta kwa bunge juzi, akanunua wajumbe wengine pande ile, tumekataa na tuwezi kukubali. Tumesema tume ya uchaguzi mpaka ichaguliwe na sisi zote, na tumesema sisi tumependekeza, hatutaki tume moja ambayo inakaa Nairobi hapa kama hii ni. Nataka kila county iwe na tume ya uchaguzi. Nairobi iko na yao, Kiambu wako na yao, Mombasa wako na yao, Washirigisi wako na yao, Machakos wako na yao, Kisumu wako na yao. Unaona? Wakihesabu kule matokeo inatumwa hapa na hapa, tunajumlisha tu. Tunajumlisha sawa sawa. Hiyo ni pendekezo tunataka kuweka mbele ya tume ambayo itateuliwa. Hatutaki hii maneno ichukuliwe na Ruto ati yeye anataka kuweka tume hapa peke yake. Hiyo tume ikiwekwa itaanza kuangalia mpaka ya constituencies, constituency boundaries, na mpaka ya counties na kadhalika. Therefore we will not agree that Mr. Ruto and his sycophants single-handedly appoint an electoral commission. Tume ya uchaguzi mpaka sisi wenyewe tushirikishwe kama Azimio. Sawa sawa? Tumeelewana vizuri? Sisi ndio wengi. Hawezi kutisha sisi. Hawezi kutisha sisi. Atisha sisi namna gani? Milioni 8 na tutaenda bonde la Ufa, tutaenda pwani, tunaenda hapa nini milimani hapa. Unataka watu wa milima wale tupiga sisi kura mingi zaidi imeibiwa. Tutaenda kusema asante kwao. Watu wa milima. Sawa sawa? Unaona vizuri? Sasa tunataka vijana, kwa nataka kijana kiongozi wa vijana wa hapa Kibera. Kiongozi wa vijana wa Kibera. Nataka
Get up, stand up. Stand up for your right.
nataka nyinyi nyote mtaingia kwa hii jeshi. Sawa sawa? Nyinyi nyote mtaingia kwa hii jeshi. Sawa sawa?
Hauna jeshi, sisi tuko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba tutatembea na wewe nchi mzima kuhakikisha kwamba wameondoka.
Moja hapa mbele. Karibu.
Kibera hoye! Kibera hoye! Baba, leo sisi tuko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba sisi kama jeshi lako tunataka kuhakikisha kwamba hawa vijana wako hapa baba, wanataka utuambie kwamba tunaingia State House siku gani? Baba, hawa vijana sisi baba tunajua kwamba kura uliopata ulimshinda William Ruto, na sisi tunangoja kwamba Kenya mzima ni siku gani utatuambia tutembee kutoka hapa Kibera na tuingie State House tutoe wale watu. Vijana hai! Jeshi ya baba hai! Baba, sisi tunakuambia hawa watu wamekudharau sana, na imefika mahali sisi kama vijana wako kuhakikisha kwamba wewe hakuna mtu anakushika, na kama wanafikiria kwamba wewe hauna jeshi, sisi tuko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba tutatembea na wewe nchi mzima kuhakikisha kwamba wameondoka. Baba, hapa mbele yako tuko viongozi, na viongozi hawa vijana, safari yetu leo inaanza leo, na lazima haki ya baba iweze kupatiwanwa. Wametuambia baba, wametuambia kwamba kura iliisha and we must move on. Sisi tunawaambia kwamba we shall
Haya, mambo ni kama hayo. Naona Mama Mary ameungana na sisi, hata Bwana Duke ameungana na sisi, na mzalendo na kuomba utoke kwa curtain. Mambo ni kama hayo, tutaendelea kucheza hizo clips tukiangalia vile kuliendelea, na kama vile mother alituambia, hii vita si ya baba, ni ya Wakenya wote, irrespective of the side of the political divide you are. I believe all of us, whether from Azimio on Kenya Kwanza or wherever or independent, we want to see electoral justice. Tunataka kama tukipigia Bwana Duke kura, tunajua tumempigia kura na hiyo kura yake imehesabiwa. Si kama kwamba baadaye tuambie kura ya Bwana Duke haipatikani. We want electoral justice for all Kenyans. I mean, irrespective of your political divide. We want mimi naomba, I have a dream. I have a dream like we can be like Americans. I see Americans go to vote, wanapiga kura, wanaenda nyumbani. Mama Mary, sijui kama uko hapa, they never follow kuangalia who was the returning officer ama nani alikuwa anasimamia uchaguzi. They always have faith in the electoral commission. Me, I have not had, I mean, there could be few people complaining, lakini majority of them, you'll not hear them saying that they suspect that their votes are not going to be counted, which means they have made strides. They may have their errors, they may have their challenges, yes. Pengine wako na shida hapa na pale, lakini kusema kweli wako na imani kubwa in the electoral commission, and they believe that they have electoral justice. It's my dream that one of these fine days, sisi wananchi wa Kenya, nitakuwa nikipiga kura pale Tumutomo, nikipiga kura, ninajua kura yangu Mary Wainaina imehesabiwa. Even if I'm the one who voted for you, Mary Wainaina, I'll be sure that vote will be counted. That is what we are looking for. We will continue playing those clips, and as we forge the way forward. So today, ladies and gentlemen, and even the ladies and gentlemen of the comment section, we looking at Azimio Kibera Megalari, and we are also looking what next for the struggle to defend our democracy, because we must defend this democracy. Kwa hivyo hivi sasa nataka kukaribisha dada yangu Mary Wainaina, alafu niende kwa Duke. Bwana mzalendo, na kuomba utoke kwa curtain ndio nikuweke kwa studio. Karibu our sister Mary Wainaina, karibu.
Thank you very much, Julia, Rhoda, and Duke. My pleasure this evening kuwa tuko hai na tunashukuru Mungu ametuweka mpaka wakati huu. Leo, I could not be able to search those names that I have been going around in the country. It has become a hectic. You can imagine how these tribes are very extended. If you go to touch something like Somali, they have got other tribes like clans which are counted as tribes different from Somali, and they are all like, they are traditional, almost the same, but they intermingle in some kind of interrelation, and it's hard to untangle them to find a real straight way of how to get those names. But I'm still moving on. I know how many tribes I've gone through, but I'm still working on that, and I'll finish that job. Otherwise, I'm very grateful and very happy to see Kibera, that even it made me burn my githeri. So I was watching, and then I had the smell, so it made me have anyway, it was a good day, partly, but it's a good thing to see what Kenya is doing right now. And I'm happy for the young guys, they are really in an energetic way that they want to fight for this, and they are very ready for this democracy to be in our hands. It's very shameful that this fake president is still seeing like he has reached the top of everything. But he forgets that he is there to do what is supposed to be done by a president, but he has failed big time. He has also gone today to do some promises to these Ruai people. I don't know whether it was true or not. I can't imagine, and I can't believe this guy is still moving around telling people what he will do. He is doing one step forward and then go back 100 feet. 100 feet backward. That is very bad. And he should know we are not even trusting him even a single inch. We are not. We don't have any trust on him. We don't even want him. So he should know that he is sitting on somebody's seat, and he should be very careful what he is doing. I was very happy to see Wanjigi. Really, even if I hate my brother, please don't step on his toes when I'm watching. It is very, very good that I heard Wanjigi talking about what he said. And I guess everybody heard what he said. I'm very happy for him. And this library of families, let's not intervene. Let's not get into it, because one day, one time, these people will come together and be brother sister keeper. So I'm very happy for what I heard from Wanjigi. And Ruto, please stop your nonsense. Simply because now I see they are coming back the same way that the horse was told to stop and wait for the donkey. This is the fashion that is coming back again. The horse to stop to wait for the donkey. That's the thing. And I know he's aiming to deal with the central businessmen, and I know they are aware of this. They know how it goes, and I hope they are working their way. They know what to do, because Ruto is just to uproot them. He is there to finish them. And I don't know what is wrong with him finishing the people who have businesses, who have employed young men to have something on their table and feed their children. That's unheard of. And I am seeing that even Africa is coming up. Africa is building up to see that everything that happens in any country, it's genuinely done. And the people of the country should be taken care of by the person who is elected by the majority, and that people can be happy to live in their country. They are not happy going out of the country, going to other places where they are not used to, growing in different cultures, which they are not happy about. They are happy in their country, and that is what they want. So the leaders that are being elected in Africa, let's get examples of good people so that we can emulate ourselves with it. What I look at Raila Odinga is about to do a big, big thing for African people, African countries. And we want to succeed on this, because if we have a good example of a country like Kenya, and the other country emulate like Kenya, and listen to what our cries are, and maybe they are crying the same thing. Please, let's work together, Africans, because these foreigners, they don't like us. They are always there to smile at us when they are taking away our natural resources. So when we are talking about Kenya, we are talking about Africa, because if Kenya succeed, Africa will succeed. Because I know what Raila is doing. is what Africa needs to do to make their countries more livable and make a healthy nation in their country, in their territory. We want to have countries that are neighboring, they are healthy so that we can be also healthy. Because if your neighbor is sick, communicable disease, even you'll get sick. So this is what we are praying. Raila succeed, and we see that Kenya succeed, and then Africa take over and do the same thing. African leaders, watch out. Watch what is happening in Kenya so that we can play this game together and make it sure that it succeeds so that many of our inhabitants are happy and comfortable living in their country. We can be visiting Africa countries and exchange ideas, and that is how life should be. We Black people, let's unite. Let's have good relationship so that God can see our future through. Thank you, Julia, for now. I will be back. Thank you.
Asante Mary, pia mimi niliona hiyo clip ya Wanjigi na kwanza nikashangaa sana, lakini when I listened to him I found he was kind of genuine. You know, this disrespect towards the first family is turning forced to be friends. Unaona, some of the things Mary inaenda unaweza kuwa umenikosea, but I may not want your mother to be disrespected. You may be surprised that I will not take that. Okay, let me give a good example of those who may have been divorced from their wives and their husbands. However much your ex-spouse alikosea, if he's the father of your children, or the mother of your children, you'll never want anyone to disrespect them for whatever reason. Now, when I saw Wanjigi reacting like that, I realized that I think the Kenya Kwanza MPs and troops, either they are very ignorant or they are very barbaric. You know, they rushed out at the first family saying that kila mtu alipe tax at Uhuru asinyama. They did not provide us with evidence that the Kenyatta family was not paying tax. And who are they to talk about that? They are not working in KRA, neither are they in charge of KRA. So where was that coming from? And then even Ruto supported them, saying that these allegations that came around that Uhuru is supporting the Raila rallies not to pay tax. That was a scandal that I don't know what Ruto intended to achieve out of that. But I think he achieved worse things than he expected. Because now, you know something, I want to tell the Kenya Kwanza team here. The people from Mount Kenya who voted for Baba, most of them were Uhuru sympathizers. Most of them voted in bitterness. They may have voted to teach Ruto a lesson. Because the more they launched insults and disrespect towards the first family, the more Kenyatta got sympathizers. Ni kama usitukane kijana wetu, usitukane mama yetu. Look at the likes of Cosmos. I mean, the Kenya Kwanza is a couple of bunch of disrespectful leaders. And me, I want to say this. However much, I want to ask the members of Mtembei and those who are in Azimio, however much hampendi Ruto, hata kama amewakosea, don't disrespect his family. It is very bad, even for us here, to come here and disrespect his family, disrespect his mother, disrespect. I mean, it's a bad thing. We should not do that. Let us respect those who are older than us. Nataka kukaribisha Duke. Karibu Duke. Nice to see you. Tunakuomba tumeona issue ya Kibera. I mean, rally ya Kibera. And then Duke, like we are saying, and the rest of us, we want justice in our electoral system. We want to defend our democracy irrespective of our political divide. So nakukaribisha Duke. Endelea toa maoni yako.
Yes, good morning, good evening, wherever you are. What I want to tell you is that all what you see is politics. And sometimes politics does not embrace the reality. It's a situation where people comes comes up with stuff, with different information so that to attain the end result. Or maybe if it's a competition to win. So sometimes politics is not science, it's not technology. People just say things with specific intentions. I'm saying this because we know what happened, what has happened previously. If you want to go back, you can remember what Raila Odinga was talking about Uhuru Kenyatta. But now it's completely opposite. And maybe in come 2 years, 3 years, you may find that now Ruth and Raila are speaking from the same page. So what I tell all Kenyans is that sometimes the politicians may call themselves enemies, so that to achieve what they want, they just want to work with your emotions so that to align you in a way. Having said that, I want to address the issue of taxes. You know, each country, the source of revenue for each country is taxes and borrowing. So actually, the main source is taxes, because even if you borrow, you will be forced to pay it. So at the end, it's these taxes which will be used to pay the borrowing. So I don't think that borrowing is a source of income in the long term, because you have to pay it at the end. So taxation is critical for any government to work. As per the context of Kenya, or the situation where we are as a country is whereby we have almost approaching the limit of our borrowing. It's like we have taken the maximum. Can you imagine that we use half, that's around 50% of the revenue we get from taxes to pay the debt? Can you imagine if you are earning your salary, then you have to cut half and to pay for the debt? It means you have not paid rent if you are paying one, you have not bought food, maybe you have not, all those things which are waiting you to do. So that's the reality in Kenya right now, that all the money the government gets half pay debts. Then it will pay all civil servants, all those mandatory expenditures. So you can imagine if we were not even paying the debt, the government can even double its reforms or policies. For example, you can even employ twice the number of people it's employing currently if we are not paying that tax. So that's why taxes is critical. But another critical aspect of taxation is that it makes businesses or individuals to operate on a fair ground. So if we are going to have a scenario where some companies are paying taxes and others are not paying taxes, then an open market or a free market will never operate. It's impossible for a new investor to come and make a profit. For example, if maybe you are buying a given commodity, say alcohol, you are buying it at 100 pop so that you can retail it or sell it as 150 to make a profit. Maybe that 50% entails VAT. Now here you have another company which is not paying VAT. And then it reduces the prices of the goods the two of you are selling. So it means all customers will buy from a given company. And it's not that company is competitive. It's because it's not paying taxes. Therefore, it's lowering prices of goods and services. And then no new company can come in, because if you are new, you don't know the system, you have to pay taxes. Then you, after paying taxes, everything, no profit, because you have to pay taxes, then you will be forced to provide goods and services at a very high price. So that's why it's important to, if there is a tax system, it must be fair. All people must pay. I'm surprised the kind of people you are supporting. All those people are not, whether it's the Kenyatta family, Moi family, those are extremely rich families. Even if they just keep 1% of your wealth, they will have enough to spend for the entire lifetime. But we have Kenyans who cannot even afford food within today. And they are filthy rich individuals who now you are telling they should not be touched, they should not pay taxes, something of that kind, by using some clauses of the constitution or the rules of Kenya, which does not exist. Because if you say that after inheritance you should not pay tax, and a lot of Kenyans have inherited property, it means that in the long term, when some people almost are, or the entire generation has been removed, then nobody will be paying taxes because people die and they pass on their wealth or property too. So that must be, it's every person must pay tax. Number two, about the IPC, where Raila is proposing that each county should have its own like IPC or something of that kind. I will oppose that because number one, that means a referendum. That's what he is not, because if you are altering the function or the mandate of independent institutions and the arms of the government, that changes must only be done through a referendum or a constitutional changes. So that means he must start by bringing up a referendum if you have to overhaul the current independent institution which is there. But to a large extent, the election results to a large extent, they may be fair or they are accurate, but it's because of mistrust and statements of influential people. I'm very sure if maybe Raila did not win fairly, let us assume that Raila did not win and the election was fair, but he decides to tell his people or his followers that he has been rigged out. I'm very sure millions and millions will pay that. So that's the situation we are as a country, whereby what matters is what an influential reader says, not what's true. So we need to build trust and build this for Kenyans to be more sensitized and more civilized to the extent they are able to establish that something is true or false by their own and not depending on what a given influential person is saying. So I'm pretty sure there have been issues in the past, but if all we obey is what our reader says, then even if we reform the IPC 1,000 times, something of that kind, we will never agree. Because what I say is that elections are done at the polling station. That must be critical. If you are trying to say it's Chepkati, you have to address the fundamental requirement that are formed from that 4A from each polling station. It is final. Chepkati is not allowed to change that. So the question is this: who was bringing those forms from the thousands of polling stations? Because how can he change? The road does not allow him to change that. So what you have to address is about how those forms, which are final from thousands of polling stations, were changed. Give us a proper explanation. Don't say Chepkati. So this story does not add up. So that's what I can say for today.
Asante Duka, naona mkono ya Roda uko juu, lakini kabla ya hapo anaomba nikuulize maswali about 2-3 questions. Now, you said we should not defend those families. Do you have any evidence that the Kenyatta family has not been paying tax, Mr. Duke?
What about also, do you have the evidence that they have been paying tax?
It is not my business. Because just like I don't have evidence, okay, Duke, let me say this, just like I don't have evidence whether you have been paying tax, you Duke, or not, or Makiadi, I'm a Rhoda, I'm a Mary.
Okay.
So where is the evidence? Why? Okay, let me ask you, what did the president and his hawks in Kenya Kwanza target the Kenyatta family. Did they provide any evidence from KRA that they have not been paying tax?
What I can say is that I'm very sure from their reaction, the way they are reacting, somebody like me, I have never even watched a video where the mother of Uhuru Kenyatta is speaking. When he was responding about that, that's the first time I heard her voice. So the fact that they are responding now,
No. Before you got the responding, tell me
it may be true, because why can't
Duke,
you say I'm paying?
No, Duke, tell me, give me an answer. Tell me why the president and his hawks singled out the Kenyatta family. Did he provide any evidence to that effect? Your answer should be yes or no. Did he provide any evidence?
You see, if you we are talking about. Let me respond in this way.
No. Give me an answer of yes or no. Did you see any evidence?
That's limiting freedom of expression.
No. I just want you to tell me. Did you see any evidence on the Nation newspaper or Star that the president and the government?
Yes. He gave specific. For example, let me give one example.
Did he give an example that the Kenyatta family have not been paying tax?
Yes. Let me tell you for one example.
Mm-hmm.
Even, do you remember the debate of Gasawa and Karua?
No,
actually,
I'm talking about now.
Yes, even now, because it stands up to now, that information.
Where is the evidence?
When the NCPA bank was being formed, through the signature of the president, he made sure that NCPA is not paying tax, which is unconstitutional.
Can you provide that evidence? If you are caught in a court of law, can you provide that evidence?
Yes, I can provide that.
Because what I'm discouraging in this show is this propaganda from Kenya Kwanza.
We have information.
No, Duke. Allow me to correct you.
Even if you Google that.
Allow me to correct you. And now I want to correct you as we continue. I'll give you a chance, maybe after Rhoda. The president came out guns blazing and some Kenya Kwanza hawks against the first family ati lazima walipe tax, ati ndio wanaenda kufandi kamkuji za Raila, ati wanafandi. The statement was, Duke, they are funding Raila's kamkunji because they don't want to pay tax. And these people who are saying this, Mr. Duke, don't even work in KRA. You two don't work in KRA. In fact, if you come to matters of my taxation, that is intruding to my privacy. But if I'm sued in court by KRA, then Duke, you have the right to say Julia was sued in court by KRA for not paying tax. We have not seen anywhere that the Kenyatta family have been sued by KRA for not paying tax. So I can tell the viewers here, that is propaganda and that is shameful. We are not defending the Kenyatta family. We are agreeing with you that everybody must pay tax. Lakini that propaganda targeted to a particular family is shameful. Secondly, do we also have evidence that Tuto is paying tax for all his companies? We don't. So we can start an allegations here also that we don't know whether he's paying tax or not. And we can say, Mr. William Samuel, please make sure you pay tax for all your companies. Stop fighting the first family because you don't want to pay tax. Can we also turn it like that? And we can also turn it like that and say, Mr. Duke Omariba, we suspect you are not paying tax. So stop scandalizing the fact. I think you won't like it if we do that. So my point is, Mr. Duke, is that when we present information in this show, we should be ready to back it with evidence. Now, if I talk about paying people not paying tax in Kenya, the only person I know who has come to the limelight, I know there are many more. One of them is the Keroches. That one was even in court. So we can discuss here candidly and discuss with each other why were Keroches taken to court for not paying tax. Lakini hii maneno ya kusema kwamba ati Uhuru is funding Baba's Kamkunjis to protect himself from paying tax. That is, I want to say what I always say. That is really high class nonsensical. The other thing you have said that about what Baba is proposing, I think he's proposing summing the electoral colleges, and you ask a good question. If the data that was recorded in Form 34A is not correct, or we don't believe it is correct, who is to blame? So we are also asking ourselves, so what do we do to make sure the information, the votes counted at the polling station, and the ones counted at the county level are the ones that are reported. That is why Baba, I think, is coming close to electoral college, so that we make sure we can even go Murorongo, we make sure the votes counted at that particular polling station are the ones reported. So you also talked about that if we have to do this, we need a referendum. I agree with you. And we went for a referendum in 2010. You see, if it will mean for us to go for a referendum, Duke, to implement electoral justice in this country, in Kenya, then let it be. Then we need to go for a referendum, because we cannot bury our heads in the sand and pretend that everything is all right. So I'll give you another chance, Duke, to come later. Rhoda, you had a question or a comment?
Yeah,
Then
a question. I
Makiadi.
want to ask you, you didn't feel something in your heart when you see an old woman, how she was expressing? How did you feel in your soul? She's like your grandmother, right? I was teared the way she was speaking. That woman, she's a first lady. She need to be respected. Did you hear even our opposition leader, how they say? Even Korekuma, the first president in Ghana, they respect the first lady. First lady is the same like a queen. Mama Gina, she's like a queen. She need to be valued. She need to be respected. You didn't feel something in your soul? But they even have not paid. I'll sell my land to give them. I was teared. She's like my mom. How do you feel? Let us speak like a Kenyans, one voice. How did you feel in your soul? I ask you. I know you have a feelings, right? You can feel other people feel. How did you feel? Me, I used to feel feelings for other people. Mimi nakana ichi ya wazungu, and I used to feel them. They come, they talk with me. You know what? Oh, my child, not come and visit me. I give them hug. And then we don't have the same color. Come on. How do you feel? We need to have an empathy for other people. That's one keeping me moving, keep going, to have an empathy about others. Shame on you. You cannot just come here and just...
Asante Roda, let us not go there. I appreciate that we maintain the decorum and we don't go that far. Lakini Duke amesikia, maybe he doesn't have feelings. Duke, do you want to say something before I welcome
Yes,
Makia?
yes. Actually, there are two cases which have been brought. We are in the process of being brought to court. One is NCPA Bank, which is owned by Uhuru Kenyatta. It has not. When it was formed, it never paid tax, around 3.8 billion, something of that kind. And this is a bank which makes billions as profit every year in, year out. And another case is whereby it actually forced Safaricom to introduce Furisa, which is actually illegal, because Furisa is able to deduct money from your M-Pesa account directly. But the way M-Pesa should operate is that you should authorize it using your PIN. But here, there is no privacy anymore, because it means that Safaricom enters your PIN and then takes your money. That's what happens. Why should somebody like take money from your bank account without your authority? Because NCPA is a separate bank. It's the one which is running Furisa, and it's able to deduct money from accounts of Kenyans directly like that. So that's very unfair. About electoral justice, what I can say is this: there has been instances of electoral injustice in the past, more especially 2007 and 2017. However, there is also an exaggeration of that. So we need to be candid in trying to say the truth, because to a large extent is what somebody says. For example, if the whistleblower brought something and all supporters of different person have said, yes, that is the real result, that's final, without any audit, any background checks to ensure that this is but they have put, so it means there is some exaggeration in that itself. But what I say is this: now, assume even if we go to those counties, also those influential people control specific counties. So people would also say this county is controlled by Raila Odinga, there was rigging. all these counties or colleges controlled by Uhuru Kenyatta or William Ruto, then that is real. So what we need to do is to trust the institutions. We empower the institutions which are there so that we can trust them. And for example, maybe by employing technology, something of that kind. I remember I proposed if we have like cameras in each polling station, so that if we have an issue with a specific polling station, there is a website, we see that clip where the returning officer was announcing the results at the polling station. So that's first-hand information. So it would be like what's informed that 4A and the audio of somebody announcing those. That's something good which can actually enhance transparency and trust. If you are talking about Morongo, actually that will be the most unfair process, because if you are assume there is somebody in Kisumu who genuinely wants to vote for Ruto, if people see somebody running to, they will actually beat that person. I think that will be very unfair, because if you are in a stronghold of somebody, you will be compelled to vote for a person who you are not supposed to vote. That it will be actually the most unfair thing to do. About respecting the former first lady, or feeling some why should I? She should be respected by, but why should I feel about her? Because she's very rich, somebody who can actually, if he needs any medication, he can go anywhere in the world. And there is somebody who does not have food today. So who should I feel for? A person who's extremely rich, or somebody who's extremely poor, who's struggling? So that should be the question. And he actually brought herself into the game of politics. It's not a politician should actually kept quiet. So that's what I can say.
Asante Duke, I think it's a waste of time to argue with you about you have a problem with rich people. You have just like Ruto, you have a problem with the first family. And I always say here that it is not that my mother would not have been born in that family. Vile akupa Mary Wainana, Kenyatta didn't see my mother, so leo ningekuwa first daughter. Lakini she was you too, Duke. Your grandmother was very far from Kenyatta's family. And Gachagua, go tell Ruto, Gachagua, nyinyi wote wa Kenya Kwanza. It is unfortunate that your mothers and your grandmothers were not married by Kenyatta ama Moi. So tukubali to stop talking about rich people here. We cannot all be the same. And I think it's a waste of time. As you talk about Safaricom accessing people private data, next time you talk, tell us why Safaricom is still accessing people private data through the Hustler Fund. If I hope you are also against that. As you criticize Fuliza, I hope you're going to criticize Hustler Fund and the way Safaricom is being used to access private data through Hustler Fund, just like Fuliza. I hope you're going to comment about that. Naomba Makiadi amekaa sana. Makiadi naona mkono ya Roda na Amiru inene, lakini wacha nikukaribishe. Karibu Makiadi.
Thank you so much, Julia. I think I'll be very brief. Alafu niachie Mary Wainaina na Roda at least waendelee kutoa. I'll have another opportunity. But mine is just to rebuttal what my brother Duke is saying here. Duke, jana tulikuwa hapa na your friend Mzalendo, and we asked Mzalendo this question. When did people start paying taxes in Kenya? When did we realize that the first families, beginning with Mzee Kenyatta's family, the first, Mzee Moi, the second, and also Kenyatta, when did we realize that they were not paying taxes? That's question number one. Number two, I heard you talking about saying here that there is no law that is in Kenya that exempts people from paying taxes on inherited wealth. I want to refer you right now. I think you have your computer there. I want you to type in the Estate Duty Abolition Act of 1982, number 10 of 1982. And the date that this law was assented is 25th June 1982. The date of commencement was 28th June 1982. And it says, it is an act of parliament to abolish imposition of estate duty. It was enacted it was enacted by the Parliament of the Republic of Kenya as follows. Number one, this act may be cited as Estate Duty Abolition Act 1982 and shall be read as one with the Estate Duty Act. It says, number two, notwithstanding the provision of the Estate Duty Act, no estate duty shall be levied or paid on property which passes on the death of any person dying on or after the 1st of January 1982. So when we come here and bring the propaganda here that you're bringing every day about people not paying taxes, not knowing that there was a law that was passed to exempt the so-called the first families from paying taxes, we are being, we are being, I'm looking for a word that is not abusive. Sitaki niseme ile tunatumianga hapa kila wakati, because tukisema ni propaganda huwa mnaleta hapa mumezoea. You are so used to bringing propaganda here. We are trying to find a word ya kuwa redeem from that mentality. We are being unfair to people here when we come and lie. Every day we lie. We have said here and we will repeat again here. The KRA is a mandated body by the Constitution of Kenya to collect taxes. The KRA has a Commissioner General. The Commissioner General, if any day he wakes up in the morning and goes back to the taxes of the first family, especially the Uhuru Kenyatta, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta family, and finds out that they did not pay taxes ever since they had, this we call wealth, inherited wealth, the KRA commissioner should publish that thing in the newspaper. Na aseme, hii ndio pesa ambayo Uhuru Kenyatta na familia yao wana owe the government. And this is what we expect them to pay. And every Kenyan will say, this thing is not political. It is true that the Kenyatta government owes the government of Kenya or the people of Kenya this such money. Simple. This thing of going to churches, Duke, I'll give you an opportunity to respond. Welcome, Kono Chini. I gave you time to speak. This thing of going, the president of the Republic of Kenya going to churches to try and condemn a family, that this family is not paying taxes, is distraction from the real issues that are happening in Kenya right now. Mark you, William Ruto himself, who is every day trying to publicize the issue of paying taxes, has not shown us his tax returns. William Ruto has not told Kenyans what he pays as tax returns. We have not seen any documentation in the Republic of Kenya since William Ruto began running for office of him paying taxes. When Uhuru Kenyatta tried to push for something called a lifestyle audit, the first person that was up in arms against the lifestyle audit was William Ruto. He was against it. It is on record. So we expect, as we try to tell people to pay taxes, let us also as leaders show people what we have paid. It is genuine for us to push something that we also follow. If this government is not interested in running the affairs of the country, they should step aside, because we are taken into a circus every day. It's a new thing. It begins with the commissioners being sent home. We begin to listen to a tribunal. A tribunal is abandoned. Then something else comes. They come and withdraw the security of the former president to expect, reactions from people. It is not a big story. We throw that aside. The next day, we are importing fertilizer to make headlines, and Gachagua is running all over the country showing people that he's working. It is not a big story. The next day, they look for something else to do. Now, something that is catching the eye of Kenyans right now, it is the issue of the Kenyatta family paying taxes. And that is what the government is trying to do. It is every day trying to formulate something that will capture the headlines so that Kenyans may try to forget that life is unbearable in Kenya. Food is expensive. Fuel is expensive. Housing is expensive. People don't have jobs. That is where we are with this government. It is not possible for William Ruto to be directing the KRA to collect taxes from the pulpit of the church. Governments are not run like that anywhere in the country or anywhere in the world. That is not how governments are run. The government should have a policy. They have a cabinet meeting every now and then. They should come up with a policy and say, from now on, this is the document that we'll be following for those people that are evading taxes. That is what we're going to see. If you tell us that Kenyatta family is not paying taxes, and we know very well the Keroches of this country have or even more than 1 point something billion arrears in taxes, and nobody's touching them. The guy who runs a spirit company in Thika, whose company was shut, he has arrears, big money. We have so many other people in Kenya that have arrears of taxes. Kwa nini hatuoni hizo zikiwa publicized? Is it because they supported William Ruto's campaign? This other lady that was taken to court the other day, anaitwa Mary Wamboi, who owes the government sijui bilioni ngapi in arrears, was forgiven, literally forgiven. Aliambiwa hiyo taxes tumesamehea wewe, and she's walking free. And to top it all, she was given a job, CCK chairperson. Ndio tuonyeshe ya kwamba serikali iko na ile kitu inaitwa kujipiga kifua. Iko na might ya kufanya ile kitu inataka. Duke, let me tell you this. You are talking about this bank called NCBA. NCBA, I think, if I'm not wrong. I hope I got those initials right. You are saying this bank is owned by Uhuru Kenyatta. Can you go and Google, saizi tu kwa kompyuta yako hapo, Google the shareholders wa hiyo bank. Google, this is public information. Any mergers, if you're talking about any information about any company in Kenya that has been registered as a corporation, an LLC or any other name you use, the information is public. I want you to pull the names of the major or majority shareholders of that company. Uniambie ni wapi Uhuru Kenyatta ametajwa kwa hiyo bank. So tuache propaganda hapa. Tuache propaganda. Ile information unakuja kupatia watu hapa, wacha ikuwe ni real information, truthful information. Ndio sasa wakati tunakuja hapa kuargue, we argue on facts, not propaganda and lies. NCBA CEO said, if there are any arrears that the company is being asked to pay by the government, they have a case in court right now. If the court decides that truly this company is supposed to pay this amount of money, the company CEO said he is ready to pay that money. Yuko tayari kulipa hiyo pesa. So let us stop dragging Uhuru Kenyatta into businesses yenye haimuhusu kabisa. Uhuru Kenyatta does not run NCBA Bank. He does not run it. Iko na mtu ambaye anarani hiyo. Kwa nini hamwezi sue that person? Why can't you sue that person who is employed to run that bank? You have to bring politics into everything so that muonekane mnafanya kazi. And Mama Ngina said it very well. Ya kwamba there are ways to do things. This is not a jungle. We do not live in a country where there are no laws. You don't go juu ya gari Ruai kusema kila mtu alipe ushuru. My friend, this is not a high school. It's a government. It has institutions. It has the law. And ambia Uhuru Kenyatta alipe taxes kupitia njia yenye inatakikana. Na hiyo ni kama unajua kwamba hajalipa taxes zake, kwenda kotini mshtaki ya kwamba tunakudai 1.4 billion or trillion, lipa hiyo taxes, muende kotini msumbuane na yeye, mwenye atashinda kesi alipe, mwenye atashindwa ikuwe ni namna hiyo. So tuache kupatia watu propaganda hapa. Tuache kupatia watu propaganda, Duke. I want to teach you something called a tax waiver. If right now, by any chance you open a company, na investment yako ionekane ni mzuri, itasaidia wa Kenya, then serikali iseme tutakupatia tax waiver ku encourage your investment in the country, even 20 years to come, Kama kuna mtu atakuja kushikilia serikali ambaye ni adui yako Duke, aseme ya kwamba hiyo waiver haikuwa inastahili, that person should also go to court to prove why you needed not to be waived. Na hiyo ndio kitu inaendelea saa hii. Hii vitu mnatuambia tax waivers and all that. If any law comes right now that abolishes the tax waivers, then it cannot be used retrogressively. Haiwezi rudi nyuma, itaenda mbele, moving forward. That is how laws are supposed to act. Hii kitu mnakuja kutuambia hapa kila wakati ati that tax waiver was not legal. How do you know it was not legal? If it was passed by parliament or any other body that is mandated to do so, then huwezi kuja kutudanganya hapa ya kwamba hiyo kitu ilikuwa influenced na Uhuru Kenyatta. Kwendeni kotini, jifunzeni kutumia ikoti vile mlienda kutumia koti kusema ya kwamba mumeshinda uchaguzi. Can you go back to the same court? Mwende mwambie hiyo koti ya kwamba hawa watu walipangi ushuru, tunataka muwalazimishe, unless now you want to tell us that these courts have been captured, hazina kazi, then we send the whole courts home. Tuwe na mfalme ambaye ni William Ruto, atakuwa anaamka asubuhi anasema Julia, hujalipa taxes zako, and everybody follows that. Akienda afikirie mtu mwingine mwenye hajalipa taxes, anakuja anatangaza juu ya magari ya kwamba lipa taxes zako. That is where we are going. If we want to abandon law, it's okay, let it be for everybody. Si kusema ya kwamba mtu fulani kwa sababu ni supporter wa William Ruto yeye hafai kulipa taxes, na tunajua ya kwamba hako na taxes za serikali. That is number 2. I think my final one here is this. Duke, unaongea maneno ya kuwa na cameras. I think this is off topic, but I have to mention this. Unaongea maneno ya kuwa na cameras kwa polling station. Mimi sijui kama Mary Wamboi mwahi piga kura mahali huko. I walk into a polling station at 7 p.m. I identify myself. I get a ballot paper. I tick, I vote for the judge. I vote for the state representative. I vote for everybody. I look at my paper, iko clean. I go to the machine hiyo ya kupiga kura, naingiza kura yangu, inaingia ndani, naambiwa iko sawa. Mimi naingia kama ni kwa gari ama ni whatever, naenda nyumbani. Hakuna mtu hata mmoja ako na mtu anaitwa agent kwa polling station. Hakuna kamera Duke. Hakuna Chebukati, hakuna hizi vitu zote zenye tumefanya. We have made our electioneering process very expensive for nothing. Why should you have a ballot paper that has 8 security features? 8 alafu siku ya kupiga kura nakutana na wewe Duke umebeba ballot papers kamukunji kwa gunia, pre-marked ballot papers. So wewe ukikuja hapa unatuambia maneno ya kamera kwa polling station, na sisi tumeona, hata wewe uliona hapa kwa TV, watu wanazunguka na form 34. Kibera unakutana na watu wako na form 34. Ukienda Kamkunji unakutana na watu wako na form 34, and they don't work for the IEBC. So the electoral process in Kenya is not about cameras. It is not about the thing that is being announced in the polling station. That is not about elections in Kenya. Elections in Kenya are a fraud from the tendering process. That is why we have double form 34As. Chebukati anasema, tuko na set mbili. We only needed one, but we have an extra one. Hii extra 34A tutaweka kwa polling station na tutatumia, lakini tutafunika, alafu tutaweka kwa box, kwa ballot box na tuweke seal. So that kama kutakuwa na mtu ambaye anahitaji an extra booklet ya hizi form 34As anaweza tumia hiyo. Then baada ya siku ya uchaguzi inapatikana ya kwamba kuna watu walitumia hizo booklets na hawakupatiwa idhini. They used these booklets to reproduce form 34As, and then they are asked kwa nini mlitumia hizi vitu, wanasema sikuona the first booklet, ama booklet ya pili ilikuwa imepotea or something like that. A very funny excuse. And Duke is here telling us that it is good that we have cameras. So kwa Duke, kuwa na camera kwa polling station means that we have a free and fair election. My friend, tuache kudanganyana hapa. If we want to have a genuine process, it does not matter if we use technology or not. Technology is as good as you make it. A computer itakupatia output kulingana na ile input umeweka, garbage in, garbage out. The technology ya Kenya yenye mmesema imekuwa mzuri kabisa. Everybody talks about ati the portal is open. Hata watu wengine wakina Sudi, they do not even know what the portal is. Yeah? They do not. Unasikia Sudi anasema the server is open. The server was open. Everybody could access the server. And that language is used across. Hata kina Duke wanakuja hapo wanatuambia server ilifunguliwa. Ilifunguliwa na nani? Were you able to access the server? And you use the same language. Kusema ya kwamba the elections were fair because the server was open. My friend, tuache kudanganyana hapa. If we want to make our process as good as we want to be, then we should be able to accept ya kwamba this election process in Kenya is a failure. Ile siku ya mlolongo ilikuwa very easy. Unahesabiwa watu wenye wamesimama nyuma ya line yenye imeandikwa Mary Wainaina, kama ni watu wa 100 au watu wa 100 ndio kura zako. Tunahesabu tu 1 2 3 4 5 6 mpaka 100. Tunasema hao ni watu wako. Duke, it is not hatutaki hata hiyo technology. It is not a must to tumia technology. We are using billions, my friend. Tunatumia 40 something billion. 40 something. Ministry mzima, for example, ya defense does not even use the kind of money that we use to run an election in Kenya for a whole year. Why? Because we are going into things that are not even important. Putting security features on ballot papers, having commissioners fly to Dubai or Kamarago huko mahali printing inafanyika ati kwenda kuangalia makaratasi. Hizi vitu zote ni za upuzi. Kama tuna print pesa yetu in the Republic of Kenya, tuna print hapo de la Rue. Kama tuna print kadi zile za ku top up card, hizo za Safaricom zinaprintiwa na hakuna siku utatumia kadi mara mbili. There's no day. They are very secure, they are very safe. Ikishatumika, that's it. Why are we spending all this money, billions of shillings, taking commissioners abroad, you know, political party representatives atuende waangalie ballot papers zikiwa for what? Let's make our election process as simple as it is. Very simple. Hata Raila Odinga anasema hii mambo ya technology haisaidii. I agree with him. Let's make it very simple. Ikuwe rahisi kabisa. Kama ni karatasi moja unapiga, as long as jioni yake hiyo karatasi ulipiga ndio inahesabiwa kama kura yako. That is all people are demanding. So let us come here and make this thing election. Hii story tunapiga hapa kila siku ya election. Ionekane ni kitu ambayo moving forward, it is not about who is going to be the president, as long as that person who is the president won free and fair. Julia, let me stop there because I'm taking so much time and it's getting passionate. I'll get another opportunity.
Asante Makiadi. So we are agreeing that kama wewe si KRA usitulete maneno hapa ati nani ya kulipa tax. If you don't, Mr. Duke and everybody else, if you don't have information from KRA, let us not bring these side shows here. Who did not pay tax, who paid tax. It is not our responsibility kufuata wenye wajalipa tax. Kama kuna mtu hajalipa tax, KRA mpeleke kotini. Although Makiadi leo Ruto alisema that kuna vita mingi between the government owned companies and KRA, na akasema, did you hear what he said? That naomba these companies owned by the government muongee na KRA, muache hiyo maneno ya kupelekana kotini. You see what you said, Makiadi? He doesn't like legal process. Ati waongee wapi na hat or under the tree. What was he trying to say? We don't want these side shows in the church. Let KRA take people who have not paid tax to court, period. Hatutaki kusikia hiyo porojo iko kwa makanisani na nini. I want, Mary had something to say and then Rhoda, alafu nitakaribisha bwana Calvis, then Duke will have a chance to rebut if he wants to. Yes, Mary Wainaina, karibu.
Thank you, Julia, and thank you, Makiadi. You really preempted me all what you said, and I'm very happy because these people is like they have never been educated. They are coming to be educated here. UDA have got a problem of understanding things, and that is my problem because we will be getting tired here and even agitated because what they are bringing here is what they did not understand in class. So we are going to teach you, and you are going, and it will be final for you to understand and go home, write notes, and understand that you are not our student, but we will make you understand what is going on. Really, you have said that we should have cameras. In Kenya, we have cameras. I believe we have to have even cameras in the judges' brain so that we can know what they are thinking. Because even if we have cameras at the polling station and then things are changed and then we take the case to court and the judges say it is hot air, what are we doing? It's just misusing money and making everything expensive for nothing. I believe those people who are saying that we should put cameras, they are the thieves. They are the people who cannot let the country run smoothly because that spending is too high for nothing. What is wrong with me taking a ballot paper and fill my people who I have chosen and put the paper and I go home? What is the problem there? What is difficult? Is it counting 1, 2, 3 up to whatever number? And there are so many people seated there to count. And it is not even counting at that big bunch. You are counting as they go. So Duke, please, you people, you are making the work so hard and very expensive for nothing. Even these ballot papers, I understand that they were being printed on the street. Yani kwa street to kiosk. It's not a place that you would like to be. Kiosk, which can be done even in Kenya. But because it is out of the country, they think that foreign country is better than even your own country. That is the belief. And it is not. You are really failing yourself. You said that let's assume that rigging did not take place. We are not assuming it took place, and we can prove it. You said about KRA. KRA is an institution that should. I wish this information was leaked, not somebody standing on top of a car and telling people what the family of Kenyatta are supposed to do. It would be better if this information came from a different angle. But this shows that there is somebody who is very angry with a certain family and very adamant to ruin their life or to ruin their name or whatever they want to do, because what he is doing is not something that is benefiting the country. How much is it that if Kenyatta pays the taxes, what is it going to do for the country? How much is it to help the country that is not able to do it now before they pay the taxes? We have got problems with you guys because there is so many things that you are trying to bring here and don't hold water. Last time I asked Mzalendo about if somebody steals his TV and he gets him and take him to court, and this man is acquitted by the judge. And I asked him, what would you call that man? He said, I can't call him anything because he has been acquitted by the judge, because the judge made the right decision. Look at how they argue. They argue like people who are not living in this world. It's like they are in another world and then they come. Aliens. I don't understand them. IEBC failed big time. And I want to let Duke know that Form 34 was a problem all over the place, but nobody wanted to accept the mistake. They just wanted to make sure that we understand how they understand, as if we are maimed. We are not sick. We understand things and we will continue understanding. We are not going to stop there. So what we are talking about is something that we understand, and we want proof that you did not do wrong. All these forms that were coming from 2 different places with one Kim's kit, we want to know how it happened. And these mistakes that they try to adjust, to correct. Remember the form that they were saying that, we were just correcting with a pen. Chebukati himself, how could you correct a form that is official with a pen? What were you doing there? There was no reason that he gave, just fake information that he was trying to give so that people can relax. But he knows he did a big blunder and rigging took place. These people, we don't want, Actually, we should not be listening to what propagandas you are bringing here. We should be going upon to the agenda that we have instead of teaching you people, because always you are dragging us backward. We are not going forward. We are not making a country better. We are just having bitterness because you guys, you are just trying to lie and lie every day and bringing propagandas that will make us just agitated and feeling very uncomfortable communicating with you guys. Because you look like you are looking always something different from what we understand, trying to sugarcoat it so that we can get it the way you want us to get. But we will not. We are not going to understand you, because all lies and propagandas you bring here, we are going to untangle them and expose you as much as we can. You have been answered so many things by Makiadi, and what he told you, you go and read, and he gave you the title of what you're gonna write there. Did you read? Did you understand? Why do you want to shame yourself in front of many people like we are? It is ridiculous. I stop there, although I have so much, but I don't want to speak too much. Thank you so much, Julia.
Asante. Naomba, nafikiri Mary amesikia. Rhoda, you have something that I welcome, Mr. Calvins.
No, I just want to say, I don't like when the Ruto go to church every Sunday anaongea about siasa. Mi nashangaa, kwani kanisa la Kenya is like, it's not a place for the worship. You know, like that church they wear, people like Mark Karaoke, it's the people I knew when I was a child. I used to watch his church in KBC, in the Riverside, in Nakuru. People I used to see, they are the men can bring our politicians together. Other men can make our country more integrity and wisdom. People like Telesia Wairimu, but those people they don't care. When I saw that church, it's on a big stomach. They don't care. Now this if you read the Old Testament, they were banning false prophets. You remember like that Muzibambwe, he came to a country, he died that Ruto win the election. And that guy, my pastor is from Zimbabwe. He told me that guy, he used another spirit. For me, if I could be the Kenya president, I could close all the church. The church, they don't bring our politicians together. I close it. For me, if I be the president of the public of Kenya, I will close all the church. And I'm telling you, though, if I take the president, I'll close all the church. And those prophets fake, first, they need to be burned with the fire, because they're the one who have destroyed in Kenya, in Africa. That guy from Zimbabwe, he had been destroyed using false prophet. Whole Africa, Zambia, he did the same thing, using force, even Ghana, force to say that have win, and he used another spirit. That guy, he need to be burned with the fire. And I hope they will not allow him to come to the Kenya again, because that guy, he came to lie. Things are not the truth. So me, I'm one of which kind of church. So the Church of Kenya, me, if I be her praise, I could close it. I don't agree with those kind of churches. Thank you.
Asanti. Serikali ya Bwana Zakayo iko juu ya magari na inafanya kazi kwa kanisa. So I think that is what we will be seeing. Hello, Mr. Calvins. Good to see you. I hope ulienda Kibera. Ulitembea Kibera leo. Mimi nilikuwa huko, nitawajulisha vile kulikuwa. Karibu Bwana Calvins.
Thank you so much. Nimekuja kwa ajili ya huyu Duke, wacha tukuelimishe tu kidogo, pay attention kidogo tu ndio ujue life when it's mine. We always have what we call future. Future need you to be very careful. All you are talking about today, you may not even repeat them tomorrow, because you can't stand by them. You can feel ashamed of what you said yesterday, because the truth is catching with you. Jaribu sana ukae chini uangalie future. Right now, Uda can feed you. How about tomorrow? How about 10 years time? How about 20 years time? How about wajukuu wako? Will they have access to Huda? No. So when you're being told something, ukiangalia, the world is always a mirror. It reflects exactly hiyo unaambiwa. When you see 2, 3, 4 people are telling you something, man, look up, open your eyes. Jaribu tu angalie, why are they saying this? There is what we call future. Right now you can say election haikuibiwa. My friend, you are treating something. Unalea disease yenye utatibu kesho. Somebody will come mwenye hata hawai vote hata. Na atasoma ile strength venye kulienda. They will copy it. That's why it has been flowing from 2007. You say it was there. 2013 ndio huyo. 2022 ndio ikaenda hivyo. There will come a time when now utasema hata wewe mwenyewe unasema it's too much. Be honest, always be honest. Inasaidia sana. When you talk of truth, truth is like a sun, you cannot cover it. You know why people are suffering in Kenya? Do you hear a lot? Truth is a middle ground. And on the left side of it is legality. And the other side is liberation. You will hear those words all the time. Legal, liberation, but where is the truth? That's where you have the problem. Once you miss the truth, you will hear those words all the time. So, for today, you can get it right. Mmepita. Like we said in 2013, accept and move on. We say that one again. And right now, man, moving on, imekata. Why? It always goes like that. Inafika mahali, Mungu naye anachoka anasema, people, you have to face the truth. Comes a time in life, you will face the truth. Ndio maana imekata. Mnajaribu mpaka kwa Mungu huko kanisani bado imekwama. You guys in UDA, you should be very careful now. Mfa muangalie mketi chini. Muangalie. What did we talk about last year? Pesa mfukoni, is it there? No. Hustlers, hii government imekuja ni yenu. You realize it can't be done because you are lying. Muliahidi vitu. Kufika sahi imekataa. Reason, au kukaa chini, to be honest with yourself. Na ukajiambia ukweli. Inakujanga time mwacha kuangalia Raila is on. Don't articulate your issues surrounding Raila and everybody. Just go to the truth. What do we need? Free, credible, and fair election. Can we be happy that somebody is elected, amepigiwa kura na ameshinda vizuri? Can that be, hiyo itafurahisha namna gani? Tuangalie, what are we leaving for our children? Right now, there is cattle rustling. Imekuwa big problem. Why? Because we brewed it. Tulilea hiyo kitu. Sasa imekuja vijana wenye wanajua kuchapa gun. Wachana ile gun walikuwa wanatumia kitambo. Wame advance. Reason, we were joking when they started it. Imeenda mpaka Kindiki anaenda anasimama pale na wanachoma moto huko na wanaambia kuja, come on. They dare even the president. Anafanya anasema kitu hivi leo na wewe kesho wanarudia kitu kingine. And they kill people. Because we close our eyes and we pretend not to see. You are talking right now. If I were you, I would go to Uhuru and say, Ruto, kujibu hizi vitu wachana nayo, tumikia vijana kazi. Work for people. Only what will help Ruto ni kufanya kazi to the Kenyans. Hiyo tu. Ana hiyo ground yenye mnasema hata kienda church mara ngapi, it won't work for him. He has to lower the price of Uber. Unapata? There is nothing, there is no magic. He only has to work. Weka bado unangalia Raila. Oh, my friend, wanakuleta usimame kwa gari, waanze kuenda Ruiru kwenye mnienda. That's what they're doing. Watakuwa sukuma na mtaenda na hiyo ujinga, by the time you realize 5 years hamjafanya kazi. These people are setting you in a trap because mmekataa kukaa chini na kuangalia ukweli. Why should a sitting president aende kila mahali kufanya nini? Na unga ndio hiyo iko juu. Sometimes I sympathize with you. Right now, no school imekuwa expensive. You can't bear it. Mom, nilijaribu kupeleka mtoto nursery. 20,000. I was reading Facebook. Kuna jamaa paa aende shule fulani. Rio Kindo in Kisii. Fee 40,000. Uniform 12,000. Sijui nini hizi matumizi, mattress nini hii inakuwa 20. This thing is 70,000. This guy has nothing. Who ni offer. Anaomba usaidizi. Do you know how many people can contribute ndio ifike 70,000? Nani atakusaidia na hii pesa? Na still have time even. Kama mimi ni nani siwezi ongea hata mambo na tax na nini. We can sit down and see. Is it bearable for these people who want to pay tax? Alafu the worst thing nasikia anaongea, anasema ati ukinunua kimbo you are paying tax. Sasa mama ngine anunui hiyo kimbo ama ana manufacture yeye. She's buying it too, meaning analipa tax. So everybody is paying tax in Kenya. Uangalie tu tuache kuingiza siasa kwa hii story. We just sit down. There is relevant authority to check on tax. Mbona anaingilia? Siachie KRA waangalie. Let KRA talk. Kama unajua uko na evidence, present it. Tuweke ikue uniform. There is one thing, let me tell you. I talk about future. You never know. If you can go back kuchukua Uhuru na Ruto in 2013, wakivaa zile matai, the same people, did Uhuru know anaweza fanya kitu yenye anafanya sasa hivi? How sure is Ruto? Mtu wake wa mkono hapa hata tokea anafanya hiyo kenye anafanya? Are you sure somebody will not do that? Maze, jiambie ukweli, kuna future. Tunaelekea mahali itakuja ikue, hata hiyo dogo Gachagua amerudishiwa. Kuna moja atakuja hapa aseme hiyo leta bwana, ilikuwa ya gava. You are setting a wrong foot on so many things. We urging you, mukae chini, come to reality. It's not time to argue na mtu yote. You guys should not even argue. We hata ifaa ukue hapa, we just take notes. Na uende kwa Ruto, jioni mwambie mzee, bei ya unga imekuwa too much, watu wanalia. Hii tu ndio nakwambia. Wachana mambo na KRA na nini, tutatue hii shida yenye imeshika hii nchi kwanza. Ndio turudi tuongee. They are bandits. Mzee Jamali shoot 200 house. Mzee, that's how petty we are. Why do we even steal cows? Hii ni akili imetoka wapi? We are stealing everything. Duke, kwa real kabisa. Kwa real kidogo. Wacha kubishana. Stop a lot of debate in your mind. Or free up yourself. Now uangalia, I know you have your cousins, your relatives who are going without food. Maze, watete, nilikuwa nasikia jamaa anasema ati Raila should line up his people in front, watoto wake. That's how sad it is. Watoto wa Raila walali njaa. Watu wanataka unga, walilala njaa. So they are the one. Raila should not even be there, according to me. Ifaa kae kando. Raia watoke yao wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Wang'ang'ane, that's their right. You cannot live in a country, you can't even drink water. Nilisikia shosho mwingine Kiambu anasema wanangoja wakufe kama watakunywa maji ya nini mvua. Imefika that level. Hii gava imeleta shida juu. There is a problem. Once you are told kuna shida, kaa chini uangalie. It can be very easy when you guys talk sense na mna solve pamoja. Ruto can follow easily what you are talking about. Mkianza kumtetea. It can work. Akiambiwa mazee unga inaenda juu, wewe ukienda kwake jioni, utume Moses Kuri aende amwambie, utume Sudi aende amwambie, Murkomen amwambie, ataangalia yeye pia ni binadamu. You look at it and say mazee surely. But when we keep on lying na tunatetea vitu za ujinga, it's so bad. Alafu we are going to church. Na hii church tunaenda, tunahubiri nini? Huu Mungu anatetea Ruto peke yake, anaacha wana Kenya njaa. Is it God punishing Kenyans when wanalala njaa, ama who is being punished and who is this God for? Is it for Ruto or for wakubwa na hao wengine hawana Mungu then because they can't afford school fee? Watu waliniomba fee karibu 6 people mpaka nikashangaa mazenya hii watu 6. Does the government knows they lack fee? Ukikuja hapa ndio mambo na tax, mambo na nini, wachana nayo. We are in a problem. Tuongee kama Wakenya, shida yetu ni nini? Election can be a time bomb. There are some 8 million people when you work vote. Now they are being affected na hii regime. What do you think they are thinking? In their mind, tulipiga kura ikashindikana, tumeacha kupiga imeshindikana. What next? And you must your number, 8 million people are so many. Hata wakitoka tu sahi Kenya, 8 million people, you see what? They will come to fight. That's why unaambiwa tuangalie election justices, tuangalie, tuongee ukweli mazee. Kama hii kufanyika vizuri, tuseme mazee haifanyiki vizuri. This number 8 billion. Umeuliza kwa nini hawakupiga kura? You should ask yourself, okay, Ruto got 6 million, whatever he got. Raila got this one. How about these people when you hawakupiga? Why? And what is the trend? In 2000 and something, mtu alisema hapo, nilisikia alisema 2 million, ikaruka 4 million, ikaenda 16 million, ikaenda 8 million. Who never vote? Then they realize their life is affected. What do you think they're thinking? Plus other people who will join them. Man, it's a sira piling. Ni a sira in a pile. You talk of justice, you've never seen what we call jungle justice. You see it. People will lose identity. Hautaamini hata mama shosho. Utaona mama shosho akipiga somersault one time na anapiga karate ile hujaijua because it's too much. It's on that. Don't wait for that time. Angalia hiyo kitu. Rekebisha hii. Rekebisha tu, siseme ati alipita. Ruto is the president already. Mwambie tu mazee, wachana hii mambo na electoral and whatever. Let's start it up. Tuangalie shida ilikuwa na wapi. Let's have a fair one. Ndio mtu aridhike, akishindwa aende nyumbani kama ameridhika. But the way you are putting it, my friend, oh no, mnajaza sira inakuja mbele. Ni vita mtaona. Watu watasema tumejaribu kura imeshindikana. Let's go to the street and we fight. It happens all over the world. That's what it is. Go with justice. Tafuta ukweli iko na wapi. Na tuendelee hivyo polepole, turekebishe. Isikuwe na mambo na chebukati. Sasa mmeenda kucheza game na wenye mmefurahia game ni side moja. Mwenye na celebrate ni Huda. And they call it freedom is here. Kuna freedom ya wengine pia itakuja na ita infringe your right pia. Wewe pia freedom yenu itakuwa imekanyagiwa. Please. Wacha mambo na kupigana na hao watu wengi hapa. I do see the two ladies, everybody is always pointing at you all the time. That's younger all the time. And then I'm wondering, what are you not learning from these people? Who Mary Wanaina, do you think she's young? She's not even interested in so many things. Ni Kenya inamchoma ni hiyo. Ujinga hiyo yenye anaona. Learn it from them. I do hear people like Matiani. They try to explain to you things they are keen. As a young man, you look. Get to learn. Don't hate instruction. Follow it and see. And don't make yourself look stupid before people. Don't paint your picture. Hii nini inaonekana the whole one. Mimi siko Kenya, mimi niko Seattle, Washington. But I do see you are doing here all the time, arguing. Now I do wonder, why are you arguing like that all the time? Because you think your man is on power. So sad. Okay, kuna wengine watakuja nyuma yenu who will be mightier than you, like John told them. Kuna moja anakuja hapa nyuma yangu. Asanteni.
Right. Thank you so much, my brother Calvins. I think kila siku tutakuwa hapa tutakumbushana ya kwamba we are not going to let our country go to the dogs so that we can satisfy the ego of one William Ruto. That one hatutakubali. Mzalendo, I can see you in the back. Wakisha kamera ni kuongeze hapa ukuje usaidie Duke. Naona propaganda imezidi hapa. And before I give you a right of response, Duke, allow me to play one video here, then we can move forward from there.
Mimi nauliza nyinyi, si nyinyi mnalipa ushuru? Si ukienda kununua kimbo unalipa ushuru? Si ukienda kununua mkate unalipa ushuru? Mnataka wale wadosi wakose kulipa ushuru? Watu wawache nani? Tunaelewana? Ndio mimi nimesema Kenya sio animal farm. Kenya ni nchi, sisi wote tuko sawa mbele ya katiba na sheria. Si kweli? Na mimi nafurahi kwamba sasa Wakenya wote wamekubaliana hakuna mambo ya waiver ya tax. Kila mtu awe mrefu mfupi, awe tajiri maskini, awe anajulikana hajulikani, awe mweupe mwembamba, kila mtu atalipa ushuru kwa Kenya yetu. Ama mnasemaje? Si kila mtu alipe? Kwa sababu nchi yetu karibu inazama kwa mambo ya madeni. Na hiyo madeni itaumiza nchi yetu. Na dawa ya deni ni sisi wenyewe kulipa ushuru, ndio tuendeshe serikali yetu kwa ushuru ya taifa letu la Kenya, sio kwa madeni ya watu wengine ambao kesho watahangaisha uchumi wetu. Tumekubaliana? Tuko pamoja hapo? Lakini mimi nafurahi sana hata wale wadosi wamekubali ya kwamba ushuru watalipa. Hiyo maneno mzuri kabisa. Hapo tuendanishe na hapo. Ile maneno ya zamani ya waiver ya huyu, waiver ya ule, kwa sababu anajulikana, kwa sababu ni mtu ya mtu mkubwa, hiyo mambo wasahau. Kila mtu
Aya, ninasikia huyu nabii akiongea maneno. Kuna maneno anaongea hapa inanifurahisha sana. Duke, nabii anasema ya kwamba mmekubaliana kama Wakenya kila mtu atalipa ushuru. Ni siku gani mlikubaliana Wakenya wasilipe ushuru? Number one, because my understanding is this, that everyone is supposed to pay taxes. That is number one. Everybody is supposed to pay taxes. And if there is a waiver that exempts anyone from paying taxes, then the right channel to address that is to bring a bill in parliament. Unaleta bill kwa parliament. Parliamentarians wana discuss kwa hiyo bill. Ikipita parliament iwekwe kidole namna hii, bas hiyo inakuwa ni sheria. Otherwise hizi vitu zote unasikia huyu jamaa akiongea juu ya gari, hiyo ndio hiyo vitu tunakuitia hapa propaganda. Those are the things zenye hazisaidii wa Kenya hata kidogo. And my this is 6 months. Ni kama tumerudi kwa campaign mode already. That's the so-called the president of the Republic of Kenya. Already amepanda juu ya gari mahali amezoea. You cannot be making noise when you are in the government and when you are out of government. He's supposed to be the president. Why can't he follow the right channels? Why can't he follow the right channels za kuaddress issue ya waiver? Tuache kupigiwa kelele kila siku kwa magari. I mean, whatever the opposition is doing, the government is doing even worse. Now, it is the government that is crying more than the opposition. Have you ever seen a country whereby the government, ile serikali iko kwa kiti, ndio inapiga nduru kushinda upinzani? Kwa nini hawa watu wako wasifanye kazi, Duke? Kwa nini wasifanye kazi? Kama wako na mandate ya kufanya kazi, basi wafanye kazi, na wako na parliament, wako na majority, wako na senate, wako na majority, wako na speaker of both houses. Let a bill kwa parliament ya kusema ya kwamba hakuna waiver moving forward. Sign that bill when it goes into parliament. Ikipita ikuwe law, then we can address those issues of waiver moving forward. History ingine mingi mnatuambia ati mambo ya kulipa kimbo, na umeambiwa hapa vizuri kabisa na Calvins hapa. Kila mtu analipa ushuru, hata huyo mwenye unamuita mdosi, and they've marked you, this guy is a billionaire. and there are Kenyans behind huko wanampigia makofi akisema wale wadosi. This guy is a billionaire. Are we brainwashed as Kenyans? This guy has never shown us what he makes in a year, but he is busy condemning others so that he can distract us from the reality. We are going to put pressure on this guy. That is our job. I give you right of response.
Okay, let me start from where you are saying that the president should use the right channels. And that was the same question or a statement from Kireta. Well, he has not arrested anybody. He is just expressing the opinion or informing Kenyans. So it's a debate. He has not used his power maybe to cross rules companies, something of that kind. It's just putting across information, and Kenyans should actually express their opinions or inform us. And the genesis of this is whereby there was a meeting with KRA, and as per the records, KRA is able to correct like around 47%. That within the rates which are there, not increasing them, around more than 50% is not accessed by KRA for one reason or another. But you go to other countries like China, like US, it's like 99%, something of that kind. But here in Kenya, around 47. So almost more than half. So by ensuring that every person pays just that, we can double our revenue. And one of the issues which was raised by KRA is where we have power companies or power companies which are backed by the government. You know, KRA does not enforce. For example, if you have a company and you are not paying tax, we have workers at KRA. Will those workers come and arrest you? It's the government. So KRA must work hand in hand with the government. If the company is not paying KRA, the enforcement of the punishment is the government. But if you find individuals who are in the government have given some companies free way, and also they own some companies, they don't want them to pay tax, then it will be strict. So it's not possible for KRA to work around in isolation without support from the government. Number two, we are talking about using the right channels or the mandated institutions. If also I turn that question to you, as Mio asked issues about IPC. Actually, the verdict of the institution, the mandated institutions, was finalized. So so they are illegally doing what they are doing. Sometimes it's about freedom of expressions and not even the institutions which we have. Then also you ask when did all Kenyans agree? I don't think there was any time where there is no another agreement that some people should not pay tax. Actually, what has been happening is that those people in power have been protecting some companies, and some individuals have related to them not to pay tax. Also, you talked about you read something which is Estate Duty Act. But do you understand what is estate duty? What is it? Before you even you have to understand what's estate duty. Does it mean all taxes? It's actually specific to a small application. Actually, estate duty means the tax of inheritance or the tax of transfer of property from one person to another, especially those who are inheriting your property. That's estate duty. But does that not mean that you don't pay rand rates? So if somebody who owns like 30% of a country has not been paying rand rates since time immemorial, you can't hide behind that. So divine estate duty, and then talk about that. Also, you were talking about that we should actually use Murorongo. That's actually the most unfair, and it will bring the most unfair process, because assume well, it's an open field somewhere, maybe say in Siaya, and there's a photo of Raila and another one of Ruto, and people are riding behind each person. What would happen to those people are riding behind the photo of Ruto? Actually, all people will be compared to Raila. So it will be forcing some people to cast a vote in the way they don't want. So that will be the fair and fair process. Kireta was talking about the truth. What we are disagreeing is what is the truth, the definition of that truth. If you are trying to say that truth is what Raila says, then we will never agree. For even if you put a gun on my head or you go to heaven and come back, truth must be supported by data, by science, by that's truth. For example, if you are talking about the outcome of the election, we have to verify the data and the counting, something of that kind. But if somebody comes from nowhere and then says the figures are this and this, and then you want to say that, and then I cheer you that that's the truth. So the issue is about what's that truth you are telling us. So you are talking about that Ruto should not respond, he should be doing work, but this is politics. So if somebody in France is accusing you that you are an illegitimate president, you do not win, you are doing APCD, and this is somebody who's in France in Kenya is against you, you have to defend yourself. It's politics. Politics about convincing people and giving people directions. So he has to respond in a way, unless he wants to be defeated politically. Finally, you talked about the extra forms. Actually, those forms, it was not they were not printed by default. It was agreed that to make the process transparent, each of the presidential aspirants should be actually given a copy. So there were 4. So they wanted to have like 6 copies, whereby each presidential, the agent of each presidential candidate would take one would be pinned on the door, and one will be physically taken to Thomas Pen. That is 6. But now, if you do that practically, if you write something and we have a carbon paper, actually, after the 3rd page, you cannot see what is written. So that's where the 2 forms came in. But now, when people protested, then they changed it that form now. The 3 other forms should not be used. But there was no formal communication training of the IPC staff, something of that, because this came very late. That's why we're having those issues. So I will stop there for now.
Huyu Secretary General ni nani? Nimeona kamera yako ilikuwa on tena umezima. People are complaining uweke camera on. Who is this? Oh, ni Kamau, Secretary General. Sawa sawa, nitakupatia nafasi. Ngoja tu kidogo. Good to see you Kamau. Habari ya mwaka mpya. Duke. Unajua mimi ninasikiza ribato zingine unanipatia hapa na shangaa. Wewe umetoka hapa kutuambia ya kwamba hujawahi sikia Mama Ngina Kenyatta akiongea kwa TV. This was the first time ulisikia akiongea. Na unasema ya kwamba she should not be talking. Kama she's not guilty, then she should not be talking. And then you come again and tell me here, William Ruto is not supposed to keep quiet because he's being accused of being an illegitimate president. And so he has to speak because this is politics. Now, I'm taking the issue of Mama Ngina, who has been accused of not paying taxes, na ninaiweka kando. I juxtapose that with the issue of William Ruto being accused of being an illegitimate president, naiweka kando. Then I combine the two. Najiuliza Duke ukituambia hapa, whose rights are more than the rights of the other? Because they are both Kenyans. And both of them are being accused of something that you're saying is not true. So why would Mama Ngina not be allowed to speak? Well, very well, somebody is making an allegation that she doesn't pay tax. We cannot have double standards. She has the right to speak. She has the right to defend herself. That's number one. Number two, Duke, you should have listened to the context where I brought the issue of Mlolongo. And for me, it was about transparency. Stop the sideshows of this person's supporters will be compelled to go to the other line. That is not the issue that I was talking about. My issue is about transparency. And I asked you a very easy question here. Why do we spend over 50 billion, B with a B, for something that only takes place in one day? The Ministry of Defense, you can Google that. Go and look at the allocation of Ministry of Defense. Uone wanapewa pesa ngapi. And angalia Interior, uone wanapewa pesa ngapi. And this is a financial year. These are ministries. They employ people. They do their projects. And they don't get that money that we give to IBC. And then at the end of the day, after an election, we have to go to the Supreme Court for the Supreme Court to decide who won an election. Tumetumia over 50 billion Kenyan shillings kwa siku moja. Kwa sababu hizo vitu zote, all the process, the tendering process, kuprint makaratasi, all these things zina culminate in one day, which is the election day. A single event. It begins with the tendering, it ends in one day, siku ya kupiga kura na kuhesabu kura, matokeo ikitangazwa, mambo ya uchaguzi inakuwa imeishia hapo. So we are spending 50 billion shillings, inakuja inaishia hapo. Then after that, we also have money that we budget for litigation on top of that. And then after that, the Supreme Court decides who won the election. So mi swali yangu ni hii kwako Duke. It's not about kupanga line. It's not about anything else yenye unajaribu kusema ati sijui nani atalazimishwa wasimame. My question is, kwa nini tusifanye process yetu ikuwe rahisi kabisa? Hata kama mtu atakuja na exercise book ya 200 pages, akate makaratasi kutoka kwa hiyo exercise book, na unatumbukiza hiyo karatasi yenye umepewa kwa box, kwa ballot box, na ndio itahesabiwa jioni. As long as we have a winner. Na ule mtu wa kushindwa aseme yenyewe, tumeona zikihesabiwa, tumeona ni 200 na Duke umenishinda, tunasalimiana mkono, kila mtu anaenda zake. Why can't we have that? And that is why I tried to compare that with what we have in other countries where we do not have agents. If you go to a polling station in Kenya, unakutanga over 15 people. 15 ati wanaitwa agents. Hawa agents kazi yao ni kuangalia kama ile kura imehesabiwa ndio hiyo. And we are paying people in the IEBC to do that job. So we don't trust each other. We don't trust even the process. That's why we have agents all over the place. Ati wanaangalia kura inahesabiwa namna gani, kama hiyo kura imehesabiwa ndio hiyo iko. Why can't we make our process so easy? In fact, mimi naweza sema namna hii. If at all we don't trust the IEBC, and if at all we don't trust the process of election in Kenya, why can't then we do away with it? Tuamue kama ni Supreme Court itakuwa because you can look at the previous elections. Everything, even not just for the presidential election, hata zile za governors na nini, there are people who feel they are aggrieved. And it is these courts that decide who is the winner. The issue of ballot papers do not make sense anymore. You are taking a sample of the votes that were counted in a ballot polling station A in some county. But then, out of that, the small sample yenye unachukua, inapatikana kulikuwa na illegalities na irregularities. And then the Supreme Court tells us the amount of these illegalities and irregularities do not hold the strength to overturn the result of this process. My swali ni hii kwako Duke, moving forward. Would you also agree with me that we have an expensive process for nothing? We should try and make it as cheap as possible and transparent. All we want as Kenya is to have a transparent process. It's not about how much money we spend. It's not about how many security features we put on a ballot paper. because as long as uko na security na mtu mwingine, uko na security features kwa karatasi na mtu mwingine anaweza pata another copy ya the same paper yenye uko naye, then it means your election already imekuwa flawed. So we should agree here that this is not about Raila Odinga. This is not about William Ruto. This is about the integrity of our elections. And that is why you see we have leaders, mediocres. We have so much mediocrity in our country in terms of leadership. And you agree with me. Sometimes you ask yourself, huyu alichaguliwa namna gani? I'm very sure at the back of your mind ushaijiuliza namna hiyo. Na huyu mtu alichaguliwa namna gani? Hata wananchi wenyewe huwa wanajiuliza, huyu alikuwaje mbunge wangu? How did this person become my governor? How did this person become my senator? Because they don't believe that this person is capable of being a leader. This is what we are talking about. We have entertained corruption even in our election process to an extent that we have mediocrity in our country in terms of leadership. That is why you end up with a government like this Kenya Kwanza government who are in office, but physically they're in the campaign. They are on top of roof cars. You know, wanaenda kujibishiana na Mama Ngina Kenyatta juu ya magari. Mimi nitasimama hapa na niwaambie every day ya kwamba if you are in government and you have the kind of support that Kenya Kwanza has in parliament, then things should be done in a different way. Policies should emanate from the cabinet. That is what we want to see. The kind of noise that we hear every day is a distraction from the failures of this government. Na hii ni miezi 6 peke yake. If at all mtatoboa miaka 5 yenye mnasema mtatoboa ama 10 yenye mnasema mtakuwa kwa hii kiti, you have to do better. As of now, 6 months into the government, there is nothing you have done as a government. Hakuna, zero. Hakuna kitu mnaweza onyesha watu mmefanya. Chakula ile mlipata ikiwa sijui 100 na nini mkatoa subsidy ikaenda 200, mlisema mtaloa. You have never done that. So you are supposed to tell us here that you are ruling a country. Is this how a country is ruled? On top of roof, on top of vehicles, making noise, answering whoever is, people who do not even have a political backing. You know, you don't do that. So Duke, ukikuja kupiga propaganda na sisi saa ingine, kuja na facts. Some of these things unatuambia hapa, they don't make sense. And people are listening to you and asking, you know, you can hold brief for a government, but not this one. This one is a failure. It's a strategically failed government. 6 months, I'm looking at 1 year, maybe. Kama hatutatoa nyinyi kwa serikali. Because that is the ultimate thing. Hiyo ndio plan yetu. Tutoe nyinyi kwa serikali muende. You guys can go sell some kuku or somewhere because you have no plan for this government. The plan that you had yenye mlikuwa mmeweka on paper and pen, mlikuwa mmeprint the plan, sijui inaitwa manifesto ya KK. Hakuna mtu anaongeanga juu yake siku hizi. Hakuna mtu anaongeanga juu ya mama mboga siku hizi because that is how you brainwashed Kenyans. And now you have incorporated the church. That the president is passing policies in a pulpit somewhere in a church. Hapo ndio mahali rais anaenda kutoa policy ya serikali yake. Hatuwezi endelea namna hiyo. Secretary General, karibu.
Asante sana. Thank you so much. That is well articulated. That is well said and laid bare. I'm happy that you are teaching people the basics of governance. Salimia Roda, Salimia Meru Wamboi, Duke, Richie, VP. Sasa, you know, you really wonder whether we are in a country that has people who have gone to school, because Richie, even before we go to the IEBC and the commission and how it is supposed to carry itself, this issue of taxation. Taxation should not be something that the president should be talking about, because taxation is a whole spectrum of things. And each and every country has its rules and ways of taxation. And I say so because the question should be, and has always been in any country, why is there a waiver? What is a waiver? And waiver comes because of many things. And I'll give you, for example, If I'm a missionary from the United States and I want to build or dig boreholes across Kenya, I can approach KRA and say, I am doing this for the people of Kenya because of hunger and because of drought. Please give me a waiver so that I can reach more people and I can bring more drills, or what we call the drilling fabs. And that is where waiver comes in. As we speak today, those who are buying border borders, and particularly some agricultural products, even the GMO that he is importing, and the food that is being imported, it is waived. It is waived because there are some calamities that have happened. It is waived because it is it's for the public good. So waiver is not a bad thing after all. But we have never seen a president who has regenerated to this position where he is so concerned on what KRA or what an institution should do. It reminds me of Moi, who was Mukurima number one, taxpayer number one, yeah? Who was headmaster number one, yeah? He was the education number one, daktari number one, driver number one, because you want to show people that whatever has been happening before, of which I didn't speak about, is it's wrong because people some agreed. So when I see Duke explaining that people should pay tax, I ask him from what point is he explaining from, because there are many products today that are waived because of a public good. Kama pikipiki was waived by Kibaki because he knew that there was a shortage, and he also knew that young people wanted those things so that they can get employed, or they can, what we call self-employed. So kuna vitu zingine naona raisi, the so-called president, saying, mina shanga, is this a president? Because I don't think it is something that should be talking. He should be talking each and every day that tumekubaliana, tumefanya nini. Those are things that akota kunanga kukubaliana. If there is a waiver, there is a procedure of getting a waiver. If it is tax, you're audited and is found what you're supposed to pay. It is simple mathematics. Telling us so, hey, ho, ah, ho, I think that is misplaced. I think we are witnessing something that has never been witnessed in Kenya or any other country. I want you to go and find any country that the president keeps talking about taxes, because they know what they are supposed to be doing about taxes. Kibaki just told people, pay your taxes. Kulipa ushuru ni kujitegemea. Now, because one person has not paid taxes, now it is becoming a story. On the other hand, pay. On the other hand, don't harass. Stupidity of the highest order. IEBC issue. In Brazil, they have over 120 people who vote in a day. And those results are transmitted after hours of voting. And it is seamless and there's no contention. The problem in this country is because the IEBC is part of the FARI. That is where the problem is. The problem is not that somebody else got the form. It's not somebody else. It is somebody else. It is a person who is supposed to conduct and oversee the election that corroborates with one of the teams and steal an election. That's where the problem is. That is where the problem is. That you have said that it doesn't matter who votes. What matters is the one who counts the vote. And when you see Chebukati made sure that there are several forms that are original with the watermarks, with everything, to make sure that they help one area or one person to win an election, that is where the problem is. And therefore, Makedi, when you're explaining somebody came from where they stole an election, there's nothing like that. The country of Kenya, the IEBC institution is so cruel, it is so evil, that they are the people who help in subverting the will of the people. That is where the problem is. And that is what Raila Odinga is speaking. Next time I'll be coming here, I'll also be wearing kofia ya MDD, because we have to protect democracy. Movement of protecting democracy. Hiyo ndio mambo tunasema, hata tunasema watu wako diaspora, watu wako kila mahali. It is time to join the movement. First of all, you join the movement, sponsor people who don't have those t-shirts, and those who don't have those clips. We have those clips. Even as we appear here, let them know our stand, that we are against the subversion of the will of the people. It is not about Raila anymore. Raila will come and go. It's about the future generation. We are being led by people who never won, people who are aided by the IEBC to be in power. And that is what we have known with the whistleblower, that Kenya Kwanza government was defeated by over 2 million votes. And that are not going to happen again. This is the last time anybody will steal an election. I am so confident about it. Hii ndio mara ya mwisho mtu atasimama aibe kura. Hapo akuja tuambie ni Mungu, sijui ni nini. Nisikia jana wakisema wako na 52 weeks ya kwenda kanisani. Wasting of time, wasting of taxpayer money, while people are dying of hunger. Every Thanksgiving services translates into millions of shillings. Equipping drilling a borehole and equipping a borehole is less than 5 million. Yeah, every Thanksgiving service of Kenya Kwanza goes into 50 to hundreds of millions because of many vehicles. Because nowadays it's like the days of Moi, and I'm happy that people can now remember. Those who voted for Kenya Kwanza are having difficulties in defending this government, because these are the days where we could see that Moi, when Moi went to a church, everybody is lining up. You find the minister from where, MPs are lining up as if it is, I mean, what is this? Which country does this? The president is in charge and then half of the benches, front benches, are filled by government officials. This is absurd. This is backwardness, and we need to change from what we are saying today. And therefore, the democracy, or the struggle to defend democracy in Kenya is on. I'm going to look for that cape today, MDD, and I'm going to be wearing it in the street. I'm going to be wearing it hata nikichota maji. Nitakuwa naiwear hata tukuwa na bibi, so that he knows I'm fighting for democracy. These things should be so personal, so that our kids can find a country that they are worth living in it. We don't want to tell our kids that it is good to steal land, to be an adulterer, to be wash, to steal taxes, because these are people who have waived taxes to their friends. Yeah, they have waived tax to Humphrey Kariuki. Humphrey Kariuki was to pay taxes, he is no longer paying. Mary Wambui was to pay taxes, it has been ramped off. Yeah, another person is Kiroche. These people were to pay taxes, but they didn't pay. And then somebody turns around that story because I'm a cocker and you believe in everything he says as a born-again Christian who has no symbol or fruits of the Holy Spirit. Tells you that everybody tumekubaliana everybody to pay taxes. Ati hii si shamba la wanyama. Shamba la wanyama saa ngapi? Kama wakwani Wambui ni mnyama gani? Wambui, Mary Wambui ambaye alikuwa na 2 billion deni ya KRA. Humphrey Kariuki alikuwa na 42 kulingana na audit. Kiroche alikuwa ameuza products na hizo products zilikuwa na tax. Hajalipa. Hao wanyama wawili ni wakubwa kuliko wanyama wale wengine. Kwa hivyo we have a contradicting president, or let me put it this way, a leader who is giving different signals, and therefore we need to come out clearly. Yeah, hii mambo ya taxes itaharibu hii nchi in terms of the way it is being handled. because I don't think there is anybody happy who is a taxpayer when you see the president keep on insisting that there are people who are not paying tax, and there are mechanisms to follow. Mama Ngina said go sell her property, and I think that's what should be done. If indeed there is a waiver, sell her property and recover the taxes, and then go to Amboi, the CCK chairman, ule ambaye anaweza tufungia hii chano kwa sababu lakini yeye hajui hata nini anafanya hapo. You see, it's unbelievable. Yeah, that wengine ni wanyama wazuri, and you are turning around the story. And therefore, Richie, we have reached a point of no return. Azimio tumeachilia breaks, and let us meet on the other side. Saa hii hakuna kurudi nyuma na hatutaki handshake. Sisi kama Azimio, no handshake. And I'm saying Azimio because our party is affiliated with Azimio at the moment until 2027 or the time that we have an evolution, so that we know whether we are going to be with Azimio or standalone. But for now, we are part of fighting for democracy, part of supporting Baba's victory. And if Baba is not going to become the president, he's not going to get his own rights of a victory, then nobody should be there saying that he's a president. We need a caretaker government, if that is possible, and then we usher the new generation to proper governance. However, Makiadi, I don't want you to spend a lot of time explaining to Duke what is good government. Kenya Kwanza, I think they are blinded. And that is why we are going to have a prayer, a dance. I don't know whether there's a prayer Thanksgiving service this Saturday, weekend, wameitisha maombi ya economy, because they have no agenda. Their agenda was to recover the money that was taken for Kashagwa, appoint thugs in the government, and it is a very big shame listening to this. Very big shame. Kwa hivyo namalizia na kusema tuendelee kupigania demokrasia, kwa sababu the majority should rule and the minority should have their way. We are being led by the minority, and that is why they are always all over trying to plug leakages of thuggery and leakages of inefficiency. Na sioni wakitoboa hii mwaka. I don't see. You know, when in fact mtu utoboa kama yeye mwenyewe unaona there are things that you are doing for the people. Yeah. Sasa hii ukienda Kenyatta unaambiwa huwezi tumia, kama wewe ni a woman you cannot use Linda Mama. You know, there is nothing that is working with this government. Not economically, nothing politically. You know, Kibaki could have stolen election or stole election, but because of his economic policies, a good number of people could say, "Ay, lakini hata kama, let him continue." But this one, economically, watu wanateta, governors ndio hao, MPs wamehongwa pesa kidogo, there is no money in the people's hands. Hustler Fund is a scam. When you look at all these things, then you can see there's no survival. Thank you, Makai.
Thank you SG AP Party. Naona unaendelea kuwakilisha, which is a good thing. I'm trying to play a video here, sijui kama itakubali, ngoja nione. And then naona unknown scripts, karibu sana, ubaya tena umeficha uso. And if you are trying to join the forum here, tafadhali tukuone pia, tukuone. Hata kama utaweka mwangaza ni sawa tu, tutasikia. Kama SG alikuwa na shida ya simu, lakini siku hizi anapatikana. So tafadhali kama unataka kujoin, kuja uweke kamera. Naona kuna watu wanajaribu kujoin lakini hawataki kuwakisha kamera. Sometimes watu wanasema wanataka kuona sauti inatoka wapi na wanataka kujua ni nani anaongea. So please join the forum with your camera on, ndio tujue tunaongeleshwa na nani. Unknown script, uko wapi? Haya, sawa, acha nijaribu kucheza video, sijui kama itakubali. Kidogo tu, dakika moja nitakupatia nafasi.
Two presidents have been dealing with Raila Odinga, from the President Moi to President Kibaki to Uhuru, who has gone. I mean, this is a very odd narrative. I'll say this as someone who unequivocally supported this government of Kenya Kwanza government. It is time we stopped the nonsense of parading the issues of Raila Odinga as if they are the ones that are affecting Kenyans. You go to a prayer day, rather than talking about how God has been able to get us to this, Raila Odinga. We must stop this. And I'm saying it has to stop, and we must now start addressing the real issues. The real elephant in the house is, why are we overtaxing Kenyan who does not have a job?
And I think, you know what, in sometimes when you're trying to find the conversation that you ought to have, you need to then make sure that every essentially missile that is brought your way to divert attention has to then be sent in the right direction. Today, there's still drought in 23 counties in Kenya.
Yep.
Today, children are going to school for which facilities are not adequate for them to go. Today, literally today, the 30th of January, grade 7s are going to school in primary schools where facilities are not adequate.
Not adequate. They are non-existent. There are no labs in primary schools.
Today, people in Kenya are saying, you know what? Okay, thank you very much. We don't even need a doctor in medical facilities. You know what we want? Somebody who can look at me and tell me, this is the ailment that you're suffering from, and then let me look at that shelf, and there will be medicine on that shelf that I can buy. That is the Kenya we're talking about today. But here we're talking about, and there's a government in place that's supposed to do these things. And you're talking about the previous government who did or did not do what? Why are you focusing on that instead of focusing on the thing that needs to be done today? And that's what I'm saying. Take that missile of misinformation and diversionary tactics and point it in the direction of which things ought to be happening today.
Successful presidents.
That's a very short clip, very informative. That is what we keep on saying here. Diversionary tactics. Diversionary tactics. Yeah. Kila siku mtu akisimama kutuambia ni ile serikali ilipita ilifanya, ile serikali ilipita ilifanya, and mark you this person mwenye anatuambia he was part of that government. Then we should be asking ourselves kama sisi ni wajinga. Yeah. Na yeye mwenyewe ndiye alisema Kenya iliisha wajinga. Sijui alisema Kenya imeisha ama haina upungufu ya wajinga ama nini. There's something like that, to that nature. We cannot continue blaming the previous regime for all the things that are happening right now, knowing very well that when you ran for office, you had a promise in terms of what you're going to do for the Kenyans. It is called a manifesto. You had a manifesto. In that manifesto, you did not clearly tell Kenyans ya kwamba sitawafanyia hii kwa sababu ile serikali yenye ninaenda kutoa kwa kiti imeharibu uchumi. They did not tell us that. Those are not the preconditions that were set by the Kenya Kwanza government when they were running for office. So when they took over this government, they knew very well the state of the economy. They knew very well our debt concern. They knew very well the issues of unemployment in the country. They knew very well the issues of taxes in our country. But we cannot continue allowing them to live in the past. This is a government that is supposed to work and perform according to the pledges that it made to the Kenyans. History ingine mingi mnatuambia hapa kila siku, side shows, are misplaced and is a diversionary tactic that Kenyans should be calling out. Already sisi watu wengine tumejua ya kwamba these people, we said before even they started bringing these issues in your letters, we said here that this is a government that took office with no preparation. They tried, ilikuwa pata potea na wakapata. Sasa saa hizi kwa vile walipata, hawajui watafanya nayo nini. And Kenyans are not going to let them sit pretty na kupiga kelele kila siku. We are not against prayers. You can pray and play as much as you want. But what we want to remind you is this. When you go to church, hata Roda anasemaga hapa kila wakati, anaenda kanisa anaomba. Sijaiona Roda akikuja kuadvertise ya kwamba ameenda kanisa hapa. The church is your own ni bidii yako kivyako. Usikuje kututangazia hapa ya kwamba kila mtu anafuata mwenendo wako kwa sababu unaenda kanisani.
2 minutes, I'm coming.
Okay, it's okay. Umefanya nikapoteza point yangu, ni sawa. But what I was saying is this: we have tried to make Kenya a country whereby everybody is accepted, whether you are a Muslim, whether you are a Christian, whether you are what. But when you find people hiding under religion to try and push a narrative, Gachagua today, I'll look for that video na niwacheze msikie ile kitu Gachagua anaongea juu ya Ukristo. And I think I have it. I have a part of ile speech yenye alikuwa anasema ya kwamba let me read it. He said, in the previous regime, we had promised to go for a Thanksgiving service in Nakuru if we won the election. That did not happen because when Raila joined the government, he convinced Uhuru Kenyatta that prayers are not necessary. The country faced problems because we cheated God. You can hear ile vitu yenye deputy president wa nchi yetu anasema zile shida zenye Kenya yetu iko nazo sahi, the country faced a lot of problems because we cheated God. I mean, who appointed Kenya Kwanza the spokesman of heaven? For Christ's sake. These people speak as if they own everything. It's like they have come to discover that they own the government and they own heaven. So they want to teach us everything in terms of the Bible. Some of us are Christians here, but you will not come here to advertise our Christianity because it is not important to you. The Bible inaongea juu ya Wafarisayo kabisa, vizuri kabisa. Na these people ambao tuko nao kwa serikali saa hii ndio wale wametajwa kwa Biblia kama Wafarisayo. The people who want to be seen that they are praying. The people who want to show others that they know God. We are not going to allow these people to divert from their attentions of a failed government. Fabrizio Bromano, ninaona uko na shida ya network. If you are ready to speak, I'll give you an opportunity to speak. Ngoja dakika moja tu, Roda.
First niongee kwa sababu nataka kwenda nikapumzike.
Ni sawa sawa.
Nataka kusema hivi, Ruto was not planning to work for the Kenyans. I think Ruto, the way he was planning, his work, he was just coming to do revenge. If you go back in Kibaki days, Kibaki was coming to work for the Kenyans. You remember when he came, akasema shule ni free, watoto wakaanza shule. He didn't care about Moi, nothing. But this guy, he always, yani, I don't know who he is. You know me, I didn't know who Ruto. I remember 2013 walikuwa navaa nini tai moja na huru na sweta moja. Unaona yani, lakini he was not real. I think he was pretending. I think he's a pretend. One thing Ruto, he's a con man. He's a very tricky. That's the way he is. And for me, myself, I'm Waithera from Kabete. I'll be big, strong opposition. Even I'm writing Facebook. I'm a big opposition. I'm fighting for my country, democracy, and constitutions. That's the way I am. I'm not weak. I'm fighting. I'm diaspora. Big. I'm fighting for my country. Come here to fight for our democracy because I'll never write my country to go to the dog. So this guy is a con man. He does not do anything. Just go there and do campaign. And those guys, they were standing there, they are Kikuyus. Sometimes Kikuyu, they are the one who is selling us sometimes. Wanampigia nini, wanaona anaongea upuzi, hakuna kitu anaongea, maana anafanya kitu campaign. He's a mood of campaign. Na huyu Gachagua anamuitaga, unaonaga vile Gachagua anavaga bro button, sweta yake inakuanga hapa juu, anafungia hapa juu kwa stomach. You know, those people, they are crazy. They are not doing anything. So let us start together. We fight for our democracy. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Rhoda, for keeping us here na ujumbe wako. Unknown scripts, nipatie dakika moja because Fabrizio alikuwa ameanza kuongea, nitakuja kwako. Wacha nipatie Fabrizio alafu nikuje kwako.
Shukran. Let me start by saying I don't know why people are complaining when Ruto is asking the rich, especially the people like Uhuru's family, who are the richest family in Kenya, and they've gotten away with not paying tax for years. Not only that, they have really looted Kenya by land grabbing, so forth. You think it's a joke? Go check out the Pandora Papers. It was investigated by International Consortium of Investigative Journalists.
Sorry, point of order. Rich, I can't see who is speaking.
Fabrizio, can you see me?
Yeah, sawa. Fabrizio najua hapendi kuona sura, lakini weka mwangaza kidogo at least.
No, you see, Richie. Let me give just point of information.
Yes, please.
Yesterday, I was here, and the day before, and I was trying to bring it to Bernard that if you come here with things you cannot substantiate, like now Fabrice has just started accusing the Mamanginas of looting and taking what for years, and they cannot substantiate. Unless he has a court case or he has some kind of audit where that information is available, we cannot continue.
To say I agree with what you're saying.
Okay.
Then I can't even see him. I don't even know who is saying this.
Hold on.
No.
I hold on just a minute. I agree with what you're saying. You know, the thing is, this is not the first time that I think I've seen Fabrizio, even though hatujakutana na wewe studio one-on-one namna hii, I have seen your submissions before. And I know what I expect to come from Fabrizio. The same as Duke Omariba. Kuseo, we come to this forum every day. We fight something called propaganda.
Okay.
It is something that we have experienced before. So I'll give you an opportunity to rebuttal.
No, I don't want to rebut. I might even go away. What I want is this. Let me put my point across. Let me put my point across.
Announce script as you go on. Tell Makiad will not allow Fabrizio to bring those allegations here. If he has not taken Kenyatta to court, they have not been taken to court, and zip his mouth. If he cannot do that,
listen, Julia. Listen, Julia.
Yes.
He can bring so long as he substantiates.
Okay, I will. That's what I'm trying to do.
So long as he substantiates, he's saying that the Mamanginas have looted and they have grabbed.
Okay.
And they should not be whatever, isn't it? Just a minute. Mamangina herself said, if I have done any wrong, take me to court, sell my property. Now, where does that leave us with this kind of statement from Fabrizio?
And substantiating and non-script is cases that have been taken to court. For example, 1, Ruto was taken to court for Muteshi Farm. 2, Kashaga was taken to court. So Fabrizio, don't take us for a ride. If those stuff you are saying here, we have not had them in any court of law in Kenya, you zip your mouth, because Mutembe, we shall not allow those false allegations here.
Okay.
Let me finish, I go away. Let me finish, I go away.
Just a minute.
Richie, we cannot see Fabrizio. Even if Mamangina today want to follow up who is making this strange allegation, you realize she cannot, because you are helping to hide Fabrizio. Do you realize? These are serious matters.
Just a minute. I also give my opinion.
Ngoja Duke, dakika moja. Fabrizio, the panelists, you know, this is a forum that is run by the panelists. The moderator is just here to guide and to tell who's next na kitu kama hiyo. So panelists wamesema uweke sura na umeweka sura. So Ose, a non-script, umetosheka na hiyo. Can he go on now?
Let him go on, but to substantiate.
Okay, thank you.
He has just accused Mamangina of looting and grabbing and not paying tax. And you realize the statement Mamangina herself gave.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, so we want some substantiation so that action can be taken.
Okay, then listen then. Okay. International Consortium of Investigative Journalists. Google that. Client 13173. The Kenyatas. They have a list of shell companies that the Kenyatas have been using to launder their looted money to international banks. Go check it. I'm not just
Please
pulling
put it
this
on
out
the
of my...
private chat so that I can
you
take it.
No. Let me finish.
Then go slowly then. Allow him to put it on the private chat. We'll do the investigation the way I suggested. When I come back and you find that it is not accurate, then in future you don't allow him.
Yeah, I agree with you, Kusa. I agree with you. Fabricio ameongea, inaonekana amedrop. Umemwambia aweke kwa private chat, akaona hawezi substantiate and he dropped. So before Duke, wacha nikupatie dakika moja because we have been with you here. Wacha nikupatie dakika moja alafu tuende kwa non-scripts.
Yes, I'm feeling that you are trying to limit the freedom of expression, because sometimes what we discuss here, it's very difficult for you to substantiate everything, because this is politics sometimes. For example, if, for example, we talk about the data of the whistleblower, how can you substantiate it? Because you see, because as Julia said, that what has been taken to court and the outcome has been known. So sometimes it's very difficult for each and every statement to be substantiated. And I say that only comes in as a question or a concern when somebody from the other faction tries to give submission. Actually, what he was saying it's the Pandora report, which is known and common. Everybody knows it. It actually stated those details. It's as if most of you have not read that Pandora report in its entirety, because what he was trying to say is it was actually the Pandora report.
Ngoja non-scripts. Yeah, nakupatia tu dakika moja hapa. I get excited when I see UDA.
Listen.
I get excited. Hold on, just a minute. I get excited when I see UDA people jumping onto the Pandora's newspaper, newspaper ama ni nini, as evidence to allegations that somebody is laundering money. Well, very well, they know there's no court of law in the Republic of Kenya or anywhere in the world where you can present Pandora's newspaper as evidence. Duke, can you go before a judge na gazeti ya Pandora ya kusema mtu analaunder pesa?
Yes, international report of qualified journalists can be used as evidence. That's true. It can be used.
Unajua Duke, saa ingine hapana jiaibisha. Can you go find out?
What's evidence?
Can you go find out your Pandora's unatuambia Pandora's newspaper?
See, for example, let me give just a minute.
No, just a minute.
I want to clarify that. For example, the court can use that. For example, it has the report has stated specific banks, so the justice institution can actually inquire from those banks whether the information is true or false. And the person who is accused, Uhuru Kenyatta, when he was the president, said he would respond to that in 1 week or in 2 days, something of that. You remember that? And he has never responded to that. So what does that mean? Or what does that give? It means there must be some truth behind it, because he was the president, said he would give a reporter information, and he has never given, almost 3 years now. So it is those are our serious allegations.
Ni sawa, mi sitaki kuwa distracted na hiyo discussion because naona we are heading nowhere. Duke, if you have evidence ya kwamba there is a company that is associated with Uhuru Kenyatta in doing something called money laundering, you know where to take the evidence. Nyinyi ndio mnatuambia ako na bank hapa, na mimi sijaisikia bank yenye ako nayo imekuwa flagged by any institution, whether Interpol ama nini ama hiyo CIDN hiyo, ya kwamba inafanya kitu inaitwa money laundering. So mkikuja hapa kutupatia propaganda, we will shoot your propaganda right where you are. Hapo hapo tunamalizia hapo. If at all Uhuru Kenyatta angekuwa anafanya money laundering like Fabrizio Bromano and you are telling us here, there are institutions in the world that would flag those transactions. As far as I'm concerned, sijaona kitu kama hiyo. So I'll treat that as propaganda. Unknown scripts. Karibu.
Thank you, Richie. Duke asiende. Where has he gone to?
Duke, kwani unatoroka bana? Eh?
Niko amkea.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sasa
then I hope you're
hapana
listening.
ficha kamera kwa ceiling.
Then
Wewe ndio umesema, yeye ndiye amesema IBC inatakana ikuwe na kamera kwa yeye amesema IBC inatakana kuwa na kamera kwa polling station na yake anaonyesha juu kwa ceiling tusimuone uso. Can you stay there uambie?
Do you allow me to say something just on with Richie's permission on just what you are talking about? You see this Pandora box, okay, info that dossier, whatever it is. What will you say if you find my name there? Because I'm sure you would. These are various people who have the capacity to do offshore investments across the world. And it wasn't just the Kenyattas. Across the world, in fact, you can check on each and every country. You'll find people who are involved in those investments over there. I think investing offshore is not a criminal anything. Now, what Fabrizio, in fact, I'm so disappointed Fabrizio has gone away because I wanted to be the one to go away if we didn't agree. But you realize he has come here with a very serious allegation. And just yesterday, Mama Ngina felt so touched. Mpaka she challenged anybody to take her to court for not paying tax. Now, that tells you that until the matter is maybe is in court or something, she maintains her innocence. Now, Fabrizio comes here hiding in the darkness where Mama Ngina cannot find him to sue him and start making all manner of allegations. That is not right. But Duke, if that is the evidence we are referring to, then I think you have no evidence. Because offshore investment does not say that it is looted. It doesn't say that it is looting from any or grabbing the way Fabrice has just put it. It is not right. So to that extent, please, guys, give the old lady a break. That is all me I can plead for you. Now I'll go back to these things called tax. They are the tax exemptions. They are the tax breaks. They are tax waivers, and all this manner of ways which are given here and there. Now you do realize that the current regime is in bed with the churches and the bishop because of the hidden agreements they were signing behind the scenes. Apparently, I would say alleged because I don't have, I've not seen the evidence, but it has been alleged that the bishops signed certain agreements with the leaders of KK to grant them exemptions. They are going to be bringing in things, call it cars or whatever it is, in the name of the church or whatever, and they were hoping that the current regime was going to grant them exemptions, maybe in the name of even of building or whatever it is, all in the name of God. You want to use God's name to deny Kenyans their services through their taxes. That is not right. Now, talk about tax exemptions. Like somebody I think did mention here earlier, you can use tax waivers to help promote the economy in the sense that, like I remember the Jubilee government earlier on in the 2013, 2014, they did indicate that all organizations who will employ fresh graduates will get some tax exemptions. We'll call it tax waivers for a certain number of years. You do remember that even I remember during the Azimio campaigns, one of Baba's points was that there will be some funds allocated to help people who are interested, who will register, do some businesses, and that they'll enjoy tax waivers, isn't it, for a certain number of years. Now, here we are with the Mamangina case, which is so prominent. I do not think that the Mamanginas, even if they have some waivers, that it is all across the board. Duke, you did mention here about the rates. Tax waivers would not be on rates. They will be on, like somebody did mention, on the inheritance tax. Now, for those who listened, I think what Baba said, I think he did mention that at some point, inheritance tax was withdrawn for everybody and not just a few people. So until the law is changed to date, everybody, Duke, if you were to die, the inheritance for your children from whatever estate you have, they'd be exempted. Now, anyway, maybe I got my facts wrong, but I remember Cheragay was in the Senate trying to introduce a bill to reverse this so that the waivers are not anymore. Now, if you do that, I do not know whether now you at this level for Mamangina all these years, if she has been enjoying some waivers, some exemptions, maybe on inheritance. Are you going to backdate them when they inherited whatever they inherited? You see how complex this thing gets. And I think that's why Mamangina was saying that if anybody thinks she has not been paying tax, they can take her to court or they can sell her property. That is what the law says. And she said she was aware of it. She was aware that is what the law says. So for Gachagua to go and start saying that at Mamangina aenda aongee na yeye, akae chini na yeye, he Gachagua said he's going to allow her to pay 1 billion a year. You get this? Mamangina have just come to learn that participated even in fighting for independence. Now, people who are at that age in their life, so now you want to do a revision of our tax affairs, even if at all it was there, with what consequences? And yet you talk about exemptions. For some of you who are outside the country, there was a time, I think, during the Kanu regime, whereby those who have been outside the country for a certain number of years were allowed to bring in, is it cars, or do some imports tax-free, import tax. There were some waivers for such people. So these waivers are all over the place, best case by case by case. And they were being done what? They were being done by the same KRA are the ones who would assess your case and approve it. Yeah. So Richie, I watched the clip where you are saying that Zakayo is saying that everybody is paying tax. Everybody should pay tax, and even those who buy bread or buy Kimbo, they pay tax. So the Mamanginas, them, they don't buy tax, Kimbo or whatever. They do. So to that extent, they all pay tax. All of us pay tax.
Mommy saying you stop shouting.
So anyway, to that extent, I think the matter should be left to the authorities concerned, and that should be it. There was some issue regarding the elections. I remember during Rich, allow me to just digress a little regarding the tribunal that was going on, where one of the lawyers there asked Chebukati about the Form 34C, which is produced automatically by the system, and that apparently the form that Chebukati used to declare the president was not the original, was handwritten. Now the question is, where is the original form? Because if it was not tampered with, chances are that it is showing the correct figures. Now, you all remember that during the Supreme Court hearing, one of the determinations for the Supreme Court was to do with the verifiability, transparency, accuracy of the system that IEBC was to procure. Now, when it came the time now to verify what was in the server and it could not work, and remember that was item number 1 in the determinations for the Supreme Court. Now, when we reached the snag and we couldn't verify or check accurately what was lying in the servers, so where was the verifiability of this system established? It is quite clear that was never established. But the Supreme Court went ahead to say all looked okay. How could all be okay, yet whatever was in the server was not verified?
The Supreme Court says that it was hot air.
Yeah, they said that was Wajoto or something like that. So anyway, where is our Form 34C, which was system generated? I don't want to say there are allegations on who it was snatched by some other people. So to date, that Form 34C, the original, where is it? Because it was not the one. It is not the one that was given to the president. Thank you.
Aya, sawa sawa. Kuna watu wanakuja hapo wanajaribu kujoin na wataki kuhakisha taa. Kuna mtu wako kwa comment section huko anasema tumemfukuza. Sisi hatufukuzangi watu. I've never thrown anybody out of the studio. Wewe kuja hapa uongee ile unaongea, ukimaliza uende. Hiyo ni number 1. Number 2, Mzalendo unasema hii station ni kama Fox News, you are peddling lies about election. Kuja hapa kwa forum. Hapana piga kelele kwa comment section huko, because we have no right of reply in the comment section. If you have facts, you bring them to the panel here. Iko watu hapa wata argue with those facts, but hii ya comment section kusema sisi tuna peddle lies about elections, you whistleblower, bring your argument here. Mzalendo, you are a panelist here for a long time.
No, Richie, he's playing safe because he knows maybe what he has is not accurate. So leave them.
People are accusing me unknown scripts that ninawatupa nje ya studio because we fear the truth. I mean, who would be afraid of the truth? Nani anaogopa ukweli? Kama uko na ukweli kuja utuambie hapa. Lakini ile kitu hatutakubali. Nobody here will entertain kitu inaitwa propaganda. Utazimwa. Na si mimi mwenye nitakuzima, utazimwa tu. Umeona watu hapa wamekataa propaganda. Haya, Domi, karibu.
Okay, hamjambo. Richie, Mary, Duke, non-script. Na mwingine sioni jina yake. Okay, I want just to say something about history of Pandora Papers. And I think this, it's very misleading wakati mtu anakuja kutuambia hapa about money laundering. The report was talking of people having money in offshore accounts.
Investments, yeah.
Yeah?
Offshore
investments. It was in offshore investment. Richie, alafu ana non-script na wengine wenye who are living outside Kenya. Nani hapo does not have an account outside Kenya? Everybody has every one of us an account that is outside Kenya. So wakati nina account hapa pale naishi, Does it mean that does it connect on money laundering? And that is what you see. You are the one who chooses pahali penye utaweka pesa yako. You choose, and that one is not anywhere. Duke mute tafadhali. You see, there is no, hakuna mtu anakuzuia kuweka pesa yako in America. Hakuna, there is no law that prevents anybody to put his money anywhere he wants. Hakuna sheria. And if anything, mbona nizuie kuweka pesa yangu pahali nataka? The thing is, the one of condition was find out your pesa kama ni ya makosa. If it was stolen, then you can sue somebody for stealing that money. But keeping his money out of Kenya, it is not wrong at all. The only thing yenye walikuwa nasema that were challenging the president of President Uhuru wakati yake ni, as a president, you should show an example by keeping your money in Kenya. And it was more moral than criminal. There is nothing. Duke and Fabrizio na wengine, there is nothing wrong. Na kama ni hivyo, mtu kama mzalendo mwenye ako nje alete pesa irudi Kenya. Channel all your bank accounts to Kenya. Don't keep your money in the bank where you live. Every one of us are on a bank account that is not in Kenya. That is a fact. Stop peddling lies. There is nothing wrong about keeping money outside Kenya. The only thing is, if we can prove where your pesa ni ya wizi, then you can prosecute. Jiulize, okay, Uhuru Kenyatta is not on the throne now. Duke umetoroka umeenda wapi? Come back. Uhuru Kenyatta is not on the throne now. Enda umushitaki. Take him to court. Duke, you are in Kenya. Be part of those people who are going to take Uhuru to court. Stop peddling hapa hivi uonga mambo ya nini Pandora Papers. Pandora Papers is, they were just talking of pesa yenye abroad. They did not talk of where it kama ilio.
Hai, Domi umedrop ama namna gani? Haya, inaonekana mitambo yake iko na shida. Duke.
You see, there is a reason why if you have to be a president of a country, you should not have dual citizenship. There is a provision of that. And also, if maybe you have a lot of investments or a lot of your money elsewhere in a different country, you may be held hostage in a way so that you come up with policies which will disadvantage citizens because you are trying to protect your investments in other countries. Now, assume US wants a deal with Kenya, which may be unfair. Mr. Kenyatta maybe will be, in a way, trying to mend fences with the UK government at the expense of citizens because he knows he has a lot of money in the UK. So there is an ethical issue concerning that. Number two, we were talking about, I agree with Dominic that you are free to put your money elsewhere or to invest your money where you want. But there is a reason where sometimes, what if that money is too much to the extent that it's obscene or it's suspected of money laundering or something like that. We are talking about, the report say that there is suspicion of money laundering because the sources cannot be explained and the amount is too much. So you are considering about the amount of money and proper explanation of the sources or the kind of businesses where that money has come from. So those are the two issues which I needed to highlight. even those who are in the US, if you are maybe you are using SendWave or something of that kind, can you try to send too much money? It will remit you in a way because it's suspecting of fraud or money laundering, something of that kind. So I think that's what I can say for now.
You know, there was a time we spoke at length about this issue of Pandora's and offshore accounts, and I brought you the law here. Sijui kama Duke unakumbuka, nilikuja na sheria hapa nikakusomea. Sijui kama ilikuwa ni wewe ama ni nani. And so sometimes when I see people going that direction again, nitaita ignorance. I will not say that you are ignorant. Sisemi wewe, ninasema people are ignorant of the law. So I can only argue with facts. You show me any law that says legally earned money should not be, put in an offshore account at the kama ni wewe mwenye umeamua mwenyewe ya kwamba unataka kuweka pesa zako kwa offshore account, ulionyeshe sheria yoyote ambayo inasema ya kwamba haufai kufanya hivyo, then we can argue from there. But this thing we spoke at length here, and I think sometimes it is just a waste of time going back to this issue of Pandora's box. Hii mambo ya Pandora's box ni the same na ile narrative tunasikianga hapa kila siku ati Raila Odinga aliiba shamba ya molasses. When I see those kind of arguments, hizo kinds of arguments za watu wa UDA, mimi wasikubali kuenda that direction. I think it's a waste of time. Mzalendo, umenipiga mawe sana kwa comment section, and I was wondering why, because I have never prevented you from speaking here.
No, Makiadi, sometimes I just wanted to listen to how people argue from the background. You know, when you are in the panel, sometimes you might not realize the argument until you start listening in. When people like Useo come up with things that are, are just lies, saying that Atiwea was from 34C, that Chebukati used to announce to declare the presidential results. Some of these things, when you say them, you have to know how we came to these forms, 34, from 34s, from A, B, C. If there is an absence of form 34C, then you can use your form 34A to know your results. Yeah. So hii mambo ya ati lazima ati form 34C is what is used by Chebukati to announce and to declare the president. Yeah. But there is a process before we arrive to form 34C. And that is what you are seeing at Bomas. That's 290 constituencies. All those forms are brought. Na muko na agent hapo. Unajua yani, what is so annoying na hizi arguments za Azimio. Wako na agent pale Bomas. Agent wao, huyo agent is not compromised. Verifying these forms and anasema nimekubali. Then here you come, wewe hata hukukuwa Bomas, hukukuwa nini, you are just acting on hearsay. Then somebody else comes up na ati whistleblower. Sorry, ya whistleblower imefika wapi? Na wauliza tu imefika wapi? Where did it end? It was so sensational. You came here, oh, whistleblower, 8 million, what? Where is it right now? You realize that huyo whistleblower, according to rumors, the jamaa lilipwa tu when Azimio was trying to fish for evidence which they didn't have. Yeah. So sometimes you come up with things that you don't even know. Ukiambiwa mambo ya hiyo whistleblower, ati Azimio point of story is correct. Hiyo vile mumeona hiyo ndio ya ukweli. Na sisi tukwambia hiyo umeona hiyo si ya ukweli, mnakataa. Kwa nini mnakataa? Is that an evidence that can be submitted in court? If you had it, mungeipeleka kotini. But since you didn't have it, that's why you are fishing around for evidence. Fishing for anything. Now, your rally is over. I think you are so embarrassed of playing what transpired in the rally. I told you yesterday that we want to play you guys to play at the rally, tusikie baba alisema nini na tujue the way forward. Mlikuwa na barua wengine ya kupeleka huko UN ya mambo ya uchaguzi na fraud na nini. Hiyo barua mmefikisha wapi? So hizi sarakasi hizi za siasa, ndio mimi nakwambia politicians always camouflage and they use poverty. Ati wa Kenya wanasikia njaa. Ni kama like last year ng'ombe zilikufa huko Narok. Hiyo ni Ruto ndiye aliziua. And there was drought in the country. There is drought in Kenya. So Ruto afanye nini, atoe mvua wapi? In 5 months, in less than 5 months. So saa zingine mnakuja hapa na mastori zingine. That's why Makiadi, I said this session is like Fox News. It is only brings propaganda from Azimio side. Propaganda zingine yani they can't even substantiate. They are called hearsays. Ati Chebukati aliiba kura. Non-script, you had the whole story. Mbaka you had the story in which the commissioners called Chebukati and they told him Chebukati that they want to push a runoff. Why are you not saying that? Mbona usemi hapa hao makomishona walisema ati if worse comes to worse, just let us just try to push a runoff. Mbona msemi hapa? You are selective. You select things that please you. Ndio unakuja hapa kusema ati where was from 34C? Then where was from 34A? Another thing, you saw when we were going to the election, this guy is called Watuoli and Baba going to Citizen TV. Did you know what they were going to do in Citizen TV? That was your tallying center if you didn't know. That is the tallying center. When things were going wrong, they went there to hakikisha, hey, hii kitu ni ukweli ama ni nini ndio tunaona. What did they come up with? They saw the right figures. And hii mambo ya election, Makiadi ilianza 2007. Tukianza 2007, tukarudi 2012, reforms the IBC. It has been a process. Baba himself, I played for you a clip there and I showed you what he had said. He said he wanted to see the results on the portal. Results should be accessed from the portal, from everywhere. That is Raila Amolo Odinga talking. So we have come a long way to transform IBC. So we have been having these problems, tunaelekea tu tukizijaribu kuzirekebisha, but the solution is, me, a man like you people, I come with solutions about elections. Solutions about elections in Kenya is that the media should be allowed to call elections. The media in Kenya should be allowed to call elections. Na election inaisha kwa polling station. If you don't have figures that ulibiwa kwa polling station kwa form 34A, kwa potelea mbali. That is what the Supreme Court is saying. Hii mambo ati sijui server, sijui nini libiwa kwa server. Look at Maina Kiai's ruling. Election inaisha kwa polling station, polling kwa ile classroom. Hapo ndio mambo yako yote imeisha, because you have got your agents there, form 34A is there, and you know the results your president got. Kama unajua unasema hey, ndio hii tulipata, mbona ile imekuwa transmitted ni ya uongo? Did you come up with any evidence like that? You didn't have. So wacheni kutupotezea wakati hapa mkisema election ilibiwa and you don't have even facts.
Aya, Mzalendo amemaliza. Very, very clear. Mzalendo, we una accuse watu kupropagate propaganda hapa. Unasema unaona akina unknown scripts wanarusha propaganda hapa. Propaganda yako ya kwanza kupinga propaganda ambayo unasema inarushwa hapa ni kwamba the whistleblower, hiyo story ya whistleblower iliisha kwa sababu alilipwa. Mimi hata sijui whistleblower huyo ni nani mpaka saa hii. Sijamjua ni nani. I don't know the identity of the whistleblower. Ninashangaa wewe uko inside gani ya Azimio mpaka umejua huyo whistleblower na ukajua alilipwa. Unless now you are the one who is the source of propaganda kwa hii channel, because some things zenye unaongea hapa ya kusema ya kwamba Azimio ilikuwa haina tallying station in the comment section, then ukikuja hapa kwa forum unasema tallying station ilikuwa Citizen TV. I mean, you should also listen to what you're telling us here, and then figure out if you're telling us vitu ambazo zina make sense ama ni propaganda. From where I sit, mi naona when you're the source of propaganda hapa. When did you realize that the whistleblower was paid? How much was he paid? Who paid him? Where?
Wacha nikupatie.
No, I gave you time to speak. I gave you time to speak and I'll come back to you. So unless wewe ndio unakuja hapa kurusha propaganda, then my friend, I don't agree with what you're saying. Lakini Mary alikuwa na kitu ya kukujibu kwanza before tuende kwa hii mikono ingine.
Okay, mzalendo sio mzalendo. Mzalendo amejaa propaganda zote za Kenya, yote ndiye anabeba. Kusema kweli, mimi naweza kukuuliza kitu moja. Umesema ati tuangalie poto. Na tulisikia hiyo server is very expensive. It was paid by money of Kenyan money, Kenyan voters. Instead of going round, na ninakwambia fungua hiyo nyumba ndio msichana wangu ameingia. Fungua ndio nione kama hakuingia hapo, mimi niende nyumbani. So for you, don't keep us giving us stories, sijui nini. Wacha kwenda hapo, hata wacha kwenda kusema habari ya whistleblower. Forget about the whistleblower. Open the server. Let's have the last resort. Then we leave you alone. Msichana wangu lazima atoke kwa hiyo nyumba niliona aliingia. So please don't drive us crazy here. We are tired of what you people you are talking. Even your own president, he said the server was open. The portal was open. Can you imagine he was mixing those words? Huh? The portal was open. The server was open. How could he make such a mistake? Please, Mzalendo, that is something that you are really driving us crazy and agitating many hearts, many brains. Open the server and Ruto must go. That's all I can say. Thank you, guys.
SG.
Makeni, nasikia mzalendo anasema hii channel ni ya propaganda, ni kama Fox. I really wonder why Kenya Kwanza have no channel. Maybe waanze CNN yao, because we would love to be on our own, because our agenda is clear. We know that you don't have to tell someone he's a thief when he has a character of thievery. He has stolen land, he has stolen wives, he has stolen so many things. So even stealing an election is a basic thuggery. Kwa hivyo we are here to propagate our Azimio agenda. And our Azimio agenda is that we are not letting up the minority rule on us. It doesn't matter what Kenya Kwanza think. Kenya Kwanza can think whatever they think. From our point of view, what we know is that the will of the people was subverted. Kenya Kwanza was defeated with more than 2 million votes. Whether we have facts or not, that's what we believe and that's what we know. And we do not recognize this government. That's a fact. Let them continue being there. But the fact is, Kenya, Chebukati and the Kahoots were well paid to organize the ferry. So about election being won at the reporting station. Those ones are stories. They can be written in the walls or anywhere. But when the Chebukati and IBC participate in aiding to help one candidate, it doesn't matter, because they might have the original forms. They'll have everything they want. They don't want to steal everywhere. They just want to steal the vote that really matter. Kwa hivyo Kenya Kwanza people, anzeni chano yenu huko, muite, ati hii tunaita Mutembei live, nyinyi muite Ruto live or something, I don't know. We will not participate there.
Unknown scripts.
Well, you all remember I had started by saying that leave Mzalendo where you in his safe zone. He was in comfort zone. Uko backstay. And he knows that I'm sure he had realized that I was propagating that if you come here like Fabrizio did, with things which are outright lies, we can subject it to some investigation. And if you find that you are wrong, then in future, we can use that to stop such people from contributing here. Now, before I talked about Form 34C, I did say that in the recent tribunal, IEBC, that's what I said. When Chebukati was being cross-examined about the Form 34C, it is the lawyer who put it to him that whatever he used did not come from the system. It was handwritten. So it is not right for Mzalendo to come here and say that I come here and talk about lies. Lies, I quoted the source of that information. Go and ask the Chebukati and the lawyer during the tribunal, where is the original Form 34C? It is supposed to be auto-generated after everything has been done. Those Form 34As you are talking about. Now you keep repeating here that the elections are stolen from the polling station. Polling station is still the same IBC. So we do not know what you are talking about. If Chebukati decided to instruct his people at the polling station to steal the elections at that level, and now they have been discovered, it doesn't matter where they stole it from. It really doesn't matter. If they stole it from, if they stole the elections at the station level, you can see how they did it. But on the other day, I did say here that the internet is a very good thing. So long as you put things in the internet, there is nothing you can do about them. The audit trail will say everything you did. So whether it is at the polling station, it is at IEBC, it really does not, it doesn't make so much difference.
Can you just reduce that volume?
Okay.
All right. Calvin, nitakupatia nafasi. Wacha kwanza nipatie msimamo ama dakika moja tu kwanza. Juu msimamo naona tuna. Okay, sawa, endelea.
Hey, nani Mzalendo? Wewe tu unakaa tu mtu wa kuchapwa viboko venye unakaa. Why do you go to a channel yenye unasema haikufaidi? Why don't you just go open yako na mfanye kazi yenu huko? Why do you come here? Alafu unasema kura haijaibiwa. At the same time unasema you have a solution. Why are you talking a solution of a problem that is not, what are you solving when there was no problem? Hii tribunal yenye na investigate Chebukati ni ya nini when kura ilipigwa vizuri? Nyinyi ni watu ni kama ulivai kwa constituency yako na ODM na ukashindwa. Sasa hiyo bitterness umeleta. That's your problem. Because matime unaargue vitu zingine mpaka tunashangaa what are you trying to do? Sasa umejificha ng'ambo. Rudi Kenya. Rudi kama Ruto amefanya poa. Umesema ati drought haizi deal nayo. Wewe unajua kweli watu wanalala njaa. Kuna stories zingine ukiongea angalia huko nyuma, wewe sema ati wafanye nini? So who do you want the citizens to go to? Wakujie nani? Waende Europe ama nani? Waende walilie nani? The government of the day they wanna solve the problem. Kale ingia government kama kuna drought, yes, we want to look for subsidies. He has to do something to the citizen. What do we want to do? Uhuru arudi basi atoke kwa kiketi. Mnaudhi maze vibaya tu sana. Kama mwezi debate kitu substantial, unajua kuna watu wana watch wanasikia, but when you say the Uhuru atoe watu without whatever, so who do you want to solve it? Mungu atoke binguni venye mnaomba? You guys are joking. I hope you have your relatives wenye wanalala njaa Kenya. Usikuja unaanza kubonga tu vitu zingine ovyo ovyo, mnaudhi. Otherwise, thank you Makedi.
Haya, sawa sawa Calvis. Wacha nipatie msimamo kwanza.
Asante sana ndugu yangu Rich Makiadi. Naitwa hapo Mary Wainaina, Diok mzalendo, kaka yangu hapo mkubwa non script na Calvis. Mimi kwangu sina mengi leo, ila tu ni kuambia watu tubaki katika msimamo, maana msimamo nadhani ndio utatupeleka mahali, maana hata mtu mmoja wetu bila msimamo basi utakuwa si lolote. So tunapoungana ili kuweza kulikomboa hili taifa kwa ukombozi wa tatu ambao ni wa mwisho na ni wa kiuchumi, basi sharti tuwe na msimamo. Tukusema ndio, tukusema la. Kwa hiyo ndugu zangu, kitakacho kusimamisha katika azima hii ni kuwa na msimamo. Mara si mguu ndani, mara mguu nje, hapana. Sisi tuungane, tushikane. Na nikiingia katika mada hapa kwamba Azimio Kibera mega rally, what next for the struggle to defend our democracy in Kenya. Nadhani hapa hakuna kingine. Kile kimebaki ni Ruto must go. That's the next step. Kwa hivyo hakuna kingine. Juu ushindi ni wetu. Ushindi ni wetu. Na ndio maana tunapozungumza kweli basi na huja na mambo ya uongo ili watu tupotezwe maboya, akili zetu zifunikwe tuwe tunazungumzia masuala na KRA, wakati si jukumu la rais wala makoma la rais kututangazia hata kwa mikutano ama juu za magari kuhusiana na hilo. Kuna kitengo maalum ambacho kinafaa kuhusika, na kwa wale ambao wanakuta hawaje toa ushuru basi sheria ipo. Nadhani yule mama yetu ambaye ni bibi yetu haswa nyanya mzee haswa aliwaonyesha njia kwamba if hatulipi basi njia zipo na mnaweza kutishtaki popote pale. Sasa mkituambia kwamba mnakuja kwa magari na makoti makubwa na kutuonyesha kwamba yes sisi ndio tumekuwa na uongozi, hiyo does not make sense. Mkenya ana haja ya kuenda hospitali akute kuna madawa. Sio Mkenya anaenda government ya government anapelekwa chemist akanunue madawa. Hakuna madawa ya kutosha. Please, Mkenya anahitaji unga ushuke chini ili harama ya maisha ipungue. Si hapo mnatudanganya ni 180, si bado ni 230. Mkenya ana haja ya kura yake izungumze pale debeni. Si wachache wenye navyo waweze kukusanyana ili kwa sababu wametubia vya kutosha alafu warudi watuongoze hapa ili kufunika yale machafu ambao wako nayo. Jamani, huwezi chukua maharage yalovunda ukachanganya na maharage ambayo yamepikwa sasa yamejaa nazi vizuri ukasema huo mchanganyiko basi chakula hicho kitakuwa kitamu, kitazidi kuharibika. Kwa hiyo hatuwezi chukua uwizi na uongozi mbaya na mauaji alafu ukachanganya ukataka tena kutuongoza ushindwe na hiyo roho ambayo ilikuwa inakuongoza tangia mwanzo. Ndio maana hii serikali imepotea maboya, imepotea njia. Hatuna haja ya kuona watu wakiwa kwa rally wakidanganya Wakenya kwamba nashukuru watu wamekubali kulipa ushuru. Akina nani? Kwani tangia mwanzo si watu wanalipa ushuru? Kwani kama si ushuru tungekuwa tumelijenga ile taifa tangia 60s mpaka sasa hivi? Huo ni unafiki. Maombi ya Gashagwa wakati ile hali ni juzi tu milioni 200 zimeregeshwa kwa akaunti yake huko anaomba mvua. Huu ni uhaini na huu ni ulumbukeni na huu ni kutufumba macho. Gachagua ungekuwa ukweli haswa ni mtu wa Mungu, basi hizo milioni 2 ungesema hizo milioni 200 ungezidimanda, ungeziacha zikaingia mahali husika zikasaidia Wakenya kweli, kama wewe una roho ya uungu. So huu ni unafiki. Sasa kwa watu wengine ambao hapa wanatujaribu kutetea hapa, at least hii angalau ionekane hii serikali si hiyo, maana haimwangalii mwananchi, na wanayo sababu kutomwangalia mwananchi kwa sababu haikuchaguliwa na mwananchi. Pesa ndio iliyotembea hapa baba kwa Chebukati, pesa hapa ndio ambayo ilimwagwa tukishuhudia kwa judiciary, ili kusudi mwananchi asiwe na nafasi kabisa kwa kila pande. Pesa imemwagwa kwa makanisa, ambapo ndipo kimbilizi kwamba tunaweza tukaendelea vilio vyetu pale, at least tunaamini kwamba watu wa Mungu waweza tutetea, ndio hao waliotekwa kwa tamaa. Bunge letu ndio hilo lilotiwa mkononi. Polisi wetu ndio hao sasa hivi wanataka kuregeshwa huo wakati. Wakifanya ngwe unakula teki unaingia kwa gari. Maana tunaelekea hapo. Uhuru huu tunaongea nao pia uko mashakani huu. Huu tunaojiska express ambao ni kitu kilipiganiwa mpaka kufikia hapa leo, tunaweza changanyikana makabila yote hapa tukizungumzia hapa. So mimi it's a good progress. Mkutano wa jana nilishuhudia pale kuna kundi la vijana jipya ambalo ni la MDD, unaona, alafu pia na kundi la vijana pia ambalo pia litaweza kuungana na kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba tunakuwa strong zaidi, na ni wale ni vijana ambao wako katika kila county. Maana nilikuta kuna Wakilifi, kuna kila mahali ambao hakika wanaiona haswa hii hali halisi. Na kauli ambayo zaidi nilinukuu ndugu yangu Makiadi jana kutokana hapo kwa hao vijana ni kwamba wao hawana kingine. Hao lengo lao ni kuhakikisha kwamba wana represent yale wazae wao ambao ni sawia na sisi hapa tunazungumza kila siku hapa kwamba baba zetu waliweza wakapigania wakati wao, na sasa ni wakati wa sisi vijana nasi tuweze kulipigania hili taifa katika ukombozi tena watatu ambao ni sisi sasa hivi tunawazungumzia wengine hapa. So ni mambo ya kutia moyo, mambo ambayo naamini kwamba hakika kukiwa na msimamo na kutolegea nyuma, basi tutaweza kuifikia hatua, tutakufikia kufikia hili lengo, na ni good progress. Japo mimi naona kuchelewa kwa sababu ninapoona tu mati kama ule, basi naungana na wale wanasema tuende State House direct, ila tunaongozwa na uongozi, tunaongozwa na sheria. Baba asituweke sana, tuingie hapo na tungoe huu chafu uko hapo. Hapo ndo tutakuwa tumetimiza kabisa lengo letu, kuhakikisha kwamba hii Kenya iko na watu wenye ambao ni salama, mikononi salama, na kuna watu ambao hakika iko mikononi kwa viongozi ambao hakika hawaongozwi na tamaa na wanania, na haswa kuhakikisha kwamba maisha ya Mkenya yameweza kubadilika kwa kila upande. Kwa hivyo mimi sitakuwa mrefu ndugu yangu Makiedi, kwa sababu ninaamini kwamba azma hii haitakuwa tu ni azma tu ya kwamba tunaonekana tu kwa TV, wala itakuwa ni mkutano hewa. But najua katika hiyo mikutano basi itakuwa ni kuhakikisha kwamba Wakenya wote tunawaongoza na tuhakikisha kwamba tunachukua maoni ya watu wote, ili wakati tukichukua katika hali ya uamuzi, basi utakuwa ni uamuzi wa Mkenya yeyote, Wakenya wote, Kenya nzima. Kwa hivyo hili lisitutishe, lakini haya mengine ya KRA sijui nini, hizi zote ni propaganda, kwa sababu Ruto hafai kudai KRA kwa mikutano kwa magari, juu ya magari hafai kudai kwa makanisa. Sasa hivi wanaona waibu pia kuzungumzia politics. Jana Jumapili hawaliena haya kule kuzungumza ule upuzi wao wa kuponda makanisani. Wakona ni bora, kwa sababu sasa mambo yanageuka, bora turudi na sisi barabarani, tuingie kwa kampeni, tujipange, maana hawa watu tuwatanyakuliwa na hizi propaganda zetu, hazitakuwa na mashiko. Ndio tuliwaona jana barabarani na wao. Sasa hapa kuna uongozi ambao tunategemea, kwa sababu hakuna rais ambaye angekuwa na hizi tabia. Hapa ni kuhakikisha kwamba Mkenya anahudumiwa kulingana na manifesto yao yenye alifanya nini waliweka. Hakuna chochote tunakishuhudia. So Wakenya ndugu zangu, tusipotoshe na hawa ambao waliungana. Huu ni msitu wa majambazi, huu ni msitu wa wale walipora pesa zetu. Hawa wote tunaona kwa hii serikali ni wao kwa wao. Hawa si wetu, hata kuna siku moja watamthamini mwananchi juu hatukuwachagua na wanajua hilo. Kwa hivyo watu wanaishi kwa mapeni yao, na wale hii nchi mpaka waimalize, na ni jambo la kulikataa. Kwa tuje kwa pamoja hapa tuhakikishe kwamba tunaungana na tunakuwa na subira ili tukijipanga zaidi. Msichoke ndugu zangu, kwa sababu jana hatukuingia sisi twazo. Wachani tuendeni, itafika wakati mzuri tu. Tuwe na subira, lakini tusimame na msimamo. Asante ndugu yangu Makiadi, nitakwamia pale. Asante.
Haya, nashukuru sana ndugu yangu Msimamo kwa kutoa hoja zako siku ya leo, na tumeongea hayo maneno kuanzia asubuhi hapa, au kuanzia wakati show ilianza. Sema hapa kwamba hii ni serikali ambayo haijui kitu ambacho inafanya, ndiposa kila wakati unaona kuna vitu ambavyo vinaitwa distractions. Wanatu distract kutoka kwa the real issues. Lakini kando na hayo, wacha kwanza nicheze kanda moja alafu nitampatia Mzalendo, naona ni kama alikuwa anataka kujibu mashtaka hapa, alafu tuendelee kutoka hapo.
Hiyo shida hamutatatua mukitafuta mali ya Jomo Kenyatta. Mukitafuta nini? Mali ya Jomo Kenyatta. That one we will not allow. Jomo yuko? Hayuko. Kama muna shida na Uhuru Kenyatta, Uhuru ni Uhuru. Si ndio? Uhuru ni nani? Ni Uhuru. Tafuta yeye. Lakini babake hapana. Jomo hayuko. He is not here to defend himself. Yuko. Na the Bible, Bishop, you tell me. Niambie vizuri. The Bible is very clear. You must defend widows and orphans. Kweli ama si kweli? Mama Ngina si ni widow? Kwa nini mnamtafuta? Kwa nini? Kwa nini? Kijana ingali yuko Uhuru, tafuta yeye. Muachane na hiyo ya historia ya Jomo Kenyatta na mama, hatutaki kusikia. Mnaguza sasa live wire, kwa sababu kama mnajaribu mali ya Jomo Kenyatta, hata meli yetu sisi ni nani? Si kesho itakuwa wewe, kesho kutwa mimi na mwingine. We, ukiona mali ya mtu mzee ikichukuliwa, ujue hata wewe yako itachukuliwa. Yako itachukuliwa. Don't joke. Tumekuwa kwa hii nchi, tumeona mengi. Wengine walianza namna hii, ikawa shida kwanza. Sisi wa Mount Kenya tukaona shida ambayo hatujaona. Walianza namna hii. So please, mujikinge, muwe gangari, na mupatie hii serikali nafasi, lakini not until forever. It is not until forever.
Haya, mambo ni kama hayo. Mzalendo, ulikuwa unataka kusema nini?
Naona hii story ya Mama Ngina ni kama umeguza live wire. Makiadi, kuna vitu vingine unajua, wazazi wako ama mzazi wako akikufa ama na kona mali, kuna zile barua a common man na apply zinaitwa, I think zinaitwa letters of administration of the estate. That one gives you the sole ownership of that particular estate of the deceased. Hiyo inamaanisha wewe sasa ndio mliki wa hilo shamba la baba yako. baba yako does not come in. Story yake imeisha, amekufa, mambo yake imeisha. Wewe ndio mmiliki wa hiyo shamba kwa sasa. And kama kuna kesi, hawataamusha baba yako kwa kaburi, ni wewe ndio utaenda usimamie hiyo kesi, kwa sababu hiyo shamba ni yako sasa. So this is a politician talking a lot of rubbish, and we buy it. We know what the law says about succession and property. So hizo ni vitu zingine, even when you play them, you as an intelligent person, you should be able to know that that is going nowhere and is talking a bit of nothing. On the issue of Kakamza, Chaka, habari gani bwana? Msimamo ni ule ule. Msimamo ni ule ule. Na ningependa kukuuliza ile kauli mbiu ya hiyo rally ya Kibera ilikuwa ni ipi? Bado mnapigania kuingia State House ama mnafanya nini? Tulisema leo muanalyze each and every statement ya baba pale. Kuna jamaa ameingia hapa akaniambia ati hawa kina Mzalendo ni watu wale walianguka kura. Kama nilianguka kura, basi pia tulianguka tu kura kama baba vile alianguka kura. Kura tofauti ni ile tu, mwingine analia na mwingine ali tulianguka si wote ama so that's not a big deal. Kuanguka si hoja, kuanguka ndio hoja. So I hope we will at one time forget about this issue of election and discuss on how to move the country forward. Issues of the cost of living and issue of school fees. There's a gentleman who came here called Calvins. Calvins, mi naendaga Kenya, we pengine ndio uendagi Kenya. Mi naendaga Kenya na naongeaga hivi vile naona naongea, na siogopi mtu. So na naenda kwa hati ya Azimio na bado tunaongea hivyo. Alright? So ile kitu iko ni mko na wabunge, wale ni wanaitwa wakilishi.
Mzalendo umeamua kuongea ukiwa umefunga microphone eh?
Oh, sorry. There were some kids making noise here. Nilikuwa naambiwa jamaze kidogo. Ile kitu nilikuwa nasema ni kama una mbunge wako, na hii ni njia rahisi sana, na kama kuna wabunge either wakuwa pande hii ya Azimio, wakuwa pande hii ya UDA na wanataka gharama ya maisha irudi chini kidogo, kuna mamswada wanaweza pitisha which is bipartisan, inakata across. Mambo ya free primary education, this is something that they can discuss in parliament and agree that secondary education should be free. But do they really want that? They don't. What they want is that wakule hii pesa ya CDF, wapatiwe bado hii pesa ya CDF. Hiyo ndio shida iko pale. Na hiyo pesa ya CDF wanasema ati ni ya kulipia watoto school fees. Na koti imesema hiyo kitu ni illegal. Why can't they just pass a bill that allows each and every student to go to school for free? Nini ngumu hapo sana? Ruto anaingilia wapi hapo? Uko na mbunge wako, mbona akuji na mswada kama hiyo? Then tuone watu wa UDA wamekataa ati watoto wasisome bure. So saa zingine unaangalia unaweka mkuki kwa Ruto, while bala uweka mkuki kwa ule MP wako ule yuko pale, who is supposed to represent you. You elected an MP, kazi yake ni kulegislate na kuangalia ni mswada gani ile anaweza leta bungeni kuboresha maisha yako. Haya, kuna counties here you concentrate on the presidency. The guy who drafted the devolution chapter, anaitwa Dr. Odhiambo Mbai, wrote very, very clearly that we will no longer need the presidency
it is important to empower the county governments. Hii county unaona hii ni muhimu sana hata kushinda Rais William Ruto, ile mnapiga nayo kelele hapa kila siku. See what your county government is doing and the service deliveries that inakusaidia. Chakamudune ukiwa pale, the only government that iko karibu na wewe ni hiyo county government, sio government ya William Ruto. Ile county, ile serikali iko karibu na wewe kabisa ni ile serikali ya county. Na kuna vitu zingine zinasema chaka.
Kaka Mzalendo, ukasema niangalie hii kaunti yangu kwa sababu niko karibu nayo, unatuchanganya kama Wakenya. Na hatutamaliza hii kasumba na hii tabia ya let's accept and move on. Kauli mbiu hapa ni kuhakikisha tunakomesha the term let's accept and move on, kwa sababu wakora wataingia mlango wa nyuma, watahongana, wataingia kwa mamlaka na tuambiwe hapa let's accept and move on. Lini kura ya Mwanakenya ya Mkenya itazungumza ukweli haswa kwamba ni pale debeni? Kwa sababu hilo ndilo kosa kubwa, na hatuwezi enda 2027 bila kuhakikisha kwamba hii njia ya let's accept and move on tumekomesha. Na wakuikomesha si mwingine ni mimi Chaka pamoja na we Mzalendo, Makiadi na mama yetu hapa na wale ambao tuko hapa kama wananchi. Tunataka kutofautisha, tuhakikishe kwamba mwananchi haswa ndo mwenye usemi hii Kenya. Mwanasiasa yeye ni mfanyikazi. Ndivyo tutamalizana na huu kora. Sasa lengo hapa ukisema kwamba tuangalie county government, kwa nini sasa tuingie kwa uchaguzi? Tunachagua nini? Kama pengine ni kuchagua county government peke yake, mando serikali Chaka yuko karibu nayo, basi haina haja ya tuwe na rais. Lakini kama tutakuwa na kura ya uraisi, ni sharti kura ya Mkenya izungumze pale. Maana utata si hapa chini, utata ni huko juu. Yule anachaguliwa na wananchi, si anasimama katika uongozi. Kaka Mzalendo, na ni wewe na mimi tulizungumzie hili kinaga ubaga, ili haswa viongozi kama akina Ruto na akina Gachagua wakome kuingia na milango ya nyuma na kutuletea matai makubwa hapa. Pili, tunaona kabisa kwamba hii serikali haina mpango, haina plan. Na kwa nini nazungumza hiyo kaka Mzalendo? Umeona washaingia sasa kwa kampeni upya, badala ya kukaa na kupanga jinsi gani Mkenya atakavyoishi, jinsi gani corruption tunaweza ipigania. Tunashuhudia hapa wakiingia hapa kwa mikutano, wakiingia haswa barabarani. Kampeni imeanza, huyu anavuta huku, huyu anavuta huku. Hii ndio Kenya tunaipeleka wapi? Kama ni swala la KRA, masuala la ulipaji ushuru, vitengo husika vipo. Ina haja gani rais na makamu wa rais kuja mbele ya umati na mbele ya watu, mbele ya makanisa kutuambia hayo? Kama kweli wanataka kwamba Wakenya watoe ushuru kwa sababu ndio njia halisi ya kujenga hii taifa, kwanza wangehakikisha kwamba hata kile wanakikusanya jeki na ulinzi wa kutosha hakitaingia katika mifuko ya watu. Ama ni kutoa ushuru wakati hatuna mlinzi. Wakora ni wale wale, corruption ni ile ile ambayo haizungumzii katika rejimu hii ya Ruto. Kaka Mzalendo, lazima tuwe ukweli, tuwe na ukweli hapa, tuwahamasishe watu, tuwahamasishe ndugu zetu. Tukipata nafasi kama hizi tuzungumze vitu ambavyo vinajenga hii nchi. Hatuwezi kuwa tunatoza ushuru wakati ukoro umejaa katika serikali, wakiongozwa na hawa kina Gachagua wanaorodeshewa mamilioni. Tena huku Mkenya akipata tabu jinsi ya kuishi, anakula mlo mmoja kwa siku, tena bado unamkandamiza umtoe ushuru. Kaka Mzalendo, tuwe mkweli hapa, tulitetee hili taifa, wacha kuganda kwa watu ambao wameshindwa na kuongoza. Asante.
Sawa, unajua nikupatia nafasi kidogo, sasa ukakuwa sasa umechukua hoja yote. Sasa Chaka, hii shida ya Ruto kusema watu walipe ushuru, na nimeona mara mingi marais wa hapa Kenya wakisema leo tunaenda kuzindua barabara hii, leo tunaenda kuzindua SGR. Kuna tofauti gani? na hizo kuna madepartment yale yanahusika na hizo makazi. So
Tofauti ipo.
kitu ile nakwambia president ana articulate tu policy ile wamediscuss na serikali yake. KRA ni part of serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Unanielewa? Kama uelewi hiyo, that KRA ni part of serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta ya William Ruto, hiyo lazima uelewe vizuri sana. That hiyo whatever anasema pale si mambo ya kubweka, ni mambo wamediscuss, na ni ile tu wanaambia wananchi that sasa tunaenda kwa mabwenyenye. Wale jamaa wamekuwa wakikwepa ushuru, wacha waanze kulipa ushuru. And hii nchi ya Kenya ni nchi ambayo tunategemea ushuru. So kama kuna wadosi wengine walipi ushuru, mimi na kuhakikishia Ruto atahakikisha amelipa ushuru, na ukae kujua pia yeye ndio rais wa kwanza kusema wadosi walipe ushuru. Wale wengine
mbona yeye mwenyewe mzalendo hajatuonyesha? Mbona yeye mwenyewe hajaonyesha kwa mfano? Wala Gachagua hajatuambia sisi tumelipa hii. Mbona Ruto mwenyewe hajatuonyesha kwa vitendo? Aanze yeye kwanza.
Ngoja chaka. Mzalendo msimamo. Sasa we are not having a debate, eh? I'd rather tuwe na mtu mmoja anaongea, tunamaliza, tunasonga kwa mwingine.
Samahani ndugu.
Ni sawa ndugu, ni sawa. So mzalendo, nimekupa nafasi ya kuongea, na sasa wacha nipatie mwingine pia nafasi ya kuongea. Naona kuna mkono umeinuliwa hapo, na Mary alikuwa anataka kuongea, alafu tunaendelea namna hiyo, lakini tafadhali to keep our mics mute, ndio at least mmoja akimaliza tunasonga kwa mwingine. Mary, karibu.
Thank you Makiadi. Nina swali moja kwa mzalendo. Una huyo president wako ambaye unamsifu sana, ambaye unaona kama anafanya kazi ipasavyo. Lakini nina swali moja. Nafikiri serikali inakuaga na mpangilio wa kuwa ati tuko na CS huyu anasimamia hii, CS huyu anasimamia hii, na huyo anatarajiwa kutoa hotuba yake kwa department yake vile inaendelea. So why is it that anything that is going on in a certain department, huyo president wako ndio ako na mdomo ya kusema? Kwani hawa wengine wamenyamazishwa, wameambiwa wasiongee? Kwa nini kusiwe na mtu ambaye anasimama pande huo wa KRA, ambaye anaweza simama ndio apeane hata mpangilio na aongee na heshima akipeana hiyo hotuba? Because now when we see the president who is the head of the country, ambaye anaenda anasimama kwa watu hadharani, anatoa hiyo hotuba kama Uhuru ni kuiba wameiba, ama mama yake ni kuiba ameiba, hiyo sio heshima. Hata yeye mwenyewe hajiheshimu. Yani karakta yake si president wa Kenya. Ameharibu kabisa. Amejitoa max yote. Because I don't see the reason why a sitting president huyu anajifanya ambaye aliiba hiyo uchaguzi, ni yeye head of ya nchi ya Kenya, anaenda anasimama anaanza kutoa hotuba ya kuchafua jina ya mama kama huyo. Honestly speaking, hakuna heshima hata kidogo. Hata yeye hajiheshimu. Kuna department, kuna CS ambaye anatakiwa kusimama aende atoe hiyo, ama KRA watoe hiyo tangazo lao, hata kama watatangaza kwa runinga. Rather than seeing somebody who is calling himself a president standing on top of a car announcing such. Siwezi anatangaza ati wakipatikana they are most wanted. What is all this? How many people do we know in UDA ambao hawajalipa huo ushuru na bado wanaendelea na maisha yao na hawezi kuwatangaza? Hata yeye mwenyewe certificate gani yeye ametuonyesha yeye amelipa zake? Why does he have that audacity of standing on top of a car? In fact, it is very, very agitating, very, very bad for his character, for his for his own, hata anaharibu dignity yake kama ako nayo. Mzalendo, what you are standing here and trying to tell us, there is nothing you are convincing Kenyans. Kenyans know everything, and they know this government does not deserve to be ruling our country. Kenyans know that. And they are very sure that this was not legitimate government that we have. It is not. Kwa hivyo utijaribu kutueleza maneno mingi hapa. In fact, I don't like arguing with somebody who is really telling lies in front of all these people who are listening. I don't like arguing, because even it is said, don't argue with a fool. People might not know the difference. But I'm not calling you a fool, Mzalendo, but that is a saying.
You just called me a fool.
Don't misunderstand me and don't misquote me. I said, and I'm not calling you a fool, but I'm saying that's a saying, and it is written exactly what I'm saying. So we are not going to argue with something that really people don't see the sense. We are ridiculing ourselves, wasting time for better things. Kwa sababu huyo rais wako, kama ana heshima, angekuwa kwa ofisi akifanya kazi yake. Awe anachora akiandika watoto ni wangapi wanaenda shule, ni wangapi wamepata school fees. Ama kama sio hivyo, awe anapata information from this CSS. Kwani hii CSS ni chokora? Kwani ni watu wa mapipa? Hawaelewi na jinsi ya kufanya hizo ofisi zao. This government does not deserve even to be there. In fact, we are like dreaming. It's like we are sleeping. And we are out of our way when we listen to them and what they are doing. They are ridiculing our country. Whoever is outside is just hearing things that he cannot even understand. People from outside, international, wanaangalia mtu kama huyu atina ni president wa dunia, wa nchi yake. Mtu ambaye hajiheshimu, mtu ambaye anaropoka tu, anasema maneno ambayo hata si ya heshima. Kweli kabisa. I believe other countries cannot do that. Ona kama Martin Luther King, he is still honored. Na hakuna mtu anaweza enda against what has been written. But in our country ni kama manyani. Nyani ambazo ziko mbugani. Zinakimbizana huko. I can't imagine, sincerely speaking, when I saw that president of yours on top of a car lamenting those words, I was shocked. I was ashamed on myself. We are not talking about simple things. We are talking about a country which has got millions of people. And somebody is not serious. Na anasimama hapo. Vile amejenga. Vile ako msafi na gari kubwa. And people are dying. People are dying in their homes. They don't have food to eat. Na usiseme ati koni yeye ndio ataleta mvua. We don't care whether he bring the rain. All those dams that he has been talking about, they could have been groundbreaking now. We see the sites have started. Nini hii anatuambia? Huo ushuru wa Uhuru utakuja kujenga hizo dams. How many people have ran away with that ushuru? Hawajalipa. Na bado ni mtu huyo tu mmoja anafuatilia. You people, you are just losing your way and coming here to agitate us. Leave us alone. Let's argue the better way our country can go. They can go and have their own channel. We don't want this. Because we are talking with facts. And we are talking what is really the best thing for our country. And the president of Majambazi is just playing games. Mzalendo is gone. Because he knows he was just coming here. Why do they want us to tell them what to do? What don't they know? Why do we have to tell them what to do? They took the government. They took the government, so you know how to do it. What was your manifesto? Was it written by somebody from anywhere? Or it is you guys? It's so ridiculous and so saddening, and even you feel like, yani hatuelewi ni watu aina gani hawa na walitoka wapi? They don't look like Kenyans. They look like people who are clones. Their minds are not set. They don't know what they are doing. It's so agitating. Kenyans, let's wake up. This country is going very bad, and it is going down with the people who are playing games. We don't want games. People are serious and people are hurting. Thank you, Makiadi.
Haya, sawa sawa. Naona kuna mzee Lala amekuja hapa. Ndakupatia nafasi kidogo kwanza, wacha nikupatie introduction hapa nilikuwa nimeweka for a long time, alafu then we can go to your presentation.
My kicker tonight is a pertinent reminder to an equally pertinent reminder made right here on the 15th of September last year, just 2 days after the inauguration of President William Ruto and his deputy, Rigathi Gachagua. And that reminder is high-level corruption in Kenya is real. It's not fiction. It is not politics. It is not a lie. It is indeed a fact. Whether denied or ignored, high-level corruption in Kenya is indeed the proverbial elephant in the room. This reminder is particularly critical in a week the government has gone full throttle to remind every Kenyan about the value of paying taxes. In my view, this talk for taxation must of necessity be accompanied by an equally strong talk against official corruption. Payment of taxes must go hand in hand with anti-corruption measures because the latter, provenly, have ways of rendering the former completely meaningless. Corruption depletes public resources. Corruption involves blatant theft of taxes. Corruption makes taxation futile and pointless. And the reminder has to constantly name and face the elephant in the room. That is corruption involving government officials or offices, or indeed the powerful and well-connected individuals. Nearly all cases of corruption, whether we're talking of Goldenberg or Anglo Leasing, Afia House or NYS scandals, had traces to physical addresses of government offices and names of a little more than just ordinary Kenyans. The reality of the official corruption cannot be denied, and indeed, as recently as earlier today, the European Union, one of Kenya's key development partners, sent its own reminder about Kenya's elephant in the room. Let's listen in.
We think that to fight corruption is in the best interest of Kenya, because this is maybe the single most deterrent to investment. And also, Kenya is on the watch list for money laundering. If Kenya is not making efforts, it will be blacklisted. And that has a lot of very negative consequences. The most important one is that investors are shying away.
Investors shying away, Kenya getting blacklisted, and public resources in form of taxes going to waste. Just some of the consequences of not fighting official corruption. We've heard a lot about paying taxes. Now, let us see the taxes being put into some very good use. And while at it, some genuine energy in the fight against corruption.
Yeah, I think that's a good introduction to the next topic that we'll be talking for a few weeks, maybe, the issue of taxes accompanied with the responsible use of resources that Kenyans are paying the government to, divert our attention away from this issue of one family just having, the president of the Republic of Kenya speaking about one issue every day to try and remind us that the failures of our country emanate from this family, which is just like I always say here, a diversion from the real failures of William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagwa's government. Let me welcome Lala here, and then we can move on from there. Karibu. Your audio, can you try to readjust your audio? Maybe in Bluetooth? No, we can't hear you again. No.
Hello.
Yeah, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay. I just got in, and hi to everyone. Hi, Makiadi. Hi, Mary. Hi, Duke, and all of you. I've been monitoring things from home, of course, not all the time, so I don't get a fuller picture. But what I saw, the meeting itself, and the people and the energy that was in the meeting suggests to me that we are the team on the right track. In other words, the State House, Ruto and this man must pay attention to what is going on. I think the tax issue is diversionary tactics that, first of all, Ruto and this group are using. I think as Kenyans, we sometimes have a very short memory because just go back a few months or a year ago. What was the issue? What drove us to the booth? Why were we going to vote? I think the issue was corruption. The issue was how our tax money is being misused. The issue was that we wanted a country that is ruled constitutionally, a country that is growing, a country that is united. And actually the answer is in the whistleblower, because what he was able to reveal to us actually indicates how people, Kenyan, felt when they went to that booth, that they needed, first of all, clean people. Martha Karua, Raila Odinga. No anything like scandals around them. And so that was the feeling of Kenyans. And so what we have here is not what we prayed for, we sought, we voted for. It's a shock. But thank God for the whistleblower. And looking at that meeting and seeing the energy there gives me hope, because a lot of us have been depressed. And now at least we can see that light, and we are seeing the movement. This is a movement. This is tributaries, whether it is Kamkunji coming in, whether it is going to be other places that this meeting is going to be taking place. So now it will come as one river, and that will sweep people out of that State House, because they have got no business being there under these circumstances. And so first of all, I love Mama Ngina, the way she answered. It was like that was the government. Maturity, the wisdom, the poise to which she addressed the issue. And now you look at the government and you're asking yourself, what is this? I'm a man of cloth, so I could easily say this. a spirit that is guiding the State House. It's almost like an evil spirit. It's a spirit that almost creating a schizophrenic, they say one thing and the other, because the person who had the biggest scandal was Ruto. Okay? If taxes need to be paid, he should be the one to pay taxes because he was giving money every weekend, and we'd like to see what he paid. But looking at this government publicly attacking an individual in any democratic nation, any industrialized nation, that could have been a resignation of that government, or even individuals who disclose any information about somebody's taxes. Because where do you buy your reputation when it's taken away from you by the government? How will they replace that? In other words, you've already, it's almost like condemned your citizen, a taxpayer. You already done a big damage. So these are people who are panicked. They don't know what to do. So it's almost like the Idi Amin, when he was being defeated, he was somewhere in Turoti announcing that we are in charge, we are in control. The Tanzanians, trying to rally the people, but nobody's listening. And I think there's a sweep. It's like an energy building up that is sweeping the nation. And I think we got to stay on the accelerator. We got to inspire our people, because those young people that were in Kibera, you look at them, they have no future if we allow this to happen, if we allow it to stay on, because first of all, there will be no other election, which means anarchy. And when anarchy starts, what is happening to the lower class, the poor? You see, if you're a thief and you steal, they'll ban you. They'll do something to you. But if you are the Rutos, you're protected. But now that line is already broken right now. So nobody's safe. The people who are there in the government protecting what cannot be defended, they are not safe. And so there's a lot of fear. A lot of people are afraid. But I want to encourage them not to be afraid, because this is a losing army. These are people that are bankrupt and they're going down. And so these tactics these people use, Mzalendo is one of them, sent here is almost, please tell if you, I'm sorry to use your name, but let your people know that the only way to save a nation is truth and justice. Let them open the server. Let us see the truth. I don't mind anybody leading the nation, being a president, as long as they are legally and they are truthfully at the choice of Kenyans. But if they steal and come and tell us they're presidents, no, that should not be accepted. And let everyone resist, because this is not what we want. This is a road to anarchy. This is what has been the problem of Africa. Why we talk of ourselves, we compare ourselves to the tigers and others who are doing well. The issue is in corruption, lack of honesty. And here we have two excellent lady and a gentleman whom we think can inspire the people back to what is workable, to a constitutionalism that we can be able to be ruled, and we can grow our economy. Kenya can just spark, can just grow. We are strategically placed in that part of the world, which means that Kenya, only by getting rid of people like Ruto and the corrupt lot, we are able to reach the height, because that's where we are, and that's where we should be if we get rid of this corruption. So to all of you, I appreciate all of you, and And those of you who are not with us, we want to convince you that join the bandwagon, join us, because this is truth. The just shall live by truth. Truth shall set you free. And it's truth that will set us free as a people. And finally, of course, I watched Ruto attend church. And the ministers that were there are people that I love. They are my friends, very good friends of mine, but I disagree with them. Theologically, they are wrong. The talk of we are supporting you, you know, you got up in 10 years, we'll support you in a church. First of all, in this country, if they said those words from the pulpit, they would lose their, their tax exempt status immediately. Because you can't speak, especially if you're a general secretary of a church or a bishop of the church, because the church has to stay neutral. But here, the church, these particular churches have taken position, and I'm sure the members are not with them. And so if you're a member of any church and you're told to do the wrong thing, please don't. Seek justice, seek truth, seek righteousness. And that's what God expects of us. So there's still hope for Christians. I'm speaking for Christians, that we can get on the right side and get our country back. And that's what I want to say. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you, sir, for your submission. I think you've expressed what we were talking about here clearly, and it's a challenge also, because sometimes when I look at the way, and I don't want to go to that route because sometimes we'll get lost in that forest, but I believe the Kenya Kwanza government has realized that the only way they can try to push their agenda is when they go to a place where nobody asks them any questions. You know, if they get an opportunity to go to church, and instead of doing what they are supposed to be doing in church, they take that opportunity to pass a policy document that is retrogressive, a policy document that is not, officially certified through the parliament. And we were speaking here earlier on here, and Mzalendo, I think you were here. We said the government knows how these things are done. And if they know very well that this issue of taxes is supposed to be something that benefits the country and affects everybody, like they are saying it does, then they should bring this thing to parliament. We cannot have a president who goes to church to push his agenda. That is not the right way. And you know, when you go to a pulpit and you say things that these people are saying in church, nobody is going to ask you any questions. You know, the president comes to church and says that such and such people did not pay taxes. And the church is not that forum where you can ask him, can you provide the evidence? How are you going to question a government that does not want to be seen responsible by the things they are doing? I expected and I expect this government going forward wajue ile mahali ambapo wanafaa kufanyia kazi, na mahali ambapo wanafanyia kazi si kwa kanisa. We are making the church look bad in the eyes of people who believe in Christianity. Most of the people who come here are Christians, but we have never come here to propagate our Christianity because this is the wrong forum. Kama tungekuja hapa tuanze kuhubiri tukisema Kenya is a Christian nation like somebody here said, I think it was Duke, sijui kama ni Duke kama ni nani, then what about the other taxpayers who also want to be part of this cake, national cake? Wale ambao pia wanalipa taxes wataenda kuuliza nani wakitaka kufanyiwa services? Who is their president? What government will serve them? So we are trying to Christianize. Inaitwa Christianize ama namna gani? There's that word, sijui ni Christianize ama ni kufanya nini. The government is trying to hide under religion to protect their failures. It's not going to happen. I love the way now sasa wameanza kujitoa. Now it's like we are going back to the campaign. Raila Odinga anaitisha mikutano ya hadhara Kibera, Jakaranda, William Ruto na Rigathi Gachagua pia wako na mikutano yao juu ya magari. I want you to see where this thing will take our country. There's no service yenye itafanyika within hiyo siku yenye watakuwa kwa hiyo serikali, simply because, and I keep on saying, these people are not prepared for this job. They got what they wanted. They used every means to get what they wanted. And now that they have it, they don't know what to do with it. Mzalendo, and we will repeat here again, we are not against people paying taxes. We are not against Mama Ngina paying taxes. Use the right means to make people pay taxes, if at all you have evidence that they are not paying taxes. And don't remind us about waivers. There are so many people that have been waived. Kuna watu wengi sana, kampuni mingi sana. Even we are aware of the Konza City project. What happened with the Konza City project? Land was provided. And the investors were told, kujeni tutawapatia mashamba. It happens all over the country. You know, that's how you attract investment. Those are waivers. Unaleta investment, serikali inakwambia tutakukatia percentage fulani. And then you do whatever you want to do as long as unasaidia mwananchi and you pay your taxes later. That is what has been happening. It's not new. So if William Ruto feels that the waivers ambazo zilikuwa zinapeana to some companies which he does not mention, why is he afraid of mentioning them? If he feels those waivers were not done legally, then we should have this thing going to court, and that is what we are saying here every day. Hakuna siku ambayo utasimama juu ya gari usukume policy document. It will never happen. This government is taking us around in circus, and that is why we are calling it out, because if at all we continue wasting time doing this, it's 6 months, nothing has happened. We will spend the 5 years, coming 5 years yenye wanasema watakuwa kwa hiyo kiti, and see no fruits. We have spent a lot of money. We spend a lot of time, you know, funding this government when it goes around every weekend, nasema naenda Thanksgiving, but we do not have anything to see for that. So let's make sure that as we continue to ask questions, we also hold these people accountable, because whether we agree with their policy or not, these people are paid by the taxpayers. And if we are paying them, then we have a right to question them. I don't know who was going next. Mise.
I will listen more, then come in later. If the next person can go in.
Very good. Secretary General.
Unanisikia poa?
Uko sawa ndugu yangu, endelea.
Sasa nasikiza hawa watu wa nini anaongea juu ya taxes. Umecheza very good video, inauliza without services, which taxes are you talking about? Because what Ruto is avoiding is telling us what happens when we pay tax. Is this money going to be stolen by Gachagua, like he has taken 200 million? Is it going to be stolen by the people in government? Because why should we pay taxes when we don't get the services that we need? So many roads have stalled. There are no boreholes. People don't have food. And yet somebody is yapping about taxes all over this Thanksgiving services that are devilish, because these are devilish Thanksgiving services. Hakuna Mungu hapo. Mungu anataka, Biblia inasema watu wanajulikana na matunda yao. You cannot keep on telling us in church how you're going to give us dams. We have not seen any dam. Streets, low-cost houses. So in fact, hii issue ya Kenyatta, as people are saying, is diversionary of the corruption, official corruption that is in this country. Because Hustler Fund, watu wamepatiwa 20 billion, 30 billion imeibiwa. That's a fact. It's a fact. Kiangalia hii mambo ya stima, unakaa unakuta token inapanda. Who is stealing this? Ni Dende Nyoro ndio mwenye Your company. These are thieves. And then they are telling us about taxes. So we cannot give a person until somebody now is telling us how he's going to manage our tax, while he even doesn't know how to grow taxes. Therefore, Makiadi, it is so irritating. Naona Mary akisema agitating. It is not agitating, it is irritating and very, very disturbing to see a government that has no shame telling us on how they are going to recover money from Kenyatta. And if you recover money from Kenyatta, what else will happen? Will we have free education? Will we have money? Will we have good roads? It is very irritating. Ndio naambia hii serikali, I prophesy isifike December kabla ijaanguka economically and politically, because it has no agenda for Kenya, and we deserve better. You don't deserve people telling us hadithi za bunwasi each and every time ati kila mtu tumekubaliana, kila mtu alipe ushuru. Hii si mambo ya kukubaliana. Kama mtu anataka kulipa ushuru, analipa ushuru. We have nothing to discuss. Wacha Kenyatta alipe ushuru, Mary Wamboi huyo mama ambaye aliiba 2 billion alipe hiyo 2 billion, Kiroche alipe ushuru, Humphrey Kariuki ambaye anauza pombe bandia huku Mount Kenya alipe ushuru. Do we want that? Don't tell us sijui shamba la wanyama na bado wewe ni unalinda wanyama wengine. In fact, where is your tax compliance yourself? The president of Kenya Kwanza, where is your tax compliance? Because we don't see it. And it's not just seeing it, because I know inaweza tengenezwa na siku moja through executive authority. But we need to see audited accounts of chicken layering, of Amaco, of all these kampuni za kutengeneza miti ya stima. We need to see these things. Si kutuambia that I'm holier than thou, now I'm harassing others. Kenya must change. And I'm calling upon the people of Kenya. Hata watu ambao wanavaa suti, and you're sure you are being irritated by this government, and you're in the offices. It is time to get out of a keyboard, out of these social media platforms, and participate with the Baba demonstration. Then, in fact, Baba now should not organize in a rally in Kamukunji or anywhere. After Machakos, we want to come to the CBD so that people can hear us. We come to the CBD of Nairobi, of Nakuru. Lazima watu wasikize. That is what makes government tickle. Hata ukiangalia Malaysia, uangalia Sri Lanka, ni unaenda street, mnafunga street. That is where tutaongelelea. Lakini hatutaenda tena periphery. Kwa Makiadi, I'm still listening, but it is irritating, to say the least. Thank you.
Alright, asante sana SG. Naona huko kwa safari, sijui kama unaenda State House ama weza kuwa umeamua kuenda mwenyewe kuwatoa. Duke uko pamoja na sisi kweli? Haya, sawa sawa, umenyamaza kwa muda. Acha nisikie kama umepata kitu mpya.
Okay, are you getting me?
Yes.
One statement I would like to put across is that we have challenges and there are many people struggling. That's a reality in Kenya. But one mistake which politicians do is when they take the situation, they assess some people are poor because of one reason or another, they are struggling, and then they don't tell them the reality. They say that I am the one to, they actually tell them fantasy, that I'm the one to do ABCD. So it's actually using the vulnerable situation of the desperate people and trying to use it for your advantage. That's what's happening in Kenya. So people, because those poor people have been there. There are people struggling. Even if you go back to 1970s, people used to die because of droughts in many parts of Kenya. So if we understand that, and I'm very sure in a country like Kenya, even if we drop the prices of commodities to, if it's unga, say to 50, there are others who cannot afford that 50. So that scenario will prevail for a long period of time. Number two, most of you are giving threats that we are going to take this no more, we are going to go to street, we fight. So what happens next? And it's as if the impact of that war or fight, street fight or demonstration, the effects are not going to cherry pick and punish people affiliated to Kenya Kwanza and exclude the Azimio supporters. For example, if you are saying, if you go as per your statement that Raila Odinga has 8 million supporters and Ruto 5, so are you trying to say if the two fights, your side will win? It doesn't work like that, because that fight may go to. That's why my grandfather used to tell me that if you feel you are strong, assume you are strong and you are fighting. Because you are strong, you kill somebody. And because he was weaker, he never killed you, he cuts your hand. So you see, you are strong, but you have been affected. You would be, within the rest of your life, you will not be having an hand. So all these threats or war, something, it will not benefit anybody at the end. So we need to discuss, we have high cost of food. What's the solution? ABCD. Education is expensive. The way Sarendo said, one MP, all Raila actually address, maybe use one or two members of parliament to bring that motion, one free secondary education, totally free. With healthcare, all those proposals can be implemented using the current system we have, but they are not being implemented. It's because all what you are saying is politics, and people want to benefit politically from the reality or from the poor Kenyans by trying to promise them heaven. So that's what I can say.
Asante Duke. I don't know. So naona masaa yetu imeenda sana, and Mise has not spoken. So we shall allow Mise to speak, and then we shall start giving our closing remarks. Karibu Mise.
Asante sana, Julia, Santi, Makiadi, Richie, and the rest of the team, Lala, Mzalendo, and Duke. I think we came from election and our country was peaceful, and it was settling in and peaceful transition. But again, we are going to chaos. I have been following on what the Azimio wants, but it's boring that what they're asking is too much for the already oozing economy of the Republic of Kenya. You know, I've listened to things that in the few meetings that have been called, I have been listening to the speech, and all I've heard people saying is only Ruto aliiba, kura ilifanya hivi, and even today's meeting, Baba was talking about stolen election, you know, it is about this is about baba, aliibiwa kura, nini ilifanywa. He's not talking about issues that are affecting Kenyans. And this is sickening. The other day I said something here and people were making jokes, but think about it that while it's a right for everyone to picket, but it's equally it's noticeable that people are abusing the right to picket because all that money, if at all, all this money, if at all Baba cares for this mwananchi that he wants to use, the narratives that are being the narratives that are propagated, the narratives that are being propagated, the mushrooming groups, the yanaitwa jeshi la baba and so on, are not heading or directing our country to prosperity, but they are staging and positioning our country to tear our country down. Asiyekubali kushindwa si mshindani. The truth is that Kenyans right now, what they need is not this narrative, is not this being used to make or amplify other people's agenda to ascend to power. Are you saying that kama Raila hatakuwa president of the Republic of Kenya, Kenya haitawahi endelea mbele? I mean, this is really sickening to see that people are using resources that can be channeled to help our country in the right direction to prepare a ground of bringing out of grounding our country. Hii pesa yote imetumika mafuta, logistics, printing, venue, security. This money would have been put towards a kitty to try and see as how we can raise, or how we can buy food, how we can create food banks for people to go and get food. What is important is not the stolen election. What is important is talking about the basic tenets of life. What we need to talk about: food, shelter, housing, affordable housing, affordable health care. This is the most immediate things that we need to hear from any leader. And I've seen people castigating William Ruto. William Ruto has been very categorical in terms of collecting revenue, in terms of people paying taxes. He is not targeting anyone. He has said everyone, regardless of his position, black, white, as long as you are within the space of the Republic of Kenya, you have to pay taxes. Taxes must be paid. If there is exemption, I heard people saying it's a right, you can seek, people have a right to get exemptions. It is okay, but there are rules around exemptions, tax exemption. Everyone everywhere in the world, people pay taxes. And that's why those countries have progressed. But I want to agree, I think it's Baba who was saying, it was Lala who was saying that there are issues of corruption. Yes, we do have issues of corruption. But first of all, we must agree that tax evasion is part of the corruption that the president is trying to address. When you are supposed to pay, and then you corrupt your way through so that you can get exempted, or you are exempted unfairly, then you are being unfair to other people of other cadre who are paying taxes, and you're making money from the very same people who are paying taxes for your business, who are your customers, and then you are fighting not to pay the taxes. I think I really appreciate the sentiments of Mama Ngina Kenyatta. She did not disagree with what William Ruto is asking Kenyans. She said, if people are not paying taxes, they should be taken to court. Even if wamechelewa hata mwaka moja, they should be taken to court. And the right agencies should follow through to make sure that this has been paid. So this whole issue of castigating William Ruto for not paying, for asking Kenyans to pay taxes, and yet most people who are castigating are people who live in countries where they pay taxes, is shameful. You know, paying taxes. Kenya Revenue Agency says kulipa ushuru ni kujitegemea. Sasa mbona sisi hatutaki kujitegemea tulipe ushuru? Mbona tunagombana tukiambiwa tulipe ushuru? It is the responsibility of the president. Maybe the approach that he is using, maybe he shouldn't be talking in public about it, but he maybe should have called the people responsible with KRA to make sure and enforce down, top down, to make sure that they have collected tax. So watu wengi ambao wanapata pesa mingi in Kenya, they don't pay taxes. And there is nothing wrong for the president of any country encouraging the citizens, number one, to save, number two, to pay their taxes. It is a responsibility of any leader, in fact, to encourage people, to tell them that if you pay, your taxes will work for you. If you pay taxes and taxes are well managed, then we will reduce on borrowing. I think that is what I want to say. But again, this political witch hunt, this political sabotage are delaying the progress, the affordable housing, the healthcare, the projects that are intended to be initiated. These are sideshows that are digressing. I mean, how selfish is the Prime Minister? I have not heard him talking of anything substance other than telling people wakuje, wataenda maandamano. Hii pesa yote wanaenda kwa hii mikutano. Let him make an appeal to all Kenyans to donate so that we can start by providing. It is not always that the government is the one that can provide you. That is why in other countries we have not-for-profit organizations which actually contribute towards from bottom up. That is where we have corporate social responsibilities. You know, I would appreciate the Prime Minister calling upon Safaricom, calling upon private entities, telling them that we are suffering, our people are suffering. Let us try to bring a basket from those who are not in power so that we can address the immediate need. After that, then we can now say we have issues with the election reforms.
Mr. Number, you wind up.
How are we going to address issues of the election reforms? Then we can now start talking, bring dialogue. This issue of Ruto kurushia Raila maneno, Raila kurushia Ruto maneno is not helping our country. It's bringing more bringing more animosity than development. People being development conscious. Let me stop there and say, those children of Raila Amolo Odinga, the children, the relatives of this member of parliament, governors, MCAs, senators, they are more positioned, they are well guarded, their interests are guarded than the interests of my children and the children of Julia. But until we realize, even people who are clever have turned to be clever fools and are being used to advance the agenda, the selfish agenda of the Prime Minister wanting to ascend to power, to become the President of the Republic of Kenya. I think that is what I want to contribute tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss. Umekuja umechelewa. We would have answered you. There's someone in the comment section asking you whether the government gives Baba the funds to conduct the Kamukunjis, and why you are not asking Ruto to use the funds he's using walking around in the churches, giving in the churches to buy food for the hungry. why you are not asking Ruto and Gachagua. I think they are all over the place in churches, like they're in campaign mode. Why you are not saying that they should also use the money they are using for that travel and those meetings? Na ile kwanza leo amepeana pesa kule kanisa Nakuru, hizo pesa zote, tell him to raise funds and buy food for the poor. And Baba is not using any government funds, so I think next time tutakujibu na pia tukwambie kama kwamba if there is no electoral justice, I think you don't expect Kenyans to move on. I mean, I think ni kama kupiga gita kwa mbuzi kuambia aimbe, because these Kenyans you see that are complaining about electoral injustice. I mean, they're not gonna relent until something happens, Mr. Mise. Let us just accept the reality. And another thing, I don't think who is preventing who from developing what? We have not seen any violence. People just wait for those kamukunjis. I mean, who is preventing Ruto from making sure we have the good health services? Who is preventing Ruto from addressing the food crisis? He's the one who has the government. He controls the treasury. He has the finances. Now, secondly, who is preventing people from paying tax? We have KRA and we have the courts. And furthermore, the courts have been pocketed by Ruto. Why can't KRA take those people to court? See, Ruto acha kupiga mdomo. You people, Ruto, Mr. Mise, you're a lawyer, and you know that you cannot accuse somebody unless you have evidence. Those counter accusations, kuropokwa kwa kanisa, at watu walipe tax, they're a waste of our time. And I never heard Kenyatta asking anyone to pay taxes, but I think I saw people that were taken to court in the era of Kenyatta because they didn't pay taxes. And we only came to learn that they didn't pay taxes because they were taken to court. So we didn't hear Kenyatta ameenda kwa mkutano akasema watu walipe tax, but we saw people taken to court. So Mr. You are a lawyer, and I think you understand that clearly, that anyone who is not paying tax should be taken to court. Tama Mangena alisema, Mangena is old, I think she's above 90, but she's reasoning, she's very sober and reasoning more than 50-year-olds who understand the law and cannot understand that it is the responsibility of KRA to follow those who don't pay taxes. That is side shows. Mr. Lala explained clearly, and someone else also explained clearly, that the biggest challenge we have in Kenya is corruption. How do we use the resources that we collect from the government? How are they utilized? Is there prudent utilization of what we have, Mr. Mise? And I think also somebody, Linus Kaikai, has given us a good analysis that it is good to insist that people pay taxes, but it is more important to make sure that the tax collected is prudently utilized. So Ruto has talked about taxes. Mr. Mise, have you heard Ruto saying he'll fight corruption? If you had, send me those links and the instances that the president of Kenya has said that he will fight corruption. He cannot open his mouth against corruption because him and corruption are synonymous. I think that is his second name, and Gachagua. Mr. William Ruto and Gachagwa's second name is corruption. And you have seen the conditions, the statements from the IMF, what Linus Kaikai was presenting. And I don't blame the IMF. I don't know why they were so late to discover that. Even I understand the Americans are up in arms and are giving such conditions. I don't know why they are behaving like they are surprised, because they are not expecting any miracle from the Kenyan government. So, Mise, ningekujibu zaidi, lakini you are a lawyer and you know that you cannot accuse anyone unless you have evidence. And you also, I think you are learned enough to understand that it's the responsibility of KRA to find out those people who pay taxes. Even those, for your information, now we are giving our returns. Those of us who have a KRA PIN, we are giving our returns right now. And KRA has my records, even though I'm living in America. It is not rocket science find out what Julia has in Kenya and what business Julia is doing. It is not rocket science. I have my PIN. Every business I need to register, I use my PIN. Anything I'm doing, any bank account I have, I use my PIN. So it is not rocket science for KRA to know what I have, what I know, what I make. So if you ask KRA how much tax Julia pays, I don't have to be in Kenya to pay tax. They don't have to threaten to arrest me because the records are clear. So what is this high class nonsense mna present hapa na Bwana Ruto? Mwache kutusumbua. Hiyo ni upuzi. At somebody is acting. Ruto said wajinga waliisha Kenya. What is wrong with him? Doesn't he remember what he said? We understand clearly how tax is collected. If Kenyatta has businesses and Mama Ngina have businesses, it is not rocket science to make them pay for those businesses. Because first and foremost, you need licenses for those businesses. So they just need to determine how much they have not paid and take them to court. And you people, any of you who is being paid by Kenya Kwanza government to come and speak nonsense here, can you call them and tell them we want to see them sue their family, the first family, in court? Just like the other way walilopokwa jinsi wakasema ati Kenyatta alipanga kuwa Chebukati. And Ruto was asked to take Kenyatta to court. He shut up. He shut his mouth, his foolish mouth, because he had no evidence. You see, he was asked apeleke hiyo kesi kotini. Huyu ni rais wa aina gani anaropokwa bila evidence? Why does a president behave like a villager? Or those people who have nothing to do at the end of the day? He keeps on coming with outrageous statements. Outrageous, you know, something. These outrageous statements come from Kenya Kwanza side, because even us here, I cannot just here start saying that Moses amefanya hivi na sina evidence. I mean, I'll think very hard before I say something or I make allegations, because most may say take me to court. But Ruto is fond of us to divert us. Now the point is, he's trying to divert our attention. However, this first family debate has generated to something else, and it is now gaining momentum because I think it is giving Baba more support. And you need to remind your boss, you people support him, this Zakayo man, that the people who didn't vote for him from Mount Kenya region, they did not vote for him because they were sympathizers of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Sasa mukisikia Baba akisema kuna mass action, sasa ndio mtaona mass action back from Mount Kenya region. You have seen what Jimmy was saying in a church, and the members of that church were agreeing. They were in Kiambu. They seem to be in agreement with Jimmy Wajigi. What is that telling you? That Mount Kenya region was not here pro-Ruto. And you go there insulting their son and trying to intimidate them and to humiliate the old lady, the first lady, at kumbarao, at hadharani, and then some foolish MPs from Kenya Kwanza, they are very mouthy to open their mouths to open their mouths so that the first lady doesn't pay her taxes. Has you people, as you wind up, you tell me, has Mr. William Samoei Ruto given us a statement of what he owns and how much tax he has paid? If he has not done that, he has no moral authority to point at me and ask me whether I have paid taxes. Others anyamaze, na mimi ni nyamaze, tuache KRA itufuate. So if you hear, you people, if you hear I was sued by KRA because I didn't pay tax, that's fine. So I want to say, the other day we asked Ruto to sue Uhuru Kenyatta by making allegations that he wanted to assassinate Chebukati. Now, we want William Ruto, like Mama Ngina said, to sue, to tell KRA to sue the first family for not paying tax. In fact, Mama Ngina aliwaambia na wakitaka wauze her property. She said she was very bold. So, and if by the next few weeks we don't hear anything from KRA, then this Kenya Kwanza propaganda should not be encouraged from this platform, because it is high-class nonsense. And as for Baba holding Kamkunjis, and you are asking that he should use that money, who gave him that money? Ni ninyi mulimpatia Baba hiyo pesa akafanya hizo Kamkunji? Sasa aanze kwa, see, you tell Ruto to save his money. He's going to church from Narok to from Narok to Nakuru, to Rongai, to Nyeri. That money, let him stop tangering. Let him save that money and buy food for hungry Kenyans. He's the president now of the Republic of Kenya, and the bulk stops at him. As for Baba mobilizing people, and you people, you are saying he's fighting, if he's fighting for his own presidency, well and good, he has a right as a Kenyan to fight for his own presidency. But as for me, I agree with Baba. We must fight against this electoral injustice. And I think nothing is going to stop Kenyans from that. So that never again shall anybody steal elections and think he can get away with it. Never again. on top of the problems that we are already having. Karibu Moses, tulikuwa tunasema tunafunga, so you are the last person kuingia kwa show, then we give our closing remarks.
Asante sana Sister Julia. How are you? How are you, Miss Mzalendo and Lala Richard? The other name is hard to pronounce. Is it Richard or what? You know, sometimes when I listen to the likes of Missy, I get confused sometimes. I totally don't understand. Because Missy, you know exactly what is happening in Kenya. And I believe deep in you, inside you, you know the truth. Because it's like you are making your points. You are directing them in the wrong direction. Because now
What happened, Moses? Miss, did you hack him? Miss, you are the one who is next to him.
I think he was at the verge of lying, so I caught up with him.
Okay, Makiadi Karibu, we have all talked. Mose has hacked Moses, so Moses is not able to talk. So blame or we are also going to accuse him the way they accuse us for nothing without evidence. So we are going to, Misa is the first suspect. So we were about to close Makiadi. You can choose from whichever corner you want us to give our closing remarks.
I think I can see Moses' device has an issue. So as he continues to sort his issue, I think we can begin from Mzelala there on top. In just 2 minutes, give us your closing remarks.
Thank you guys for their contributions, and I think to Mzalendo and I think Mose, I think the big issue here is electoral justice, and I would just ask a question: if whoever is the president of Kenya, we discover that they are not Kenyans, they're suppressing their identity, do we let them continue on because they're already president, or do we recall them, or they have to resign? If somebody steals an election, which is the most, I think the constitution, I think the most important, tenet of democracy. This is election, is that ballot. If somebody takes it away from you, you don't have a democracy, you don't have a system. And for Kenya, it's even serious, because if we chose a new direction and then we are forced through some dubious means to follow a wrong direction, I always say it's worse than a coup, because coups come when people are dissatisfied with the system, and so righteous men, young people who are misguided come in and take over the government. But at least their intentions are very clear. They want to clean up the system. But here is a situation where the people have decided to go a different direction. So the only thing that Mr. Ruto could have done was to lead the country into finding out what really happened to the basic tenet of democracy, which is that ballot box. Who truly won? You watch the Wakanda movie, the first one. Leadership was settled by a fight. See, because nobody wants to be legitimate. And here is a situation where the president can simply say, if I believe I won, let us open the system and let us see what exactly went on. And because he knows he's clearly is on the wrong, he knows that something happened. He knows that Chebukati had something to do with it. He's defending the illegality and the corruption, the mother of all corruption, which is really that ballot, stealing Kenyans' votes. To me, I think that's the heart of everything else. And so when we talk about helping people, buying food and all that, right now, who can trust the system that we know does not care about the people? Really, they don't care. Look at the decision that they're making, in terms of helping those who are down. They're not, they're hustlers. And so for me to trust the system, it will work itself, to reform itself. No. Everything starts with that thing called the ballot. If we can restore that now, it will help us. If we don't, we're just postponing it to our kids. We go to the next election, nobody trusts it, and we keep on in the same trajectory. We go the same direction, and we are heading Somalia into Somalia, Somalia way. So the thinking now is the issues with us here, let us all rise up and look at what the problem really is and face it. But to tell us, things will get better, go buy food and all that, that's not solving a problem. That's a band-aid. And the wound is getting deeper and deeper on the inside. People are angry, they're mad. They know exactly what they want, what they voted for. Let us restore it. So that is my closing argument. And I don't think the meeting should stop. I think they should go on. And I think Ruto should step down. That's my closing remark. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, Zelala. Let me give Moses an opportunity to give his remarks, as I think that will also be a combination of your closing remarks. Unfortunately, we were closing and you have issues with your connectivity, so I'll give you just an opportunity to make your remarks and also probably do a closing remark on that.
Thank you, Mr. Richie. Yeah, I've been watching by the way, and let me also respond to what Mise said. So, Bwana Mise, I believe we also know that without justice, there can never be peace. So before we say anything or before we talk and we pretend like we are not saying what is happening, we have to ask ourselves, is there justice in Kenya right now? Because without justice, there can never be peace. So until that one is being sorted out, that's when you can say now, at least we can progress and let's put the rest aside and move forward. But as you can see, and they have good points. Honestly, you have good points, but you are directing them in the wrong direction. You are sending them to the wrong people. Because your points are good as they are, just send them to the KK government. Because they are the one collecting taxes, they are the one in power, they are the one controlling the economy. right? So if you talk, it's like you are leaving the person who is responsible for the whatever is happening in Kenya, the cost of living, everything is shooting high, and you are just giving information to the wrong people, because you and I know that the Raila and the Azimio, they are not they are not the one collecting tax, you know. But the problem with the current government, according to my own point of view, they are collecting the taxes, but they are feeding from poor and feeding the rich, because they are after collecting you. The only thing I could see, you see them traversing the whole country, making crusades as if they are pastors and what. So, like leaving the offices, abandoning their duties, they are always in prayers, and of which, to me, it looks like it's just they are pretending. Maybe there is something behind that we can't see, because I've never seen Christians or born again who always deal with revenge, because whenever you go to church, they'll tell you to forgive and move on. But if you see the government, how they're acting, whatever is happening, talking of taxes, yes, I believe everyone should have to be to pay taxes. But what is the intention of that? It looks like they are targeting some individuals. That is totally wrong. You understand? So let it let them make policies with good intention, that everyone, because we all believe that taxes are the one that can pay our can boost our economy, but it should be done in a good way with good intention, you know. So Messi, before you say that Azimio, they are wasting money and they are being funding you, honesty. It's like you're not seeing the numbers of people that are coming to attend those rallies. That only that shows you that people are yearning, people are suffering. You know, I always say that I believe that people will always stand with those ones whom they think that they are always there for them. You know, people will stand with those ones whom they believe that is there with those ones who are oppressed, and they will never stand with the oppressors. So the Kenya government, this Kenya Kwanza government, looks like they are not having ears. They don't care about the ordinary people, you know. So people will never go to them. If you want to know that these people are not being funded, miss, you know that they are not being funded. Who can fund that? The people you are seeing, millions of people who have that money. Eh? But by the way, Raila is being loved for freely, because I've never seen even those people who are attending rallies being given even a bottle of water. No way. Even the arranging transport that these buses should drop them to the ground for where we are going to make our meeting. No way. People they are transporting themselves. People they are feeding on themselves. Others will come and spend the whole day without eating anything, even drinking a bottle of water. So if you guys talk about funding and wasting money, sometimes we should stop pretending and face the reality. People, even you can hear the crowd when Raila and the other leaders are talking. You hear what the people telling them. They are even demanding to to make the journey short. That you should hurry. We need to demanding our victory. They have robbed from us. So until until this issue is solved, don't think that people will always accept and move on. It has been happening all along, but it's like they must solve it for once and for all. It's for good for you and every Kenyan. You know, right now you can stand in this and say that we should forget, we should call people to unite and move on our country. Yes, but think about when it happens next time, when you are nowhere, maybe you are not a supporter of the person that will take over after Ruto. How will you feel? So it is better we support things that we believe that even though we are in support or we are not in support in the current government or whichever government that will take over, it benefits all of us. We live happily, you know. So your point direct them to the current government, as I summarize, because they are collecting taxes, but I don't see, for me, I don't see what are they doing with it, apart from, I think, giving orphan gifts to churches and, you know, and also, Miss, if I may ask you, do you believe that this government is delivering, is doing, they are performing their duties? If I may ask you, if you believe so, then can you, it's now already 6 months, if I'm not mistaken, 6 or 5 something. Can you mention the things that are there, or any projects, or that they have done, or they have completed, or they have started? Because to me, it appears to me, it looks like they are good in lightening fire. They are lightening their fire, and then they run to cool it. So they are the one causing all this. I remember Raila after court ruling, he said, no, we don't agree with what the court has ruled, but we respect, you know. So he gave these people the time, he gave them a chance to prove him wrong. But they have been doing showbiz, you know what, running this right and left and center. So they have caused this problem themselves. So as I summarize, Mr. Messi, there is no one funding people, but people are suffering. People, they are suffering. They are looking to who can lead them to the at least to make their lives better, to change their cost of living, because uh, I don't see anything good so far. And if you are someone who can work, who can do, who can work for people, at this time we would have been start feeding at least at least the fruits, at least without seeing 1 or 2, 3. But up to now, we are just seeing prayers and crusades all over the country. Thank you. Let's give it to Stony PK.
Yeah, thank you, my brother Masare Moses. I think I was afraid that people still want to debate and time is running out, lakini nimeona Stone PK amekuja, so I'm happy. Stone PK akiwa hapa ninajua itaendelea. So Mise, sidhani kama itakuwa ni closing remark kwako. Umekuja kama umechelewa, and Stone PK is here, he's still here to run the show. So Stone PK, kama unataka ni drop link kwa watu, I can do that. But mimi nimekaa hapa almost 5 hours, tumesaidiana na Julia leo, and it's good at least umekuja, so that wakina Moses hapa wako wamemaliza. Moses, umesema umesummarize sasa na Stone PK ndiye ameingia.
Let me just ask one question to Mise. I close with it.
No,
Mise,
we are, Moses, we are not closing. Stone PK is here now. Yes,
No,
Stone.
Richie.
Okay.
Yes.
Richie, unajua inategemea kama watu walikuwa wamecontribute, wamechoka, badala ya kurudia. We can do another 1 hour. I can do another 1 hour.
All
Kama
these guys
kurudia mambo.
No, all these guys are new here. Sisi na Julia ndio tumekaa, tulikuwa tunafikiria tutafunga, lakini hawa wote wameingia sasa, they are still fresh. Kwanza Mrs. sidhani kama kuna kitu amesema. I believe he has a lot. Ile rally ameona Kibera hajaiona rally kama hiyo. so bado wako na maneno mingi ya kusema, na mi sitaki kumharibia nafasi. So I'll drop the link in the chat, and I'm sure kuna watu ambao walikuwa wanafikiria tunafunga mapema, walikuwa wanataka kuingia, so let me kuongezea hapa watu kwa panel ndio muendelee, alafu kesho pia ni siku ingine tutakutana. So mimi yangu nitamalizia kwa kusema asante sana kwanza Stone PK kwa kuja kuturelieve hapa. Mzalendo tumekuwa na yeye hapa, ameturushia propaganda, tumeipiga, ingine bado amekatalia, but tutakutana. What I want to say is this as I finish. I think this is a worth cause. What Raila Odinga is doing is a worth cause. Nimekuja kugundua ya kwamba tukimwachilia nabii nafasi ya kufanya zile vitu anafanya, hatutakuwa na nchi. So we must continue fighting. You know, some of us wenye tulikuwa wakati wa mzee Moi, tulikuwa tunajua serikali inayoendeshwa vibaya vile inakaa. We saw that. And so when we saw Kibaki come into power and the freedom that came into our country, we would not accept to go back to where we were. Now, some of these things zinafanyika kwa nchi yetu, if they are not and they go unchecked, you know, we will be going back to the Moi era. And that is what people will not accept in our country. When we see something wrong, like Martin Luther King Jr. said, ni Martin Luther ama ni nani huyo Stone PK? Is it Martin Luther ama ni the civil rights champ huyo alikuwa not Martin Luther King, the other one, the one that was in Congress alikuwa anaitwa nini? The guy that passed alikuwa wa Georgia, I can't remember his name. Sijui ni kwa nini namsahau jina. Mzalendo, sinikumbushe this guy mwenye alikuwa Congress Georgia district moja hapa Georgia. Alikuwa anasema when you see something wrong, say something, don't keep quiet. Yeye alikuwa ni mwanafunzi wa, naweza muita, he was a student of John Lewis, ndio huyo Brian Richard amenipatia hiyo jina, John Lewis. Alikuwa anatuambia ukiona kitu kibaya kinafanyika usinyamaze, sema, kwa sababu ukisema hicho kitu ni kibaya utakuwa umesaidia mwingine na utakuwa umezuia hicho kitu kurudiwa. So this government ya kina Mzalendo na Mise, the people who come here to claim that they are independent thinkers, we want to tell you this: we will not keep quiet as you destroy our country. What we are seeing is incompetence, and we will call incompetence for what it is. Mimi nitasema namna hii, we have seen a movement, people are tired. Watu wanataka kusema ya kwamba hii serikali is not only illegitimate but is bad for the country. It is bad for the governance, for the liberties that we fought for. Na kama hatutachunga huyu mzee anaitwa William Ruto, atatuangamiza. So we will keep on the fight, and we hope very soon he knows his days are numbered. Baba hata achilia yeye. Raila Odinga alisema juzi ya kwamba if there is anything he is ready to do ni kukufa because of Kenya. If I were Raila Odinga, I have everything. Watoto wa Raila Odinga kama vile mtu amesema hapa hawalali njaa, so he doesn't need to fight for anybody, but because of the love of the country na kule ambako aliona wakipigania hii nchi kufika mahali iko, he is not going to allow that to happen when he is still alive. Stone PK, mimi nawatakia usiku mwema. I was here for quite some time, lakini nitakuwa ninasikiza nyuma pale, so asanteni sana.
Makiadi, usiende, kuna kitu nilikuwa nataka kurespond. Ulisema kama Stone PK ataniruhusu. Unajua Stone PK alikuja jana na vitisho, lakini sisi Stone PK tumekuzoea. Wewe ni mtu mzuri, lakini ni sura ya kazi, lazima uonekane unafanya kazi. Lakini nilikuwa nataka kurespond kwako Makiadi. You mentioned of you said that we want to Christianize Kenya. That's what you said, you know. I'm not sure if you know what the preamble of the Kenyan Constitution talk about. I don't know if you know that that which you are trying to dismiss is protected under at the beginning, at the preamble of the Constitution. I will invite you to look at the preamble and read the acknowledging, honoring, proud, respective, committed, recognizing, exercising, and adopting and enacting. So do not mislead us by when people are exercising their rights of worshiping, because as much as you want to look at it as an impediment or something that you do not agree with, you need to be reminded that the same constitution that you are referring to at the beginning actually says that the supremacy of the Almighty God of all creation. So the Constitution acknowledges and recognizes the supremacy of the Almighty God of creation. So I just want to tell you that it is good. And if you look at the proud, it says also of our ethnic, cultural, and religious diversity, and determined to live in peace and unity as one indivisible sovereign nation. So usifanye hii mambo ya mchezo kwa maneno ya religion, and when people are exercising their rights, do not criticize, do not usiwafanyie msaha kwamba wanaenda kanisani. Matter of fact, I think these people have been going to church, wakitoa sadaka trickles down kwa wafanyikazi wa kanisa, it goes down, inaingia kwa serikali. Lakini sasa Raila hatujamwona akitoa hata sadaka popote. Kwa hivyo hatuoni kama yeye ile pesa hata tunamlipa. Unajua, we have something called corporate social responsibility, where organizations are also compelled to spend and develop communities where they are making profits from. Lakini sasa Raila yeye anakula bwana, lakini atoi hata sadaka. Kwa hivyo we encourage him also aende sadaka, afanye hivyo, ndio organization kama hizi ndio tumeona zikishughulikia wakati kumekuwa na shida. Makanisa yanashughulikia maswala na nini ya wananchi, maslahi ya wananchi. Asante.
Stone PK, let me just say this. Mimi, I don't think I'm going to respond to Mise.
Don't go that low. Don't.
You know, ile vitu Mise umeongea, when hii show itaisha, ebu enda urewind hii show, usikize ile kitu umesema. Alafu kesho tukipata nafasi ukuje uniambie kama hiyo kitu ina make sense. Because mi hata nimeshindwa nitasema nini. We mwenyewe umenisemea katiba inasema mambo ya religion, sijui nini hiyo vitu mingi umesoma. Hakuna mahali katiba imetaja Christianity. Kuna katiba mahali imetaja Muslim.
Wacha kumchambulia Richi, mpe homework huyo mtoto.
Wewe ufanye namna
mtoto.
Mimi nakubali, mimi ni mtoto, nakubali.
Hizi yanga ndani mimi nikaburo kadogo, acha kapatie homework.
Mise Lizi Njoki anasema ya kwamba ni kuambie ya kwamba Jesus Christ himself was crucified by people.
Kwa hivyo nakubali.
Wale watu ambao walikuwa nafuata Yesu akiwapatia mikate na akiwaponya, wao wenyewe ndio walisema hatumtaki, tunataka Barnaba, na wakamsulubisha. So hii maneno ya religion hii, this is something and we can debate here for the whole night na hatutasikizana at the end of the day. But what I want to tell you is this, Mise. Ukristo wako usimlazimishie mwingine. Uislamu wako usimlazimishie mwingine. Dini yako usimsukumie mwingine, na usinionyeshe ya kwamba wewe ni Mkristo kunishinda. Tuache maneno ya kuchanganya dini na serikali. Serikali ni tofauti, dini ni tofauti. Kama unataka kuchapa kazi ya serikali, basi fanya kazi ya serikali bila unafiki. Ile kitu ambayo tunakataa hapa ni kitu inaitwa unafiki. Unafiki kwa kizungu Stone PK ni nini?
Unafiki ndio ni
Inaitwa mischief.
It's not mischief. There's a good word for that. It's not mischief. Inaitwa namna gani? Sijui kama there's a good word. There's a very good word.
Strong one.
A very strong word. Sijui nani hapa kwa comment section anaweza tupatie.
Comment section tusaidieni hapo.
Comment section, can you help us? Unafiki ni nini?
Si conmanship, sijui ni.
Si mischief. Mischief is at least ni kidogo, ni cheap kidogo.
Hiyo ni kidogo. Na utapeli
ndio hiyo. Mohamed Abajilo ametuambia inaitwa hypocrisy.
Hypocrisy si unafiki.
Ndio hiyo sasa mise.
Lakini unajua kwa sababu nyinyi mnapenda ile kitu yenye can advance your narrative, that is true. Unafiki sio nini? Sio hypocrisy.
It is hypocrisy. That kwa Bible inaitwa hypocrites. Hiyo ndio inaitwa unafiki. Na ndio ninakueleza namna hii. Wanasiasa, especially wanasiasa ambao wako kwa kiti sahi, wanajiita rais na naibu wake, kila siku wanatukumbusha ya kwamba ni Wakristo. Ukristo wako hauna uhusiano wowote na kazi ambayo Wakenya walikupatia kufanya. Governance is different from religion. Wafanye ile kazi walipatia. Waache kutukumbusha kila siku ati yao hawana madhambi. Hiyo haitusaidii na chochote. Gachagua kutokuwa na dhambi haitaongeza unga ya ugali kwa nyumba yako. Haitapunguza bei ya mafuta. Haitakupatia kazi. The policies that they make and the policies that they implement are the ones that will change the lives of the Kenyans. Hii mambo inaitwa hypocrisy, waachane nayo. Na mise usijaribu kuja kutuambia hapa mambo ingine ati sijui mambo ya religion in the constitution. Tafadhali, unafiki Michael Ngoge, mimi ninafikiria unafiki ni hypocrisy. I stand corrected, but that is what I wanted to pass across mise. So hii yako ni sarakasi tu natuambia. Stone PK, uwanja ni kwako.
Aya, asante Richi, wacha tusikize hawa watu na ndugumize akitukanganya basi. Mise, continue submitting my friend. You had said ngoja nini? Yes.
Asante sana. Karibu sana.
Wait. Let me also
Moses,
ask you one question.
I thought you have a question. You raise your hand, Moses. Okay,
so,
go ahead.
Mise, we have people who can pretend as if they are believers or they are, but deep in them, they are not. Because like Richie said, we like people who always go for prayers, and we need to see you after prayers. When you go to church or in mosque, whatever they preach there, it's all about unity, peace, and kind. But if you look to Kenya government, they are always in the church praying, even in their home. Sometimes I see them worshiping, but when they come after prayers, they do wonders. So it's not all about being in church. We want to see kindness from you, reaching out to those people who are crying, but they are in churches, but after prayer, after closing their prayers, you see them attacking, abusing people. In church and mosque, they preach about unity, but now more so if you are the president and your deputy, you are going to church. What are you learning from there? What are those? To me, Mister, I'm sorry, but I do believe it's like I'm yet to believe that these people that are going there, it's like they are trying to compromise those leaders, church leaders. That it's like they are zipping up their mouth. They should not talk about what is happening, and trying to bribe them, because that's what I'm saying. Because you can't tell me that we are always in church and you can't see the outcry of people. You can't see the cost of living for people of your citizens, and you can't. After church, there is nowhere I've ever seen them preaching about unity. They are always preaching hatred, abuses,
What is the
mourning,
question?
and evil.
What is the question?
No, I will come with the question. It will be last. I'm just a moment. But to you, if you believe that these people they are going to church for prayers, to me it looks to be no. They are going there to look for the. It's like how can I call it? They are just going there to. It's like to compromise those church leaders, because they know that maybe someday they will come to at least to comment on whatever is happening. My question is, if you see those Nabi always in the church preaching, gossiping and what, but when it comes to appointing their, it's like their cabinet, the ministers and what, they are appointing people with question marks, people who are having court cases. Mr. Now I will ask you to go through the entire cabinet of KK government. Give me 4 of them whom you believe that these people are really convincing. They qualify to be in the airport, and they are hopefully they will deliver. Because to me, if I look the entire cabinet, you see you can go through like more than 3 times, but
Moses,
you
why,
can't find someone.
Moses, why are you answering yourself? You asked Mise. You leave Mise to answer. Let him give you 4. You asked him to give you 4. Alafu siwachi
Those
hapa
people
ama
whom you believe,
you
whom
started
you believe
answering
that
yourself. So Mise will have nothing.
And you see, this is the confusion that is among the Azimio, my Azimio friends. And let me ask you, lakini Waswahili kweli walikuwa ni Waswahili, walikuwa wanajua kwamba vitu zingine, walisema kwamba nyani haoni kundule. Huyu hapa ni baba amebeba Biblia na amevaa nguo ya kanisa Hapa mbona mjasema baba haendi kanisani ama anaenda kanisa ikiwa imemfaa? You know, but that aside, let me say that I actually wanted to address the issue you raised, Moses. Moses, you asked a very good question. And let me read it because I wrote it down. You said, is the government delivering on their mandate? Okay. Now, if this is the question Raila wants us to discuss, absolutely. We are very much welcome to answer that question, to engage, because this is a policy issue. All right? Because this is their mandate, their manifestos they gave, they promised us that this is what they're going to do. Unfortunately, this is not what Raila is asking us to discuss. What Raila is asking us to discuss is the stolen election. Okay? And this is where we have a problem. And when he's talking about this stolen election, he's telling vijana ambao hawana kazi, you know, tuende beba vaa, tuende katika mikutano, tuende State House, let us march to State House. Instead of telling them, you know, Raila has a lot of money. Let him create business, invest, let him create businesses and also advocate for investors and his friends, the likes of Akina Jimmy Wanjigi, the likes of all these people. Let us invest in our own country. Let us industrialize our country. By industrialization, William Ruto does not stop you from industrializing our country. It does not stop you by investing or starting a business in Kenya. But by so doing, it means you will create jobs. Those passionate youths should be able to speak from position of authority, from position, an enabled position, not from a position of myopia, you know, because most of these people, when they come to the stage, they are drunk and stupor. they are even under influence to the extent that they are there to please, and they have no agenda. They do not even know what agenda the prime minister wants. But if we want to discuss about issues that basic tenets of life, food, water, security, clothing, sleeping or housing, for our people, then this is a national dialogue. This one, Raila will score. But if Raila is welcoming us, to tell us that, election iliibiwa, it is a good question. It's a good cause at the wrong time. You know why it's the wrong time? Kenyans are hurting. Kenyans are hurting. Right now, Raila has the authority. If you say Raila has the authority of 8 million people, then let us assume 2 million people are able to invest into businesses, into business. Then these people, if 2 million people are going to invest into business, they will create jobs, more than 2 million jobs. Assume even 500 people, assume even 100,000 people will invest and start business in Kenya. How many jobs will they create? Just by appealing. So, my brother Moses, what we are saying, we are not dismissing the prime minister that he doesn't have a cause that he's championing, but we are saying this cause is a lost cause, is a cause that is misplaced, and the agenda of this cause is not for the Republic of Kenya. This cause is only an individual and selfish cause, and this is not going to benefit the people of the Republic of Kenya. My children will not benefit. But if it's a government or a policy issue, my children and your children will benefit from it. Now, let me tell you something. A lot of people are saying, Raila, hii pesa si ya Raila, serikali haijapea Raila pesa. Hatujasema ama mzalendo wao ulisema serikali imepea Raila pesa. Hatujasema serikali imepea Raila pesa. But we are saying food, water, clothing, security, affordable housing, these things cannot, they are basic necessities for survival. And these things cannot be met without the aid of charitable organizations. Let us donate to these charitable organizations. The money that we are spending on these untimely meetings, what is the immediate? Watu kukufa ama maandamano mikutano ya kura ambazo zitafanyika 2027. When Michuki came to power, he proposed a reform within the Ministry of Transport. When he was the Minister for Public Works and Transport, he proposed reforms. Akasema kwamba lazima kila mtu avae belt. It was a paradigm shift. Akasema kila mtu lazima avae belt. Na akasema kwamba kila dereva lazima avae uniform. This was mind-boring. And at the end of the day, people never impressed it. People fought Michuki, and Michuki said, if you rattle a snake, you will know the consequences. Today we enjoy the benefit. Ile kuibiwa tulikuwa tunaibiwa iliisha. That is why even these fights that you are seeing, people are fighting about taxes. I hope that the President of the Republic of Kenya will realize the importance of good and proper management of the tax that is asking the Kenyans to pay, so that this will come to be realized and impressed in the future, just like the way we are impressing the transport ministry, the transport sector, the matatu sector, whereby now hakuna wizi. So let us not discredit everything that the president is suggesting because we don't like him. You don't like him, is your problem. The president is not there to do what you want him to do. He has the government, he has the priorities and the agenda of how he wants to run the government. So for us is to sit back and criticize him. If he's stealing from us, we need to point out and come with evidence, substantial evidence, and say, Mr. President, you said you were paying taxes, but look, the courts are here. You're not paying taxes. Your business, your Western hotel, whatever business that you're doing is not paying this much taxes. You're stealing this much from taxes. And then we shall hold him accountable. Why are you rattled? Why are you panicking when the president is saying that people cannot use position of authority to evade paying taxes. Sisi tukilipa taxes tunajitegemea. Kwa hivyo ndugu yangu, mimi nawaomba watu wa Azimio, kama sisi wote kama Wakenya, kama kuna jambo ambalo tutalijadili, liwe ni jambo ambalo linatufaidi sisi zote, sio mtu binafsi wa kutuambia kwamba lazima Ruto atoke ili yeye aingie mamlakani. Nani alisema yeye ndiye kielelezo chema cha kiongozi bora? Nafikiri kuna watu wengine ambao ni viongozi vyema wanaweza kuwa mamlakani. Asante.
Next, who wants?
Wacha niongezee tu kitu hapo. Habari Stony PK.
Salama.
Nimeona rally yenu ilikuwa mzuri sana. Ijapokuwa I've not seen any clip being discussed about the rally that happened today. It means that there was no content or what. Sijaona kitu yote imeletwa hapa. Now, Missy, I think you've said something very, very important about the president. The issue of Ruto going to church on Sunday. I mean, that is what did I say? Is it a right or is it his lifestyle? Huyo ni mtu anapenda kwenda kwa kanisa. If your leader is not mtu anapenda kwenda kwa kanisa, you should not have a problem with that. And politics is about numbers. Numbers in that hawa watu ni watu wa siasa wanatafuta kura. I remember Trump here alimanage to get evangelical churches together to support his bid in his first term. Yeah, akamanage to get the church community kumsupport. It is normal for politicians to go to the church and seek support. That is not something that is out of the norm. So if you think that it is not an important electoral college, then ole wenyu, you will not have that vote from the churches. Another issue that we keep on deliberating here, which I find it tiring now, is that the issues of elections. Elections imeshaisha, mshindi amepatikana. We have laws. Kenya, we have got laws. We are not a failed state. And the law is very, very clear. If you feel disgruntled, you go to court. Ukienda kotini, ushindwe kesi ama mwingine ashinde kesi, tunarudi uchaguzi kama vile Maraga alisema. I don't know why you don't mention that is a judiciary and it was a judicial process that made us go back to the election. The judiciary is an independent body. When it favored you the last time, you praise the judiciary. Right now, the judiciary is sio mzuri kwa sababu you didn't get the ruling that you wanted. But when Azimio supporters are arrested and released by the same judiciary, then you are okay with it. So mko na hizo double standards mingi mnaongea. Another thing that my friend Moses mentioned here is about Ruto's cabinet. I think most of you don't even know, even if I tell you about even one or two people who are in Ruto's cabinet, hamwezi jua hata wengi. Some of them are even new, very new to me. Mimi kuna wengine hata sijawahi sikia. Very, very new people. There's a lady called Rebecca Miano. There are people who are going to Senate to answer questions on what are they doing, what the government is doing about the anger issue. These things are happening in the Senate. The development partners who are coming to aid the government to mitigate anger. These things are happening in the Senate. But here, if you want to look at things on one side, your side of story. It is all important you know that the government is working. Apart from the proclamations that tunaona kwa barabara, sheria za serikali and the head of the cabinet is the president of the Republic of Kenya. Ukienda huko bungeni na Senate, kuna mambo mingi inafanyika. Kuna committees za Senate, za Parliament zinafanya kazi. Na hizi vitu zote, if you take keen interest, you know what the government is implementing. So don't wait for a side show or Ruto akitoka kwa kanisa talking about a government policy. Yeah. And some of the things that he talks about is something that was talked about by the head of KRA. The head of KRA is an appointee by the government. Na akisema ati kuna 1.4 trillion tunataka kudai hii familia. Hiyo ni kitu wamejua na wamediscuss na it is something that they are aware of. So it is not wrong to say that Ruto should pay taxes and Uhuru should pay taxes and everybody else and every Kenyan should pay taxes. Another thing I heard in this show that people are asking, ati nani ameonyesha Ruto ameonyesha taxes zake? Au watu wanauliza swali ya upumbavu hiyo, wajui ya kuwa kabla run for presidency you must be tax compliant in Kenya. Before you run for any seat, iwe ya MCA mpaka huko presidency, lazima uangalie kama umekuwa ukilipa ushuru na kupatia certificate and they give you a clearance. That happens in Kenya. They don't tell you in this show. So hizi ni vitu zinafanyika bwana. Asante.
Asante bwana Mzalendo. Hiyo inafanyika Kenya. Hata Kenya ndio unapewa madigrii za River Road. All is happening in Kenya. So in Kenya we know you can get any certification anywhere, whatever you want. Hata kuwa assistant wa Jesus, you'll be able to get that. Now I tend to think we have exhausted discussing because I'm seeing like people are now, whatever the topic you guys are addressing is not what is running. Although I came late, but I tend to think all this time you must have really deliberated. So I tend to think maybe we should just say our final word and then tufunge station, and then maswala ya what next for Azimio, hiyo mwezi mkaelewa. You just leave it to Azimio people, let them do whatever they are doing. It should not bother Azimio. I think it's wild goose chase. That's it. Leave it at that and just watch. Badala ya kupiga kelele, you know, because if you think it's not making sense, it's not making sense to you, and it will never make sense to you. Nothing has ever made sense to KK. So I think I've been thinking about it, and you know, nikaona sometimes we are engaging as these guys of KK. It's a really waste of time. The best is you sit that side, watch the others think they are doing rubbish, then we see the end result. I think that's the best thing. Tunyamaze tu, sasa tuangalie tuone. Hao watu wote tunaona huko Jakaranda ni wapumbavu. Au tunaona Kibera ni wapumbavu. Tuzubiri tu tuone hiyo upumbavu yao itafika wapi. Na nyinyi wana Kenya Kwanza muendelee kuunda serikali yenu vile mnaunda. Then tuone mahali tutakutana. Fahari wakikutana wawili tutaona kile kitaenda. So don't be bothered by what is happening on Azimio side. And we are not talking about plans za kutengeneza nchi. We are talking about removing Ruto. That is very simple. So Mizo, when you come with the lectures that we should be addressing on how to help Ruto, should you correct Ruto? How do we correct somebody who we believe stole the elections? You know, I've never understood you guys. You should leave us alone to dream if it's dreaming. Don't musikerwe. Subirini muone. Subiri tu muone, muda si mrefu. Na niliwaambia jana na juzi, kama itakuwa itashindikana, itashindikana. Why are you worried? Don't be worried. Kama kitaumana tu, you can't stop it. If you feel your Ruto is the president is strong, ni sawa. Wacha atakuja atakutana na wananchi. Don't sympathize with us. Tutakuja kifua mbele. Tumesema katambe. And if you think we are just doing stupid things, then I think tutaona who is more stupid than the other. For me, that is what I would say. In fact, I would not even bother. Like the other day I said, I don't know why Kenya Kwanza is coming here. Because we are not debating. Like this topic is not about debate at the Kenya Nani to approve us from what I'm seeing. It's not KK to give us their opinion because they don't believe in it. So when they don't believe in our cause, how would we even come to discuss with them? That's why I find it very difficult to moderate such a thing. Yeah. Because, you know, wao wanaenda huku na wengine wanaenda huku. Kule tutakutania ni Mungu na Yesu na shetani ndiye ataamua. Manake kametamba tu, katatamba tu. Hivyo tu, hiyo mos. Na kitaumana tu, hiyo you can take it to the bank. Kitaumana tu, hiyo ndio kitu. One thing I know is that there will be, this thing is gonna happen and it will not be nice. And it's only a fool who can't see that. Ni mtu tu mjinga mpumbavu ama mtu amezaliwa 2000 ndiye hajaona vitu vile zinafanyikaga. Kidonda kimechacha, kimenuka. Kenyans are hungry, they are mad. Let's not pretend, and we don't need to even convince akina Mize na akina Mzalendo. Let's not waste our time. I would not even sit here trying to convince them, you know, the KK people that on the course we are taking. I would never waste my time. Yeah. Kama mtu hana macho, aliye na macho ambii fungua uone. Na sikio la kufa halisikii dawa. Sasa subirini tu, nyikaeni huko kwenyu mkila tu mandazi yenyu, makeki yenyu, mkiomba Mungu wenyu kanisani, manake nyinyi ndio mandugu za Yesu. Nyinyi ndio mlikuwa brothers and sisters of Jesus. You are okay. Ombeni tu, sisi wacha tukuje tu, atuendangi kanisani, atutoangi sadaka because mnategemea sadaka ndio inaturiko inaenda kulipa taxes. So you leave us alone. Si tutakuja na ushetani yetu basi. Alafu tutaona kivumbi vile kitaumana, because that is real, that is gonna happen. That is unstoppable. All right? So let's not break our heads over that. You who are in government, protect your government. In fact, you should be protecting it very well. Because when we come hitting, you should also hit back. Don't tell us, oh, we need Kenya here. Kenya sahi iko split. So don't even tell us there is ati watu ni tuko pamoja, because it's only a fool who can't see. If you can say tuko pamoja na kuna watu wana chant, people are chanting. If you count the crowd, those people who are meeting there, and you are saying, oh, young people hawana kazi, wengine wanakuambia wameomba kazi. Let's not sell that narrative. Who told you those are jobless? There are people who work there. Kuna watu wameomba ruhusa kazini. Yeah. So these are people who have a cause, and they are not idiots. They are not drunkards, as Mize is trying to say. Or I don't know who alluded to that. These are very sober people, my friend. Tusianze for the sake of debating ati tunajaribu kupuuza. Tuache hivyo. Wacha katambe hivyo. If you think ni ujinga inafanywa, wacha hiyo pumbavu iendelee. Na hii wherever iendelee. Alafu tuone mahali zitafika. In fact, I keep on saying Kenyans have very intelligent people, and also we have very idiot people. Tumechanganika. It is only idiots and fools who cannot see what is happening right now. It's only an idiot who can be in denial of exactly what is happening in that country. I'm telling you, if you see what is happening, then you unafikiria ni utoto. Bas. You have to check, uulize mama yako na baba yako wa confirm kama kweli haukuwa na kasoro ulipozaliwa. If you think what is going on with Azimio is mzaha, and if you think ni utoto. Kwa hayo machache ningependa kusema watu tuendelee vyema. Tuseme our last words, tufunge. alafu tutaonana kesho. Moses, can you say your last one and as we go on?
Oh, thank you, PK. Yeah, what I was saying, I will summarize with is like they say that justice should not only be done but should also be seen. So, Mr. All listener there should be, we demand to see the action that rhymes, resembles that, which shows that can show that these are church warriors, not just going there and coming doing things otherwise. And also, you know, in Kenya, we all believe that there is corruption, right? If you can give me one clip that you have ever seen, KK government condemning or promising to put that in order to fight corruption, that means we're in the right track. But I've never come across that. So, me say, when we meet again, you provide for me that. Because with corruption, the way we see how it is ranking, then it's also a big issue. Tony PK, I think you can summarize for me. I'm done. Wish you
All
good
right.
day, good evening.
Thank you very much, Moses. Mise, 1 minute ndio tufunge.
Asante sana. I just wanted to say that we are very happy that you have said tufanye kazi yetu na nyinyi mfanye kazi yenu. PK Alex Media anataka kuja, so sijui kama utamtumia link. Nafikiri Yufino Otieno anasema Alex anataka kuja, so
we are closing the studio. Just
okay.
Do your submission.
Perfect. I just wanted to remind you that electoral justice are squarely grounded on the Constitution. They are not grounded in the streets. It's a provision in the, just like you have a provision and a right of picketing, the electoral justice is equally addressed by the Constitution, by a mandated body called the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. So if you look at Article 88 of the Kenyan Constitution, it will tell you its mandate and functions. And it will tell you in the conclusions of Article 5, you will see it will say the commission shall exercise its powers and perform its functions in accordance with this constitution and national legislation. Who does national legislation? Is Parliament, the Senate, and county assemblies. These are the people, the houses that are mandated with legislation. So if we want to think on correcting electoral injustices, you guys have argued successfully that you do have 8 million followers, 8 million people. But you are saying that PK Alex anataka kuja kunichoma, anasema tafadhali.
Can you submit, my friend?
Okay.
I'll cut you up. You have only 1 minute to go.
Okay, perfect. We Alex, unaona unanisumbua hapa na najaribu kutetea ukuje kunichapa hapa. Kaa hapo kwanza. PK, I think you should lock this guy out in the box. But nilikuwa nasema kwamba what I'm saying is that the 8 million people, the 8 million voters that you guys are suggesting that you have, it means you have proper representations in both houses. There are the Senate, the County Assembly, and the Parliament. So legislation and these reforms can be initiated through these houses. Why is it so difficult for you guys to initiate these reforms through the framework that has been put there? Why is it that you must go to the streets? Why is it that you must subject people or business to a standstill because Baba has some meeting somewhere else? So what we are saying that you people of Azimio, you have very good agenda, but your agenda is not timely. Your agenda's timing is bad, and we should allow the government to dispense its mandate. And when they fail, in 2 or 3 years, will come back here, and then we will have the mandate to be able to criticize. And lastly, you guys, 2027 is not very far from now. Allow us. When your 2027 will come, we will give you the chance. Initiate those electoral reforms that you're talking about. I saw Mother Karua at the meeting akisema, oh, Ruto, we will not allow you to have a Ruto electoral commission. This is the time. That is a good cause. If this is what you want us to discuss, yes, but allow the business and other innocent Kenyans who would want to trade, do business carefully, that we will, so that they can enjoy the benefit and freedom and expression as it is envisaged in the Constitution. Please do not allow interrupt us, because my mother and my relatives have no time for these meetings. They want to trade, they want to move, they want to do things with ease. If you want to exercise your right, be aware that your right stops where my right begins. And that is my submission today. But otherwise, if you guys would want to talk about food, health, security, affordable housing, clothing, and so on, we, the other Kenyan citizens, would love to join you as friends so that we can also bring changes to our country. And we believe that William Ruto will bring put systems in place that will liberate our countries from the previous injustice. Thank you very much.
Wow. So it's only me and you has remained. I think, again, Kenya Kwanza, I think you guys are really tired. You know, who invited you for any negotiation, any discussion? Mbona mnajipatia kazi ya mjapewa? Azimio is not discussing anything with Ruto. I think I'm not the kind of in the darkness as far as the objective of Azimio is. There is no one time where they have said we want discussions. So means when you keep on coming saying kama tungekuwa tunaongea hii bwana, ndio nasema somebody is saying ati natukana watu. I'm not insulting anybody. I've just said it's only an idiot who cannot see what is happening.
Yeah. You're right.
Who is that? So if you are one, it's up to you. I mean, for me, even if I was in Kenya Kwanza today, I would be worried with what I'm seeing going on in that country. Because even if you say you are Kenya Kwanza and you are going to run the government, how will you run it with half of the country agitating? In fact, it's Ruto who is supposed to be going down on his knees, if anything. Yes.
That's why he's in church.
Listen.
He's in church. He always goes down to his knees.
He's in church doing nonsense. It will not help him. That's one thing I'll tell you. You can pray for 365 days. If you are a devil, you will not get it. So, wacha tumalizia hapo. Nimesema kila mtu aendelee na kazi yake. Wewe funga ng'ombe yako mahali unaona iko nyasi, na Azimio nao wafunge yao mahali iko nyasi, alafu zitakutana pale kwenye kunywa maji. Tutajua tume ni gani.
Do you believe that there are this issue of sycophants, right? Do you believe that sycophancy is in both aisles of the divide?
I don't believe in sycophancy.
But Alex believes in sycophancy.
Alex is not Stone PK. Hey, don't put me there, man.
And ndio nakwambia fungia humo mroyo minto, mfungie kabisa asikuje hapa.
Listen, if you follow and play all the clips, anything I say with my own authority. It is what I know. It's what I'll repeat tomorrow, and people have problem with that. And if people who have problem with that, they have a problem with themselves, because you don't want the truth. You want me to lie. What I believe is what I believe. When I believe that you cannot sit in church, pray every day in terms of development issues, policy issues, as serikali, you are busy in church. You are busy telling people how saved you are, others are not saved. There is no progress you make, and that's a fact.
Stone PK, this uniform,
we can talk later.
Yeah, this uniform that you're introducing, that
ngoja mtaiona,
unaita jeshi la wazee.
Ni jeshi.
So if we say that you are
militia.
Recruiting,
yes,
militia,
yeah,
do you think the government has the right to arrest and
do whatever you want?
Right?
Who has stopped you? Did we stop you guys?
Yeah.
No, Skiza, did you hear anybody stopping you to think and do whatever you want to do?
You know what? We're just giving you time.
No, Mise. You see, this is where you guys are very interested.
Unaangalia tuna macho mbili. You know, Moi said something. Moi said something to us. He said one time Moi came to Kisii, and we had a very vibrant member of parliament. And the member of parliament and students said, Mimi, Henry Obocha, I am Ford Kenya Simba. I honor you. I honor the presidency, but I do not honor you. Guess what? The next day, what the president said, Moi said, nyinyi the Abagusi people, munaniangalia na jicho moja na wangalia na macho mbili. And I can tell you for free, development was hampered. Up to date, that county, up to now, is way backward. So you cannot sometimes, as much as you...
We will have a topic for that, Mise. Again, that is stupid leadership. It's nonsensical. If one person says something and then you punish the rest of... Don't even bring more things here. Let me thank all those who are on the comment section. Unfortunately, we have to close because people have exhausted the discussion. We are veering off, and we've done 6 hours and above. Wote sitawataja majina, nitasema asanteni sana. Kile tunawaomba ni tutumie macho yetu, tutumie masikio yetu, tutumie miguu yetu, tutumie kila chombo chochote tumepewa na Mola, lakini la muhimu kabisa kutumia akili. Akili maanake kila mtu ana zake, ni vile utatumia ni wewe ndio utachagua. Macho pia ni wewe utaamua unataka kuona nini, ulimi ni wewe utaamua unataka kusema nini. Sasa jukumu ni lako. Choice is yours.
So nisalimie DJ Boy, tulisoma na yeye same class, tunatoka nyumbani pamoja. It's good to see him there. Na huyu Alex Stone PK, kama utaendelea hivi kama hii ndio mtindo utakuwa nayo, mimi naona nikikufuata.
Asante Uskan, nimekuona. Wale wengine wote nimewaona, asanteni sana. Tuombe, na nimewaambia tumieni vyombo vile mlivyopewa na Mola wenyu, na maisha pia ni zawadi tumepewa, itumie vizuri. Na uangalie, ukiona ni mlima usiambiwe si mlima, ukiona ni jiwe usidanganywe ni mpira ugonge. Jiwe ni jiwe, na ukisikia watu wanasema kitu sikiza na usikize wanasema nini. Ndugu zangu, kupuuza yale yanayoendelea katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, nitarudia, labda kiziwi, na hata kama ni kiziwi ni kipofu, na hata kama ni kipofu anasikia. Kwa hivyo itakuwa tu ukipuuza yale yanayoendelea, ole wako wewe. Mungu atakunini. Wewe nenda kanisani, always stick in church, pray and hope for the best. Kwa hayo machache tunaaga tukiwaambia tomorrow tuko pamoja. Always subscribe, make sure you are with us, you come and share what is happening. Kesho itakuwa moto kabisa, tutakuwa tukichambua. Kwa sasa tunajaribu kuwa very careful because people want to know what is happening. Tumesema tu sasa watu waangalie na macho. kula na macho, unaangalia na macho tu. Usiulize hiyo jeshi ni gani, hiyo jeshi ni gani, wewe angalia na macho tu na usikize na masikio. With all those few remarks, asanteni sana, kwaheri.
Hii jeshi tutawashika